starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, The Words Left by Kabuto Yakushi, and the Captured Ishida Ryujin. Cat Demon. This is the derogatory name that Byakuya Akatsuki used for Yoruichi Shioin. Yoruichi Shioin always relied on his instant step to bully Byakuya Akatsuki when he was a child, forcing Byakuya Akatsuki to work hard to practice instant step, which also made Byakuya Akatsuki extremely angry and respectful to Yoruichi Shioin. The two people are familiar with each other. Yoruichi Shioin and Byakuya Akatsuki are both the heads of the four noble families. This also makes Yoruichi Shioin very familiar with Byakuya Akatsuki. She knows what kind of personality this little guy has. A complex person who abides by the rules but attaches great importance to feelings. TSK. Yoruichi Shioin chuckled, flew in front of Byakuya Akatsuki, and stretched out her hand to grab the chin of the arrogant young man in a teasing manner. I really don't know what to say about you. You are not cute at all compared to when you were a child. You. The arrogant young man flew back. Unfortunately, with his spiritual power blocked by Uehara and Naraku, his movement speed was far slower than Yoruichi Shioin, and his chin was instantly pinched by Yoruichi Shioin. Just tell me why you stay in the human world. Shioin. Yoruichi chuckled and stroked Akatsuki Byakuya's chin, and continued, you are only suitable to be a high and mighty Shinigami captain. How could you be willing to stay in a place like the human world? Even if your spiritual power is sealed, it would be safer in Soul Society. Shut up. Akatsuki Byakuya's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, Cat Demon, tell me, where is your Akatsuki? Even though his spiritual power was temporarily sealed, Akatsuki Byakuya's temperament was still cold and arrogant, as if he was still the powerful captain of the 6th Division. Why are you looking for him? Yoruichi Shioin's face suddenly showed some interest. Do you want to buy a fake body from Uehara? Do you really plan to live in the real world? I want to ask him what he did to Rukia. A hint of coldness flashed across Byakuya Akatsuki's face, and his eyes were fixed on Yoruichi Shioin in front of him. In an instant, he caught a glimpse of astonishment in Yoruichi Shioin's eyes, which made Byakuya Akatsuki suddenly nervous. Byakuya Akatsuki slowly clenched his fingers, looked directly at Yoruichi Shioin and continued, I think you should know where I adopted Rukia. Yoruichi Shioin's expression finally changed completely. In this world, there are very few people who can make a woman like Yoruichi Shioin take it seriously, but it definitely includes the owner of the orphanage where Rukia used to be, Kabuto Yakushi. That's Uehara Akatsuki's teacher. Akatsuki Byakuya looked at Shifengyu and Yoruichi, whose face changed drastically, and continued in a cold voice. When I adopted Rukia, Mr. Kabuto told me one thing. If something happened to Rukia one day, let me find his former disciple Uehara to ask clearly, so that I can know what Uehara did to Rukia. Although Akatsuki Byakuya didn't like the always smiling director of the orphanage, Kabuto Yakushi, his father and Kabuto Yakushi had a very good relationship. What Kabuto Yakushi said could be barely believed. In other words, for Akatsuki Byakuya, at this time, besides finding Uehara Akatsuki to find out the truth, it was the most important thing. Akatsuki Byakuya respected the rules of the Soul Society. Akatsuki Byakuya didn't want to see Rukia being tried by the Soul Society for no reason. According to his guess, Rukia would almost certainly be sentenced to death. If Rukia really committed a heinous crime, Akatsuki Byakuya would never violate the rules, but if Rukia was really plotted against, then don't blame him for what he could do to save his sister. Originally, Byakuya Akatsuki was still a little confused about what Kabuto Yakushi had said, but when he saw Yoruichi Shioin's face, he knew that what Kabuto Yakushi said was indeed true. His sister Rukia is hiding a huge secret. Yoruichi Shioin was silent for a while, and then a sigh flashed across his face. Mr. Kabuto, You actually knew about that thing a long time ago. Yes, how could you hide this kind of thing from Mr. Kabuto? They hid the unfinished Hagyaku in Rukia Kachiki's body, thinking that they had kept it a secret from Kabuto Yakushi, but they didn't expect that Kabuto Yakushi had seen it all along. Compared to Yoruichi Shioin, Akatsuki Uehara was more accepting of this kind of thing. He originally knew that his teacher had a high probability of knowing the secret of Rukia, since Kabuto Yakushi had already told by Akaya Kachiki about Rukia. Akatsuki Uehara and Yoruichi Shioin no longer concealed the matter. Once Rukia Kachiki was executed, the secret in her body would definitely be leaked. No matter what, the collapsing jade must not be exposed in Soul Society. No matter who gets it, it may cause a disaster, especially since there are two forces secretly coveting the collapsing jade, Orochimaru and Aizen Sosuke's group hiding in Hukamundo, and the 5,000-handed Tobirama, the 13th dead waiter of the Uehara clan who has always coveted the collapsing jade. Okay, help me unseal it first. Kachiki by Akaya glanced at Uehara Akatsuki. He didn't care about being sealed by Uehara Naraku before, because he believed that Uehara Akatsuki could help unseal it. After all, besides Uehara, there is also a former great demon priest. These two people are both very good at the art of demons. It's just a seal. Isn't it easy to catch? Unfortunately, Uehara Akatsuki still disappointed him. Uehara didn't even look at the seal on by Akaya Kachiki, but just shook his head slowly. No need to remove it. The spiritual power that seals you will dissipate in a month. Help me remove it now. I can't do that. Uehara Akatsuki shook his head slowly, with a little regret on his face. The sealing technique of the Uehara clan is not that simple, especially the seal on you is a double seal, which has completely sealed off the spiritual particles in your body. Of course, the most important thing is that Uehara Akatsuki doesn't want to cause trouble. At least at this time, Uehara Akatsuki doesn't want to have any conflicts with the Uehara clan. He has finally eased the relationship with the Uehara clan. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside Uehara's store. A strange look flashed across the faces of Uehara Akatsuki and others. Obviously, they had sensed the people outside the door. Several people looked at each other, and each of them showed a hint of realization in their eyes. It was Ichigo Kurosaki and Ryu Ishida. These are two chess pieces that came to the door by themselves. Help save people. Kurosaki Ichigo hurriedly unloaded Ishida Ryu. Kachiki by Akaya looked at the seriously injured Ishida Ryu on Kurosaki Ichigo's back and frowned slightly. Well, that guy saved you. Why didn't you save him? This is a bit unreasonable. According to Uehara Naraku's personality, even if there is an injured animal on the road, he will help to treat it. How could he leave the seriously injured Ishida Ryu alone? Kurosaki Ichigo's expression suddenly became strange, and he whispered, Ishida was a little rude to the man named Uehara Naraku. Huh? Everyone present looked a little surprised. Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Ishida Ryu lying on the ground, whether it was the great demon priest, Wuling Tessai, or Kachiki by Akaya, Shiyu and Yoruichi, and Uehara Akatsuki. Their eyes undoubtedly revealed an attitude, that this Ishida Ryu lying on the ground was indeed a very courageous guy who was not afraid of death. He actually survived? Shiyu and Yoruichi's face was full of amazement. He actually survived? Uehara Akatsuki's eyes were also a little surprised. How did he survive? Wuling Tessai widened his eyes in disbelief. Hey, you guys. Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but clench his fists, and a cross appeared on his forehead. So who is that guy called Uehara Naraku? And who is the man wearing a tiger mask and another man with tear grooves? Tell me first. Uehara Akatsuki touched his hat and asked softly, how could Ishida survive? What happened? Hey! Ichigo Kurosaki looked at everyone angrily. His eyes swept over everyone one by one, and said in a deep voice, first tell me who those guys are. Those guys. They claimed that Ishida didn't respect the man called Uehara Naraku enough and took away Ishida Ryu's father. What? Everyone's face was more shocked. What is going on? Why was Ishida Ryu's father taken away by the Uehara clan? This is really confusing. But compared to Ishida Ryu's father being taken away, Ishida Ryu's survival doesn't seem to be particularly serious. Ichigo Kurosaki glanced at everyone present, slowly lowered his head, and told what happened after Akatsuki left. 2 hours ago, Akatsuki had just left. Just when Uehara and Naraku wanted to leave, Ichigo Kurosaki sincerely invited Uehara and Naraku to help treat Ishida Ryu, and Uehara and Naraku would naturally not refuse such a thing. However, Ishida Ryu woke up by himself. "I don't need the treatment of the god of death." Ishida Ryu got up from the ground by himself, covering the wound on his shoulder, and looked at Uehara and Naraku with disgust, especially the dirty Uehara clan. Obviously Ishida Ryu knew something about the Soul Society. He had heard of the reputation of the Uehara clan, the richest family in the Soul Society, and knew that the Uehara clan was also the mortal enemy of the Quincy's. Uehara and Naraku withdrew his palm awkwardly. The next moment, he slowly shook his head and sighed softly. "Is that so? The hatred between the Quincy and the Shinigami is not something we can resolve." In the war between the Shinigami and the Quincy, Uehara and Naraku chose to stand on the side of the Shinigami because the Quincy did not leave him with a good impression. Let's put it this way, the Quincy clan is a bit like the Uchiha clan. Even though Uehara and Naraku once wanted to recruit this clan, those guys were even more arrogant than Uchiha Sasuke. No matter how powerful the Uehara clan showed, few of the Quincy clan were willing to surrender. This clan is really hopeless. Of course, the biggest problem is that Uehara and Naraku does not want to reveal his information, so that Yuha can get news about him when he launches the separation. Ishida Ryu was so weak and arrogant, and Uehara and Naraku didn't want to bother with him. He let Uchiha Ichi and Uchiha Bita show up to intimidate this little guy, and then pretended to be a good person. Ishida Ryujin, who happened to come to find his son, saw this scene and brazenly activated the power of the Quincy, wanting to kill them directly. Then, Ishida Ryujin was captured. This was a punishment for Ishida Ryu's disrespect to Uehara and Naraku. The expressions of everyone present were slightly strange. Obviously, they didn't expect that Ishida Ryujin and his son were so brave that they dared to attack the Uehara clan. Wuling Tesai adjusted his glasses and slowly said, "Ishida Ryu, this kid, and his father, Mr. Ishida Ryujin, are both lucky. At least they all survived." This is not surprising, because where Uehara Naraku exists, the Uehara clan's deadly waiter officer rarely kills the weak in front of Uehara Naraku because of the saintly heart of their family master. Then why did they take Ishida's father away? Ichigo Kurosaki looked at them in surprise. That group of guys is too strange. And what are their identities? Their identities. Keisuke Uehara adjusted his glasses and whispered, "In short, they are people you must not provoke. Even I dare not provoke them again." After saying this, Keisuke Uehara suddenly raised his head and whispered, "But if possible, the man named Uehara Naraku may become your friend. He is a kind little family owner." They did not discuss this issue too much. After Keisuke Uehara helped to treat Ishida Ryu, he asked Ichigo Kurosaki and Ishida Ryu whether the two of them rescued Rukia Akatsuki. If they were willing, they would have to go through special training with him and Yoruichi Shioin. Ichigo Kurosaki agreed. Ishida Ryu was forced to agree. The two were taken to the basement of Uehara's shop by Tesai Murahime. As for Byakuya Akatsuki, Keisuke Uehara, and Yoruichi Shioin, they still had to continue discussing how to rescue Rukia. Come to think of it, why did they capture Mr. Ishida Ryujin? I don't know. Uehara Keisuke shook his head and continued in a deep voice. Perhaps the Uehara clan needs the power of the Quincy. Let's continue talking about the Soul Society. Uehara Keisuke looked at Akatsuki Byakuya, then at Shifengyu and Yoruichi, and whispered, "The current defense of the Soul Society is empty, which is a good thing for us, but it is also a very tricky problem. There is one thing we all know. An enemy from 1,000 years ago has been resurrected, and Mr. Yamamoto and the Uehara clan's death attendants are collectively searching for his whereabouts. There should be no powerful Shinigami like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the Soul Society now, which means that once the Hogyoku is exposed, no one in the Soul Society can stop Heizen Sosuke." So, Akatsuki Byakuya clenched his fists, and there was a firmness in his voice. "We must find a way to rescue Rukia before the execution." Chapter 677, The Intruders. Meet again. Siriite. Rukia Akatsuki was imprisoned in the tower prison. Since Yamamoto Genryu's Shigekuni was not in Siriite, the central 46th chamber tried Rukia Akatsuki at an astonishing speed and sentenced her directly to death. The execution date is 2 months later. During these 2 months, the news of Rukia Akatsuki was immediately passed on, whether it was Uehara Kisuke and others in the present world or Aizen Sosuke and his group in Hukomundo. They all received the news. And Aizen Sosuke also found out about the Hogyoku. Gyonyaku. Aizen Sosuke sat on his throne. Since he escaped from Soul Society many years ago, he has lived in this palace for a long time, and occasionally hides in the great hollow forest under the palace, because Soul Society once sent people to attack Hukomundo. And Uchiha Madara, the deadly officer of the Uehara clan, occasionally appears in Hukomundo, slaughtering the great hollows of Hukomundo and even destroying Gyonyaku several times. It was not until Uchiha Madara and his companions went to hunt down Hawk that this venting behavior had to be stopped, and Aizen Sosuke returned to the Palace of the Night. Aizen's fingers tapped the armrests of the throne lightly, and his eyes fell on Black Zetsu standing on the ground, listening to Black Zetsu reporting to him about the information of the Soul Society and the human world. Among them, what Aizen was most interested in was undoubtedly the news of the Hogyoku. Ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu spread out his palms, with a sinister smile on his face, and reported the news he should report. The Hogyoku created by Uehara has been hidden in Kachiki Rukia's body. Uehara is worried that Lord Aizen and Senju Tobirama of the Uehara clan will get the news of the Hogyoku, so they also plan to rescue the little girl on the day of Kachiki Rukia's execution. That's really interesting. Aizen Sosuke sat upright, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. In this case, it seems that the Soul Society will be very lively on the day of the execution. When he said this, Aizen Sosuke narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous look. And there is one more thing. We haven't had time to intervene in the central 46 rooms, and it seems that other people are also eyeing the Hogyoku in Kachiki Rukia's body. Either Mr. Arakamaru or Mr. Senju Tobirama of the Uehara clan. It's a big deal, right? Black Zetsu raised his head and looked at Aizen Sosuke on the throne, and chuckled sinisterly. The 4 great officials headed by Yamamoto Shigekuni and Uchiha Madara have left the Soul Society to track down the enemies from 1,000 years ago. There are no enemies in the entire Soul Society that can threaten Lord Aizen. On that day, Lord Aizen is the strongest existence. No matter what they want to do, it doesn't seem to matter, right? Don't be too careless. Aizen Sosuke shook his head, stretched out his palm and inserted it into the hair on his forehead. His smile gradually became more intense, although it seemed so. But don't underestimate other people in this world. Before I get the Hogyoku. Yes, Aizen Sosuke has always been cautious. Before getting the Hogyoku, Aizen Sosuke will never act rashly. He will make all the plans to ensure that he can achieve his goals while ensuring his own safety. Even after a disastrous defeat against Uchiha Madara decades ago, Aizen Sosuke still retained considerable self-confidence, because he knew the odds of winning or losing between him and Uchiha Madara. Perhaps the only thing he didn't expect was that Uchiha Madara was too powerful. Even so, Aizen Sosuke still managed to escape unscathed, and he had figured out the gap between him and Uchiha Madara, which made him more cautious than before. Everyone could be a chess piece. Everyone could be a chess player. Aizen Sosuke closed his eyes slightly and began to think about his own countermeasures, while the present-day Uehara Kisuke seemed to be communicating with his source of information. In the tea room of Uehara's store, Uehara Kisuke carefully made himself a pot of hot tea, listening to the information brought by the White Zetsu's body, which was the basis for him to formulate a perfect plan. Our information has been leaked. There was no guilt on the face of the original White Zetsu, and it even seemed a matter of course. The 3 White Zetsu clones responsible for guarding this place underground were killed. Judging from the wounds, they were killed by the Black Zetsu next to Aizen Sosuke. Uehara Kisuke nodded, poured himself a cup of tea, and said softly, It seems that Aizen should have known the news about the Hogyoku. Uehara Kisuke did not blame White Zetsu, because he knew White Zetsu's temperament and ability. The fact that White Zetsu could bring these news could provide him with a lot of ideas. Uehara Kisuke never thought of envying the very capable Black Zetsu under Aizen Sosuke's command. What he liked most was to use limited cards to play a future with infinite possibilities. And White Zetsu is so idiotic and simple. It's actually quite fun. Hehehe. White Zetsu's real body continued with a grin. Uehara, you can't blame me for this. Underground, our combat power is too weak. Only I can barely fight Black Zetsu. Those idiot clones are no match for it at all. It doesn't matter. Uehara Kisuke shook his head, calmly stroked his teacup, and grinned. Actually, this is not a bad thing. It seems that Aizen, who has received the news of the Hogyoku, will not miss this opportunity. Just right. No, it should be said that it couldn't be better. Originally, Uehara Kisuke was still thinking about how to deal with this little guy with the Hogyoku hidden in his body when rescuing Akatsuki Rukia in the future. Now, he has a better way. If Aizen Sosuke wants to intervene in this incident, then Uehara Kisuke can take advantage of the opportunity of Aizen's intervention and find a way to get Akatsuki Rukia off the hook. Now there is no strong person in the entire Soul Society, and at least half of the captains of the Gotai 13 can be persuaded by Uehara Kisuke, as long as they fight against Aizen Sosuke, the mastermind behind the scenes again. No matter what, it can be forgiven. Of course, this little guy Kurosaki Ichigo must also enter the Soul Society to gain the recognition of the Soul Society in this incident. Otherwise he may not have room to grow. There are broader possibilities for Kurosaki Ichigo. In other words, Kurosaki Ichigo is also the only one who has combined the power of the Shinigami, Hollow and Quincy in thousands of years. Uehara Kisuke also wants to see how far Kurosaki Ichigo will go. The possibility of breaking through the limit in one step. But before that, Uehara Kisuke narrowed his eyes slightly, and his palm slowly put down the teacup, whispering softly, "We must spread the news that Aizen Sosuke may invade Soul Society. To prevent Rukia from being captured by Aizen, we must. There must be someone as the last guarantee, if possible." Uehara Kisuke certainly hoped it was Yamamoto Shigekun, but unfortunately he didn't know the whereabouts of Yamamoto Shigekun, so he could only find a way to pass the news to someone he could trust. It seems that there is no more suitable candidate except the young master of the Uehara clan, right? At this moment, Uehara Naraku, who Uehara Kisuke was talking about, was watching a good show of old friends reuniting, which was exactly what Uehara arranged. Ishida Ryujin, Kurosaki Masaki, the meeting of two pure-blooded Quincy's. When Kurosaki Masaki saw Ishida Ryujin, who was captured by Akatsuki and others, the whole person was a little dazed. "Ryujin, why are you here?" Kurosaki Masaki and Ishida Ryujin were childhood sweethearts, and they were even engaged for a time. It was not until Kurosaki Masaki and Kurosaki Ishin met that they gradually separated. To be honest, it is indeed very happy to see old friends. However, if you meet old friends in Uehara Inner Castle, it is a bit flustered. Ishida Ryujin was even more surprised than Kurosaki Masaki when he was captured. Who can tell him why Kurosaki Masaki is still alive? And it seems that he is living well in Uehara Castle. Before Ishida Ryujin could talk about the past, Uehara Naraku yawned slowly. "Forget it. I feel that it would be bad for Mr. Kurosaki Ishin if you two continue to talk. If you two want to talk about the past, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Mr. Ichi, Mr. Obito, help me put Mr. Ishida Ryujin in the dungeon." After saying that, Uehara Naraku seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Kurosaki Masaki. "Oh, by the way, Ms. Kurosaki should not worry about her friends in a hurry, but should worry about her son first. Your family will be reunited soon. What do you want to do to Ichigo?" "I didn't do anything." Uehara Naraku waved his palms, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "And this time when I went to the human world, I saved him. Maybe when we meet next time, we will become friends? At least, Kurosaki Ichigo should treat him as a friend." As long as Uehara Naraku shows a kind enough side, Kurosaki Ichigo will always accept this kindness. Naraku Uehara has always looked like a harmless guy. Uchiha Kaya and Obito Kaya have always helped him with any slightly threatening things. This feeling is really good. Time passed bit by bit. The date of Kachiki Rukia's execution is getting closer and closer. People in every world know the specific date of Kachiki Rukia's execution. The groups in every world have made preparations, and everyone is waiting for that date to come. The first to take action is naturally Ichigo Kurosaki and his group, supported by Akatsuki Uehara. Because they can't wait for that time to come, they don't want to see the leakage of the Hogyoku, so they must find a way to rescue Rukia before the execution day. In the passage between Soul Society and the real world, Ichigo Kurosaki, Yasutaro Chad, Orihime Noe, and Ryu Ishida, the four of them brazenly passed through the passage at this stage and invaded Soul Society. By Akatsuki, Yoruichi Shiyuin, and Kasuki Uehara hid in the dark, trying every means to make it easier for them, allowing Ichigo Kurosaki and his group to pass through the gate of the murderous stone and enter the Soul Society. After this team entered the Soul Society, they immediately set off a riot caused by the traveling humans. Under the secret guidance of Byakuya Akatsuki and Yoruichi Shiyuin, Ichigo Kurosaki and others quietly followed the defense loopholes of the Gotai 13 and rushed to the High Tower prison where Rukia was imprisoned. Above the High Tower prison, Naraku Uehara stood by the window of the cell at the top of the tower, looking at the Soul Society in chaos, and whispered, "Miss Rukia, your friend is unexpectedly capable. Now he has passed the blockade line of the 11th Division of Kenpachi's Araki." Rukia Akatsuki fell into silence, but sweat was coming out of her forehead bit by bit. Even if Ichigo Kurosaki's former companions became stronger, they still couldn't break through the last line of defense, a line of defense guarded by the captain of the 5th Division, Uehara Naraku. "Don't worry." Uehara Naraku turned his head slightly and looked at Kachiki Rukia. "I'm not here to stop Ichigo-san. If they can break through the siege and rescue you, I'll be happy to see it." Uehara Naraku met Kachiki Rukia's puzzled eyes, shook his head slowly, and continued softly, "I never think that what you did is guilty, so that an excellent god of death died in vain on the execution ground." But Kachiki Rukia clenched her fists a little restrainedly, and said softly, "Captain Naraku, won't this cause you trouble?" Just after saying this, Kachiki Rukia smiled self-deprecatingly. "Sorry, I was self-righteous. Anyway, thank you very much." How could there be any trouble with Uehara Naraku in the Soul Society? Rukia Kachiki slightly raised her head and glanced at Uehara Naraku standing by the window. A flash of realization flashed across her face. Such a person really doesn't look like a wealthy family head at all. Abarai Renji stood behind the prison door and said with an unhappy face, "Hey, Uehara, you obviously want to change all this, right? Why did you vote against it in our previous captain meeting? If you had voted, Rukia would have been acquitted, right?" A few days ago, just as the execution was approaching, the captains and vice-captains of the Gotai 13 discussed the matter of Rukia Kachiki. Many captains believed that Rukia Kachiki was not guilty of death and planned to apply for a retrial to the Central 46th Office. They dared to do so because Yamamoto Shigekuni was not there. Unfortunately, when voting, the captain of the 5th Division, Naraku Uehara, chose to abstain, and the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kachiki, was not there, which directly led to the internal vote of the captains of the Gotai 13 ending with abstentions to maintain the status quo. No. Uehara Naraku did not look at Ibarai Renji, shook his head and continued, "That day I got a message that Captain Aizen secretly manipulated some members of the Central 46th Chamber. This execution was secretly controlled by Captain Aizen, and he would not give us a chance to change." The former captain who defected? Yes. Uehara Naraku still looked out the window and whispered, "I am here to prevent Captain Aizen's surprise attack. This time will definitely not be the same as the last time." "Captain." As the voice fell, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, appeared beside Abarai Renji, waved his hand and knocked Abarai Renji out. Just when Abarai Renji was a little surprised and angry, He saw a sharp sword stabbing at the place where he was just now. Someone used the 26th way of binding and the curved light to hide the figure. Someone is hiding here. After Uehara and Naraku saved Ibirarenji, the air slowly twisted, and a figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. That's great. Compared to the past, you've grown a lot. Naraku. Chapter 678. Uehara Zanpakuto Mirage. The genius Aizen Sosuke. Who could have thought? Aizen Sosuke had already sneaked into the cell. When everyone present saw the man who appeared, everyone's face was filled with panic. The man who had caused chaos in Soul Society by himself. When Uehara and Naraku forced Aizen Sosuke out, his face was full of seriousness, his voice unconsciously became a little more solemn, and his eyes became a little complicated. Long time no see, Captain Aizen. For the two of them, it was indeed a long-awaited reunion. Everyone present knew very well that Aizen Sosuke was once the person that Uehara and Naraku respected the most. And Uehara was also the most sad about Aizen Sosuke's defection. At least Hinamori Momo, who had been guarding outside the cell, knew this. The face of the young Reaper was suddenly filled with tension, and she whispered to Aizen Sosuke and Uehara and Naraku who were clashing in the cell, "Captain Aizen." "Captain Uehara, don't." Unfortunately, the two people would not stop because of her words. Aizen Sosuke had a playful smile on his lips. He spread his palms towards Uehara and Naraku, chuckled and said, "Naraku, can you leave with me this time?" "Impossible." "Captain." Uehara and Naraku slowly clenched his fists, shook his head vigorously and said in a deep voice, "This time, I will keep you here. I will never let you escape again." "You are much more confident." Naraku. Aizen Sosuke's smile became even brighter, and he praised softly, "Since you became the captain of the 5th Division, I have been paying attention to everything about you. Compared to you in the past, you are getting better and better now. Whether it is your spiritual pressure or your personality, we haven't seen each other for such a long time, and Naraku has become a qualified captain. This is really surprising." After saying that, Aizen Sosuke's fingers moved slightly, and ripples appeared in the space. He chuckled and continued, "But some gaps cannot be made up by talent, just as no matter how hard I try, I can't cross time to surpass Mr. Madara. You are still not my opponent now, Naraku." Mr. Ichi and Mr. Obito, who have been protecting you, have met their old rivals again. "It seems that no one is protecting you this time. Are you afraid now, huh?" Uehara and Naraku frowned slightly. At this moment, he should be puzzled that Uchiha Ichi and Uchiha Obito have not shown up yet. After all, once they encounter any danger, Uchiha Ichi and Uchiha Obito will show up directly. "Don't you remember?" Aizen stepped forward step by step and explained with a smile, "When I planned the assassination, I sent 2 of my subordinates to stop them. Now, it's just a repeat of the old trick, but in this case, everyone couldn't help but have some worry on their faces. As people who have witnessed the vast spiritual pressure of Aizen Sosuke with their own eyes, they don't think that the people present have the possibility of defeating Aizen Sosuke by joining hands." Naraku. Aizen Sosuke looked around, smiled at everyone and said, "Now you are the only one here to protect Rukia. Do you think you can protect her?" Uehara and Naraku gritted his teeth. Ibirarenji pulled out his Zanpakuto with an unhappy face, looked at Aizen Sosuke and said loudly, "Hey, you guy, don't look down on others." And me." Hinamori Momo slowly tightened her Zanpakuto. However, Aizen Sosuke just shook his head slightly at their struggle, and the next moment his figure suddenly appeared beside Ibirarenji. "Be careful." Uehara and Naraku reminded loudly with a look of shock on his face. It's a pity that Aizen Sosuke's speed is so fast. By the time Uehara and Naraku reminded him, Ibirarenji's eyes had already widened involuntarily, and he slowly lowered his head to look at the tip of the knife that emerged from his lower abdomen. That was Kyokusuagetsu Zanpakuto. Aizen Sosuke severely injured Ibirarenji with a knife, and then slapped Hinamori Momo with a palm, and a strong spiritual pressure instantly severely injured Hinamori Momo. In an instant, only Uehara and Naraku was left in the entire cell to face Aizen Sosuke, the mastermind behind the once turbulent Soul Society. "Don't underestimate me, Captain." Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. The next moment, 11 flashing Zanpakuto of various shapes suddenly appeared in front of Uehara Naraku, and his palm suddenly grabbed one of them. 11 Zanpakuto? A flash of surprise flashed across Aizen Sosuke's face, as if he was a little surprised in disbelief, and then slowly turned into a smile again and said, "What an amazing talent! Although Mr. Orochimaru told me that there is such a possibility." Orochimaru has been giving Aizen Sosuke a shot of prevention. When the two chatted, Orochimaru often praised Uehara Naraku's talent, claiming that Uehara Naraku might be the most gifted head of the Uehara clan in history. According to Orochimaru's guess, Uehara Naraku has 13 Zanpakuto, and he might have mastered 10 or even 11 of them, which means that Uehara Naraku will master all Zanpakuto before he is 100 years old. Or maybe even earlier. According to the information analyzed by Aizen Sosuke, Uehara Naraku mastered 2 Zanpakuto when he was 15 years old. Now, less than 60 years have passed, and Uehara Naraku has mastered 9 more Zanpakuto. This guy's talent is indeed strong. Sure enough, he can't be underestimated. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku's serious expression, chuckled and continued, "I really hope you can stand with me, Naraku. You also have the qualifications to arrange this world." "No need to say more, Captain." Uehara Naraku raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and pointed it at Aizen Sosuke, and said coldly, "When the captain left Soul Society, I swear I will bring you back. This Zanpakuto is prepared for you, Captain." The spirit particle in Uehara Naraku's hand covered the Zanpakuto in his hand little by little, and the Zanpakuto slowly revealed its original appearance. The blade was extremely gorgeous. There were all kinds of carved beams and painted buildings floating on the blade. Just looking at the blade, people can't help but immerse their minds in it, as if they want to enter the blade to peek into the beauty inside. However, behind the gorgeousness, the Zanpakuto looks extremely dreamy, as if it looks like a rootless cloud, and there is no entity at all. "Do you need me to introduce it?" Uehara Naraku glanced at the Zanpakuto in his hand, and then glanced at Aizen Sosuke opposite him. "If you are not careful, even the captain holding the mirror flower and water moon will be completely sunk under this sword." "There is no need for that." Aizen Sosuke shook his head, stretched out his hand to support the broken hair on his forehead, smiled and said, "Mr. Orochimaru told me all the information. The sword held by the 5th generation head of the Uehara clan, Mirage. This is the information obtained by Aizen Sosuke. The Zanpakuto of the 5th generation head of the Uehara clan, Mirage, is said to have the ability to turn all reality into a mirage. This Mirage Zanpakuto is a water-based Zanpakuto like Kagami Water Moon. And the Shikai of this Zanpakuto is also very terrifying. Even the real reality will become an illusory mirage under this sword. Whether it is a real person or any attack, as long as you are contaminated by the clouds floating on the blade of the Mirage Zanpakuto, you will be completely turned into a mirage-like existence by this Zanpakuto at any time. If you know this weakness, the Mirage Zanpakuto may not be so difficult to deal with. As long as you are careful not to let the clouds on the blade float onto you, it will be enough to deal with it. However, this Zanpakuto can even manipulate the water vapor in the air to turn into clouds at any time. In this regard, it is simply the same as Kagami Water Moon. In Aizen Sosuke's eyes, all this seemed to be fate. If possible, Aizen Sosuke would like to fight with the former 5th generation head of the Uehara clan to see which sword is stronger, the Mirage or the Kyokusuigatsu. Unfortunately, the 5th generation head of the Uehara clan died too early. But it doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku, who inherited the entire Uehara clan, can also pick up the Mirage and fight him. Aizen Sosuke suddenly pulled out the Kyokusuigatsu in his hand, and the crisp sound of the sword resounded in the cell. "Shatter, Kyokusuigatsu." "Close your eyes." Uehara Naraku shouted at Kachiki Rukia, and explained in a deep voice, "Once you see Kyokusuigatsu's Shikai, you will become Kyokusuigatsu's slave." The next moment, Uehara Naraku quickly waved his Zanpakuto and rushed towards Aizen Sosuke. With his footsteps, white clouds instantly appeared under his feet and even in the empty area he passed. In just a moment, The whole cell seemed to turn into the sky. Aizen Sosuke waved Kyokusuigetsu and slashed at Uehara Naraku, and this slash rushed towards Uehara Naraku like a sharp arrow. However, the next moment, Uehara Naraku held the Zanpakuto in his hand horizontally. A white cloud suddenly appeared in front of him, and the slash that flew like a sharp arrow directly slashed on the white cloud. At the moment the two came into contact, Aizen Sosuke's slash turned into an illusory bubble. Even though the slash hit Uehara Naraku, it went directly through Uehara Naraku's body. This is the horror of the mirage. Any attack will be directly turned into a mirage. It's a very troublesome Zanpakuto. Aizen Sosuke slowly shook his head, frowning slightly, and the next moment his palm suddenly raised towards Uehara Naraku. Hado 90, Black Coffin. Black walls suddenly rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, Uehara Naraku was wrapped up by black walls. No, it should be said that his body was locked in the black coffin by Aizen Sosuke. The sharp thorns made of spirit particles suddenly stabbed towards the black coffin. These spirit particle sharp thorns were about to pierce Uehara Naraku inside the black coffin. The black coffin of the Broken Way 90 was like an ancient magic of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. But the black coffin would really pierce the heart of a person with 10,000 swords. However, before the sharp thorns pierced into the black coffin, the entire black coffin instantly became somewhat transparent, and Uehara Naraku's body jumped out of the somewhat transparent black coffin. This guy used the characteristics of the mirage to turn the black coffin into an illusion. Snap! Uehara waved his Zanpakuto, chopping all the sharp spikes in the air. His face slowly relaxed, and he looked at Aizen Sosuke and said, "No matter how strong the attack is, it will be ineffective in front of this mirage." Uehara Naraku danced with his sword and said sincerely, "In front of this Zanpakuto, you have no chance of winning, Captain. Is that so?" Aizen Sosuke couldn't help but chuckled, and a crisp sound of water splashing flashed by, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, Aizen Sosuke appeared behind Uehara Naraku, and his gentle voice appeared in Uehara Naraku's ears. "This sword has a fatal weakness. Naraku, only in places where you can see, the real existence will become a mirage, right?" At this point, Aizen Sosuke calmly stretched out his palm to grab a white cloud, and continued softly, "Even the existence of a mirage requires an audience. If there is no owner of the sword as an audience, the mirage will be meaningless." "How did you find out?" Uehara Naraku clenched the Zanpakuto in his hand in disbelief, and his throat even became a little bitter. This should be the first time the mirage has taken action. This moment is not pretending, but Uehara Naraku is really surprised, because after Uehara Naraku successfully practiced this Zanpakuto, he discovered this shortcoming, but he never told anyone about this shortcoming, not even Orochimaru. Moreover, this Zanpakuto named Mirage should be the first time it has appeared in the world. There has never been a similar Zanpakuto before. Should we say, is he worthy of being the legendary genius? It was not long since they fought, and even just 2 rounds, but Aizen Sosuke had already discovered the weakness of Mirage Zanpakuto. "I just asked a question, and it seems that I guessed right." Aizen Sosuke slowly reached out and grabbed the white cloud, pinching it into a ball of water vapor. His voice gradually became a little illusory. "It's still the same. Naraku, you still haven't learned to deceive the enemy now." It was indeed just a test. After learning about the terrifying ability of Mirage, Aizen Sosuke thought about the weakness of this Zanpakuto. There is no doubt that water-based illusion Zanpakuto should be related to vision. After his slash was easily blocked by Uehara Naraku, Aizen Sosuke directly used the black coffin for a second test. Obviously, Uehara Naraku could use his Zanpakuto to create more water vapor and white clouds to destroy the black coffin and the sharp thorns together, but because the black coffin blocked Uehara Naraku's sight, he had to dissolve the black coffin first, and then deal with the attack of the spirit thorns. There is no doubt, Aizen Sosuke is a genius in the world of death. As long as it is the ability of the world of death, Aizen Sosuke seems to be able to find additional weaknesses. This Uehara Naraku seems not so pure. Maybe it's because he has too many cards in his hand. "I'm so sorry, I may not be able to learn to lie. Uehara Naraku took a deep breath, clenched his zanpakuto in his right hand, turned around and slashed at Aizen Sosuke behind him. His voice gradually became excited. Even if it's deceiving the enemy, it's a bit too disrespectful to them. I've been busy recently. Brew it up and try to finish Bleach this month. Chapter 679. Do I look like such a stingy person? Aizen waved his zanpakuto and retreated. Inside the prison cell, there was a flash of lightning. In this small space, the sound of metal clashing between the Mirage Zanpakuto in Uehara Naraku's hand and the Kyokusuiketsu Zanpakuto in Aizen Sosuke's hand was endless. This battle seemed extremely dangerous. Every time Uehara Naraku swung his sword, a white auspicious cloud floated out. Each white cloud was pregnant with danger. Once it was slightly touched, it might turn into a mirage. Even now, Aizen Sosuke did not dare to be careless. He just relied on his instant step to dodge at high speed, and sometimes he would cut the white clouds into pieces when he was in Uehara's blind spot. A meaningless battle. The figure of Aizen Sosuke flashed behind Uehara Naraku again, and his voice was as gentle as spring water. Even when fighting with me, you are showing mercy. Naraku, there is no power in your sword. Uehara Naraku swung his zanpakuto and slashed at Aizen Sosuke's chest, with a rare look of determination on his face. Captain, don't underestimate me. Oh? Aizen Sosuke had a smile on his lips, and he stood quietly there, watching Uehara Naraku's zanpakuto when it approached his chest before he dodged. After dodging one slash after another, he continued calmly, then ... Please tell me, why do you still call a defector captain? The reason for the battle is to make me return to the Soul Society? You should know. Naraku, if it's just a matter of winning or losing, I won't have any idea of changing. Only by getting the Hogyaku in Rukia Kachiki's body and making me a being in another dimension, maybe I will return to this decadent world as you wish. And Aizen Sosuke's voice slowly paused, and the smile on his mouth became a little deeper. As if talking to himself, he said, of course. Why do you think I will also fight a meaningless battle with you? Naraku? Uehara Naraku's attack suddenly stopped. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Rukia Kachiki. Behind the young girl of death, an illusory Aizen Sosuke appeared at some point. He was raising his hand to take out a glowing sphere from Kachiki Rukia's body. That was the Hogyoku hidden in Kachiki Rukia's body. Aizen Sosuke released the Kagami Suigetsu's Bankai at some point. Perhaps before they fought, Aizen Sosuke had already completed his Bankai. He and Uehara Naraku were fighting, attracting everyone's attention, but he used Kagami Suigetsu's Bankai Suigetsu mirror image to seize the Hogyoku in Kachiki Rukia's body. Aizen Sosuke never fights meaninglessly. Aizen's purpose has never been to show Uehara Naraku the gap between them. He just wants to take away the Hogyoku in Kachiki Rukia's body. Give it back. Uehara Naraku flew towards Aizen's Suigetsu mirror image. However, the illusory Aizen tilted his head slightly like a god and glanced at Uehara Naraku. A hint of contempt flashed across his lips, and he swung a transparent zanpakuto and slashed. This slash was just a block. The next moment, the illusory Aizen Sosuke grabbed the Hogyoku and quietly turned over and returned to the main body. After handing the Hogyoku to the main body, he returned to the mirror flower and water moon on his own. I thought I needed to kill her to take out the Hogyoku. Aizen Sosuke stared at the ball of light in his hand, with a little sigh in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get it. This should be the Hogyoku made by Uehara. Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth and looked at this scene. He still turned around and reached out to support Kachiki Rukia, and reached out to push the girl's shoulder. Fortunately, Kachiki Rukia didn't seem to be in any trouble. Uehara Naraku retracted his palm and threw Kachiki Rukia to the ground. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was a bit dull. Rukia Kachiki tried her best to turn her head to look at Naraku Uehara. The fear of Aizen Sosuke in her eyes gradually disappeared, and she was speechless to Naraku Uehara. Hey, Be a little gentle. This guy, can't you be a little gentle? Naraku Uehara didn't have the heart to deal with Rukia Akatsuki. He held the mirage tightly in his hand and slashed at Aizen Sosuke. Give it back. A vast slash filled with his anger. Aizen Sosuke still had a smile on his face. He put away the collapsing jade with his sleeves, waved his hand and hit the air to stop the slash, and was about to disappear in front of everyone's eyes. However, a figure jumped in from the window. A jet-black spiritual pressure turned into a slash and slashed at Aizen Sosuke. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo Kurosaki's voice was full of anger. He happened to see clearly the scene of Aizen Sosuke's mirror image taking down the Hogyoku, and this attack also contained the anger of Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen Sosuke calmly stretched out his finger to block the black slash, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young man who brought disaster is finally here? Kurosaki Ichigo's face was full of shock and anger. Since he and his friends sneaked into the Soul Society, they have been constantly encountering powerful enemies, which forced him to spend some time practicing. During this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also completed his Bankai. Getsuga Tensho is Kurosaki Ichigo's most handy ability, but he didn't expect that it would be easily blocked by Aizen Sosuke. The enemy even used only one finger. However, this did not frighten Ichigo Kurosaki. Instead, his fighting spirit became stronger. Asshole, I don't know what you took from Rukia, but give it back now. Sorry, I can't do it. Aizen Sosuke shook his head slowly, with a smile on his face. That's great. Your growth is also in line with my expectations. It's more in line with my expectations than Naraku. But I'm still looking forward to our next meeting. Whether it's Uehara Naraku or Kurosaki Ichigo, they are both opponents that Aizen Sosuke wants to cultivate. In Aizen Sosuke's view, these two young guys have unlimited possibilities. Uehara Naraku has the spiritual power and Zanpakuto accumulated by the heads of the Uehara clan for generations, which can allow Aizen Sosuke to see the limit of the God of Death accumulated over time. Kurosaki Ichigo has the fusion power of the God of Death, the Quincy and the Hollow, which is also another way that Aizen Sosuke expects they will meet. But it shouldn't be now, because Aizen himself knows his shortcomings. He needs the Hogyoku to make up for his shortcomings and allow himself to evolve further. Maybe. Aizen Sosuke looked at Uehara Naraku, and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. Maybe in the future, he can use these two little guys as his audience when he sits on the throne. Goodbye, Naraku. Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen Sosuke waved his hand and suddenly released a thunder roar cannon. The huge beam of light raised a large amount of smoke and dust. When Uehara Naraku and Kurosaki Ichigo resisted the thunder roar cannon at the same time, Aizen Sosuke's figure had disappeared in the cell. Uehara Naraku jumped to the window, looking for Aizen Sosuke's trace, but he couldn't find any trace at all. That guy escaped? Ichigo Kurosaki jumped to the side of Naraku Uehara and asked in a deep voice, what did he take from Rukia? It is said to be an object called Hogyoku. Naraku Uehara's face was full of worry, and he slowly shook his head and said, I once heard Mr. Tobirama mention that Hogyoku is an extremely dangerous item. It will allow the God of Death to gain power beyond the limit. It seems that the Hogyoku was placed in Rukia's body by Mr. Uehara. Forget it. Ichigo Kurosaki shook his head. He didn't know what was going on with Aizen Sosuke. He only cared about the situation of Rukia Akatsuki. Fortunately, nothing happened to Rukia. Ichigo Kurosaki landed beside Rukia Akatsuki, stretched out his hand to pick up Rukia's body, and wanted to take her away from the cell. No need to take her away. Uehara Naraku stopped Kurosaki Ichigo and said softly, now that Captain Aizen is here, this matter is far more serious than her sharing the power of the God of Death with you. Her crime should be cleared soon. Huh? Forget it. Uehara Naraku looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a vigilant face, waved his hands helplessly, his face full of dejection and helplessness. It's up to you. I will help Renji and the others heal their wounds first. If you want to take Rukia away, please feel free to do so. Thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo carried Rukia on his back and was about to turn around and leave. But when he walked to the door of the prison cell, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help turning his head and said, by the way, Where is Ishita's father? This time they sneaked into the Soul Society not only to rescue Akatsuki Rukia, but also to rescue Ishida Ryu's father Ishida Ryujin. Are you talking about Mr. Ishida Ryujin? Uehara Naraku was surprised for a second, shook his head and said, I don't know where he is imprisoned. Maybe he has been killed. Maybe he is somewhere else. When he said this, Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, and continued softly, by the way, there is one more thing. Your friend may not be as simple as you think. The Quincy has many secrets. He sneaked into the Soul Society not just to rescue his father, right? What do you mean? The ancestors of the Quincy have been hiding in the Soul Society. Uehara Naraku's face was full of solemnity, and he explained in a deep voice, 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Quincy, Yuhak, tried to destroy all the worlds including the human world. 1,000 years ago, Yuhak started a war in Soul Society. Yuhak was stopped by our Captain General Mr. Yamamoto Shigekuni and 2 senior officers of our clan, but Yuhak is still alive and is secretly using his descendants to make trouble in the world. In order to unbalance the world, the Quincy's began to massacre the Hollows hundreds of years ago, completely wiping out the Hollows' spirits, and almost causing the real world, the world of the Hollows, and the Soul Society to fall into chaos. Not long ago, our clan received news that Yuhak has reappeared in this world, and has been constantly guiding his descendants, the Quincy's. At this point, Uehara dropped a strong dose of medicine. If I'm not mistaken, your friend wants to come to the Soul Society, maybe not to rescue Rukia, but to meet Yuhak, this dangerous man, and obtain the power of the Quincy from him. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly shook his head and said with an unhappy face, Ishida is not the kind of person you said. I'm leaving first. As soon as the voice fell, Kurosaki Ichigo took Rukia and jumped through the window, and escaped into the streets of the Soul Society to meet his friends. Uehara Naraku stood by the window, looking at his figure, calmly raised his finger, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other side of the Soul Society, Ishida Ryu was in great crisis. Compared with the roots of others, Ishida Ryu had hardly ever had a smooth journey. There were always countless death gods chasing him along the way, leaving him no time to save Rukia and Ishida Ryujin. Just when Ishida Ryu was in the most danger, a black shadow appeared beside Ishida Ryu, grabbed Ishida Ryu's arm, and dragged him into the shadows. This is... Ishida Ryu's face was full of surprise. A dark figure sat on a tall throne. His voice was somewhat gloomy as he said, a pure-blood descendant? No, he is actually a surviving mixed blood, which is really rare. The shadow in the dark slowly stood up, looked down at Ishida Ryu, and said with some arrogance, a few death gods can force you into a desperate situation. Ishida Ryu, do you know me? Of course. The shadow in the dark slowly solidified. A tall man appeared in front of Ishida Ryu and asked in a muffled voice, Ishida Ryu, do you know where your blood comes from? Don't. Ishida Ryu's brows gradually frowned. Just as Ishida Ryu in the shadow was communicating with the man who saved him, the death gods chasing in the Soul Society stopped. In the corner of the street in the Soul Society, the death team chasing Ishida Ryu stopped where they were. Because Ishida Ryu suddenly disappeared here, they couldn't even detect his location through perception. How could they chase him? The group of death gods looked at each other and nodded to each other. The next moment, the eyes of each death god suddenly became a little absent-minded, as if they were controlled by someone. Uehara Inner City. Senjudo Bairama raised his finger, his brows slightly wrinkled, and then relaxed a little. You can notify Big Brother and Madara. As long as Ishida Ryu appears, we can find out the whereabouts of Yuhak. Then I'll leave it to you. Uehara Naraku's voice appeared in Senjudo Bairama's mind, and his voice had a playful smile. Before Captain Ace infuses the Hogyoku, don't let Yuhak disturb us. Get rid of him completely. After Uehara Naraku finished his order, he added, oh, by the way, let Ishida Ryu carry the darkness and move forward. Let me think about his personality. A pure-blooded descendant of a Quincy who will do anything for power, in the name of saving people. He asked people to help him sneak into the Soul Society, but in fact he didn't care about his friends at all, just to get power from his ancestors. Senju Tobirama was silent. In this way, can the little guy Ishidarayu still have friends? After thinking for a moment, Tobirama Senju seemed to have thought of something, and sighed. You treat him like this just because that little brat scolded you? Do I look like such a petty person? Not like that. Uehara is actually not that petty. Chapter 680. The defeated Ishidarayu, and the purple arrow appeared from the black hole. Uehara cut off the connection. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but grit his teeth. How can this little bastard Uehara Naraku have the nerve to say that he is not a stingy person? He has no idea what image he has in the eyes of others, right? It's just that Senju Tobirama's attention should be more on Ishidarayu and he is too lazy to bother with this guy Uehara Naraku. As for Aizen Sosuke, who just collected the Hogyoku, Senju Tobirama probably knows in his heart that Aizen Sosuke is Uehara Naraku's prey, and they, the so-called dead attendants, will not be allowed to intervene at all. In the Soul Society, countless Shinigami are searching for the whereabouts of Aizen Sosuke. Originally, when the Shinigami wanted to continue to capture Kurosaki Ichigo and others, Uehara Naraku spoke up to testify for Kurosaki Ichigo and resolved the crisis of Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Compared with Kurosaki Ichigo's group of troublemakers, it is obvious that Aizen Sosuke is the biggest threat to the Soul Society, and the entire Soul Society is boiling. But what they never expected was that Aizen Sosuke had not left the Soul Society, and was even in the most important place of the Soul Society, the entrance to the Soul Society and the Soul King Palace. Aizen Sosuke stood here calmly, watching the space in front of him slowly crack open, and a voice fell into his ears. You are not strong enough now. It doesn't matter, it will be soon. Aizen Sosuke nodded with a smile, and said with a smile, Mr. Kabuto, so you can't give me the key to the Soul King Palace now? That's right. A calm voice came from the space crack. Your strength is not enough. It is far from enough. If you want to sit on the throne, you must at least have a spiritual pressure that surprises me. Is that so? Aizen Sosuke nodded again, narrowed his eyes slightly, and continued softly. It doesn't matter. I just want to see if Mr. Kabuto has forgotten our agreement. Don't worry. In the space crack, Kabuto Yakushi's voice was still calm, and even sighed. Hundreds or even thousands of years have passed. I am never impatient. I thought you would stand at a higher place before contacting me again. It won't be too long. Aizen Sosuke slowly took out the Hogyoku he had collected, smiled and said, I just fused the two Hogyoku together. I found something very interesting. The Hogyoku is actually a living being. Yes, the collapsing jade is actually a living thing. Even after discovering this, Aizen Sosuke couldn't help but be a little surprised. How could an object like collapsing jade be a living creature? No, or rather, this is not surprising at all. Before Urahara Kisuke made the collapsing jade, Aizen Sosuke made his own collapsing jade, and even got the accessory black zetsu. However, his collapsing jade was not satisfying no matter how many souls and spirit particles it devoured, until the two collapsing jade were completely fused to be considered successful. And the effect of the collapsing jade is very interesting. This collapsing jade can be materialized by absorbing people's hearts. In a sense, the ability of the collapsing jade is to be able to fulfill people's wishes. To literally fulfill people's wishes, this ability can be called terrifying. Therefore, the first thought of Aizen Sosuke when he got the collapsing jade was to find a way to enter the Soul King Palace. He contacted the previous Yakushi Kabuto without thinking. So it seems that, did the collapsing jade really fulfill his wish? So what's the reason for your coming? Kabuto Yakushi's voice was still steady, as if he didn't care about the Hogyoku in Aizen Sosuke's hand at all. He just continued, do you want to get information about the Hogyoku from me? Maybe I had this idea before. Aizen Sosuke's mouth corner slightly raised, and he smiled and said, but there is no need for this now. We will meet again soon. Strictly speaking, this is the first truly completed Hogyoku in the world. Aizen Sosuke came to see Kabuto Yakushi just because he wanted to know how to enter the Soul King Palace, and the Hogyoku unconsciously led Aizen Sosuke to come here. Now Aizen Sosuke has discovered the strangeness of the Hogyoku. Then what he needs to do next is to return to the Hukamondo and use his own power to make this Hogyoku succumb to him, so that he can become the true master of the Hogyoku. The space crack closed quietly. The voice of Kabuto Yakushi was no longer heard. Aizen Sosuke smiled at the corner of his mouth and quietly left the Soul Society. He had found the direction of his evolution. As long as he gets the approval of the Hogyoku, then his real plan can begin. With the appearance and departure of Aizen Sosuke, and the news that he took away the Hogyoku from Ruki Akachiki's body, the entire Soul Society had to pay attention to this former traitor again. According to the wishes of the Gotai 13, they certainly hope to enter the Hukomundo, but now they are a little short of manpower, and can only wait for Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni to return and issue an order. Ruki Akachiki stayed in the Soul Society to practice. Ichigo Kurosaki, Orihime Noe and Yasutaro Chitaro were forgiven by the Gotai 13, and they are still searching for Ishida Ryu in the Soul Society. Unfortunately, there has been no clue. The Shinigami who were responsible for hunting down Ishida Ryu also told Ichigo Kurosaki what they encountered. They believed that Ishida Ryu should have surrendered to a powerful existence. In this case, Ichigo Kurosaki took out Uehara Naraku's words with some curiosity, and this statement was immediately accepted by the Shinigami of the Soul Society. Even Urahara Kisuke, Shiryu and Yoruichi and Kachiki by Akaya would not refute. The Uehara clan is the oldest clan, and Uehara Naraku is the most sincere head of the clan in history. He would not use this matter to deceive people. Even though Kurosaki Ichigo believed that his friend would never do that, he did not find Ishida Ryu after all. When Ishida Ryu returned, if Ishida Ryu really wanted to obtain the power of the ancestor Quincy, he would use them to sneak into the Soul Society. Then they really didn't know what to do. Time slipped away bit by bit. Staying in Soul Society for a long time is not a good thing for the living. It looks like there's no way. Let's go first and come back later. Is Uehara Castle the only one that hasn't been searched? It seems that outsiders are not allowed to enter there. Could it be that Ishida was captured by the Uehara clan? Kurosaki Ichigo, Inoue Orihime and others were still discussing these things when they slowly turned their attention to Uehara Castle. They wanted to put the blame on the Uehara clan. Fortunately, someone spoke up for them. Urahara Kisuke shook his head and explained softly. The pursuing Shinigami squad saw Ishida disappear into the shadows with their own eyes, which led them to lose Ishida. Besides, Uehara Naraku never lies, and he won't kill innocent people. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head. But when we first met, Ishida scolded Uehara. Could it be because of this reason? Impossible. Shiryu and Yoruichi frowned, denying the correct answer, and continued. The young head of the family, Uehara Naraku, is still very generous. What's more, the death attendants of the Gotai 13 are not in the Soul Society. No one else should do such a thing. What Lord Uehara Naraku said is indeed the truth. Kachiki by Akaya took over the conversation. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face, as if he was reluctant to say anything good about the Uehara clan. It was only at this moment that Byakuya Kachiki knew that he should not hide the truth. Mr. Naraku was right. The enemy that Captain General Yamamoto has been chasing, the one who was called Hwaka 1,000 years ago, is indeed the ancestor of the Quincy clan. There is no way to avoid this kind of thing. The four nobles of Soul Society all know something about the history of thousands of years. Hwaka is naturally not a special secret, but this kind of thing needs to be concealed. However, Uehara Naraku opened the door first. The young family head directly told the relationship between Hwaka and the Quincy, and even the grudges between Hwaka and Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni and the four deadly officers of the Uehara clan. In this case, it is meaningless for Byakuya Kachiki to continue to conceal it. It is better to just tell what he knows, so that Ichigo Kurosaki and others will give up. People have been persuading them non-stop, which makes Ichigo Kurosaki, Orihime Noe, and Yasutaro Chidori very troubled, and they can only choose to retreat first helplessly. Just when Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions were about to withdraw to the human world, the alarm sounded again throughout the Soul Society. Another enemy invaded. From a distance, a sharp arrow flashing with blue light instantly shot through the sky of the Soul Society. This familiar move made everyone's eyes light up. Only the Quincy can use this ability similar to purification. Ishida. A flash of excitement flashed across Ichigo Kurosaki's face. The next moment, Ichigo Kurosaki, Orihime, Yasutaro Chidori and others quickly rushed to the direction where the arrow was shot, where they saw their long-lost friends. No. Should I say? Completely different friends. When Ishida Ryu, who had been missing for many days, reappeared, the spiritual pressure on his body was strangely strong, even compared to those powerful captain-level Shinigami. Facing a group of besieged Shinigami, Ishida Ryu showed a strong suppression force. This power is completely different from the previous Ishida Ryu. Everyone present felt heavy-hearted when they saw Ishida Ryu, whose spirit particles were unusually active. Perhaps this guy did what Uehara Naraku said, and his purpose of sneaking into Soul Society was to get this power from his ancestors. Uehara Castle. On the high wall, Ishida Ryu stood by the wall of Uehara Castle, with a cloak on his back, standing against the wind, holding a white spirit bow in his hand. Yes, Ishida Ryu did get a powerful power. Ishida Ryu met Hwak in the shadow space, which made Hwak extremely shocked by his identity, because Ishida Ryu was not a true pure-blood descendant. He was the descendant of a pure-blooded Quincy and a half-blooded Quincy. However, Ishida Ryu survived when Hwak performed divine separation. In an absolute sense, when Hwak performed divine separation to absorb power from other Quincies, pure-blooded Quincies would temporarily lose power, and half-blooded Quincies would absolutely lose power and life. Ishida Ryu survived. This had to surprise Hwak. He guessed that Ishida Ryu might have something or the possibility to surpass him. Similarly, this also made Hwak speechless about Ishida Ryu's incompetence. Therefore, Hwak personally performed an awakening ceremony for Ishida Ryu, increased his strength, and gave him the knowledge of the Quincy. Hwak even wanted to make Ishida Ryu a successor. With the holiness of Hwak, there are not many Quincies in the world. Ishida Ryu, who is still obsessed with the power of the Quincy and his talent, is very useful. Who made Hwak's living environment bad? Yamamoto Shigekuni and the 4 deadly officers of the Uehara clan are all chasing him. Even Hwak can't help but feel a little overwhelmed. He really needs some help and subordinates now. Therefore, after giving Ishida Ryu the power and knowledge of the Quincy, Hwak released Ishida Ryu back to the human world and asked him to test the Uehara clan. Coincidentally, for Ishida Ryu, this is what he wanted to do, because Ishida Ryu saw with his own eyes that the enemies of the Uehara clan had captured his father, Ishida Ryujin, and he needed this power to defeat the Uehara clan and rescue his father. Ishida Ryu could feel that he was very powerful now, and even he could clearly feel that he had received a terrifying improvement. Hand over my father. Ishida Ryu pulled a spirit bow in his hand, and the spirit quickly turned into an arrow of light and appeared on the bow, slowly aiming at the streets of Uehara Castle. Ishida Ryu looked at the people in Uehara Castle, his face full of arrogance and indifference. Perhaps in this case, I will spare your lives. Stop. Uehara Naraku's figure appeared on the city wall, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Ishida Ryu, I will help you find out the whereabouts of your father. Don't do it here. There are innocent people below. You don't want these people to die in the aftermath of the battle, right? I don't care. Ishida Ryu sneered, and suddenly pointed the spirit bow in his hand at Uehara Naraku. His palm suddenly loosened and shot out the spirit light arrow. A few months ago, he just cursed the Uehara clan a few times in the world, and his father was captured by the Uehara clan's dead servants. Now he wants to know if he has killed the head of the Uehara clan. Will those bastards go crazy? Another guy who likes to play with bows and arrows. Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his palm, and a black hole appeared in front of him. His voice was inexplicably more cheerful. Sasuke, do some work, asshole. An angry curse came from the black hole. Along with this curse, a purple arrow wrapped in lightning suddenly shot out from the black hole. This purple long arrow instantly defeated Ishida Ryu's light arrow. Even this purple long arrow did not lose its momentum. It directly nailed the astonished Ishida Ryu to the battlement of the city wall. Creating a chance for Sasuke to appear. The author is worthy of being a fan of Sasuke. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681. Are you willing to believe me? What a joke. Blood gushed out of the corner of Ishida Ryu's mouth. The giant purple arrow that shot out from the black hole pierced his body directly, and he was seriously injured before he even had time to react. He had just awakened the power of the Quincy. The guy named Uebach told him that this power was enough for him to easily defeat the captain-level Shinigami of the Gotai 13, but he was suppressed before he could even show off. What kind of monster is hidden in that black hole? The power contained in this giant purple arrow is more terrifying than the sacred arrow of the Quincy, and it directly defeated the arrow he shot with one blow. Fortunately, Ishida Ryu not only improved his spiritual power, but he also obtained the magical ability given by Uebach, so that he would not lose confidence directly. Completely opposite, Ishida Ryu's eyes suddenly looked at Uehara Naraku. The next moment, Ishida Ryu pulled out the giant purple arrow from his body with force, and his injuries recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original state. And opposite Ishida Ryu, Uehara, a blood hole appeared strangely on his body. This is the ability that Ishida Ryu obtained in the awakening ceremony, which can completely reverse and change the events that have already happened, and assign them to other people. This strange ability is also the biggest uncertainty in the world of death. Even Uehara Naraku couldn't help but be a little surprised. He couldn't help but lower his head slightly, looking at the wound on his body, and the surprise on his face was not concealed at all. Is this the complete opposite of Ishida Ryu? This wound is almost the most serious injury Uehara Naraku has ever suffered. This injury is not a big deal. The wounds on Uehara Naraku's body were also recovering rapidly, and even slowly recovered to their original state under the watchful eyes of Ishida Ryu. If it weren't for the trace of blood around the wound, it would not even be possible to tell that Uehara Naraku had been injured. The damage caused by Uchiha Sasuke's ordinary Susanoo arrow was no different from a heavy blow to Ishida Ryu, but it was not a big problem for Uehara Naraku now. Even so, this wound was shocking enough. Not to mention Uehara Naraku himself. Even Uchiha Sasuke was hiding on the other side of the black hole world, and Senjudo Bairama, who was observing all this in the city, were full of surprise. This was the first time someone had directly injured Uehara Naraku. It was a bit of a pity that Ishida Ryu's complete opposition caused too little damage to Uehara Naraku, or it was the damage caused by Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo arrow that was too little. Really, Uchiha Sasuke felt a little regretful. He would have used Indra's arrow earlier. Of course, if Uchiha Sasuke used Indra's arrow, Ishida Ryu might not be able to withstand his attack. After all, not everyone has the vigorous vitality of Uehara Naraku. How is it possible? Ishida Ryu's face was almost undisguised with some horror. He knew exactly how terrible the penetration injury of the purple giant arrow was. However, Uehara Naraku in front of him had completely recovered in just a few seconds. Are the captain-level Shinigami in Soul Society so terrifying? It's a very terrifying power. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head and looked at Ishida Ryu. He waved his hand to put away the black hole universe, and a serious look flashed across his face. Ishida Ryu, this is the first time I have seen someone who can hurt my body. It's really terrifying. Hey ... you guy. Ishida Ryu's eyes showed some anger, and he said angrily without disguising, "You are not injured at all." He saw Uehara Naraku's body recover with his own eyes. Compared to the strange ability of complete opposition, the fact that Uehara Naraku in front of him could recover from such injuries with just his physical fitness made Ishida Ryu a little uneasy. This means that it is difficult for him to kill Uehara Naraku, because Ishida Ryu did not think that his attack could have the power of Susanoo's arrow. This is not calculated according to the injury. A voice suddenly appeared in their ears. A white-haired man wearing blue leather armor stood on the wall at some point. He looked at Ishida Ryu with an expression that was almost full of undisguised anger. "Quincy kid, it seems that you don't know Naraku's identity." It was Senjudo Bairama. As for why this guy was angry, it was probably because he was angry that Ishida Ryu's ability was too strange. but because Ishida Ryu's own strength could not get rid of Uehara Naraku. Of course, Senju Tobirama's thought was just a flash. To be honest, compared to getting rid of Uehara Naraku, it was obviously more advantageous for them to follow Uehara Naraku. The only problem was that it was a bit aggrieved, this kind of scourge. If you can't kill him, you can only stand with him. When thinking of this, a sigh flashed through Senju Tobirama's heart, and a trace of anger gradually appeared on his face. Anyone who harms Naraku will be regarded as subverting the peace of Soul Society. It seems that I have to ask you to stay here and be my test subject with your father. When Ishida Ryu was still confused, Senju Tobirama's figure suddenly disappeared from Ishida Ryu's sight. This speed made the Quincy's eyes immediately appear uneasy. As a Quincy archer, the most taboo thing is that the enemy disappears in front of his eyes, which means that it is difficult for his eyes to keep up with the enemy's speed. If he can't even keep up with the enemy's sight, then how can he attack the enemy's body? He can't see Senju Tobirama's figure at all. How can he use the bow and arrow to penetrate the enemy's body? Ishida Ryu's mind is racing. The next moment, Ishida Ryu's body rose from the ground. The genius Quincy, who had been awakened by Huat, paused, and his Flayan Jiao disappeared instantly. There was even a ball of spirit particles under his feet, which lifted his body into the air. Ishida Ryu suddenly pulled up the spirit bow. Light arrows flew down to the ground. At this moment, Ishida Ryu relied on his intuition and speculation about the enemy's attack, thinking that Senju Tobirama would attack him where he was. What Ishida Ryu had never expected was that Senju Tobirama's figure floated in the air, calmly holding his arms and watching Ishida Ryu shoot countless light arrows at the ground. The fifth officer of the Uehara clan flashed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, slowly raised his fingers and chanted the name of his own technique. Humphrey. What an ignorant and naive kid. Broken path water style water dragon bullet technique. The spirit particles separated from Senju Tobirama's body, slowly rising up a group of roaring waves, turning into a water dragon and whistling towards Ishida Ryu. In an instant, the water dragon caught Ishida Ryu's body, and directly smashed the Quincy to the ground and made him unconscious. Just one move solved Ishida Ryu. Take him to the laboratory. Wait, a loud voice interrupted Senju Tobirama. Kurosaki Ichigo flew onto the wall of Uehara Castle, waving his Zanpakuto and confronting Senju Tobirama. Chad Yasutaro, In Aorihime, Urahara Kisuke and others also rushed here. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo's recklessness, Urahara Kisuke and Shiyu and Yoruichi both had solemn faces. They didn't want Kurosaki Ichigo to conflict with the Uehara clan at all. If a conflict occurred at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo would undoubtedly not be the opponent of the Uehara clan. Even Urahara Kisuke and Shiyu and Yoruichi might ruin the relationship that they had finally eased with the Uehara clan. Now it seems that the only person who can be counted on. Urahara Kisuke slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku on the other side of the city wall. Only this person could possibly stop the impending conflict. Unfortunately, Uehara Naraku did not seem to have any intention of intervening. The young master, who had always been tolerant and kind, had a complicated expression on his face. Looking at Ishida Ryu lying on the ground, his face seemed to be slightly disgusted and dissatisfied. What on earth was going on? Ichigo. Uehara Naraku looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who wanted to stop the Shinigami squad affiliated with the Uehara clan from taking Ishida Ryu, and gently persuaded him, "Don't hinder Mr. Tobirama. Ishida is my friend." Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Tobirama Senju in the air with an unhappy face, waving his Zanpakuto and pointing at Tobirama Senju. "Hey, we have already negotiated with the Soul Society, and none of our people must be left behind. Don't talk nonsense." Ichigo, Shifengyu and Yoruichi appeared next to Ichigo Kurosaki in an instant, and knocked Ichigo Kurosaki down with a slap. Shifengyu and Yoruichi suppressed Ichigo Kurosaki, raised his head and looked at Tobirama Senju, with a smile on his face. "Mr. Tobirama, this kid is just a human, and doesn't know much about the situation in the Soul Society. It's a bit true to you." Indeed, the Soul Society forgave Ichigo Kurosaki and his group of troublemakers. Because Ichigo Kurosaki and Sosuke Aizen are both enemies, and the captains of the Gotai 13 all intercede for Ichigo Kurosaki and others, and Ichigo Kurosaki is the son of the former captain of the 10th Division, Isshin Kurosaki, which is why the Soul Society will give in. However, the Uehara clan has nothing to do with the top leaders of the Soul Society. Seriously speaking, the decisions of the Soul Society may not be recognized by the Uehara clan, and there will be no good results if you rashly offend the Uehara clan, not to mention Isshin Kurosaki now. Even when the Shiba clan, to which Isshin Kurosaki belonged, was still aristocratic with Akatsuki and Shiyuin hundreds of years ago, they did not dare to rashly offend the wealthy Uehara clan. What's more, Isshin Kurosaki has already retired and lived in seclusion. Hey, Ichigo Kurosaki struggled desperately to stand up. However, Yoruichi Shioin stepped on Ichigo Kurosaki's head, but still looked at Tobirama Senju with a smile on her face. Mr. Tobirama, little human beings are very rude. Can I take them away first? This they refers to Ichigo Kurosaki and Ryu Ishita. Tobirama Senju's eyes were full of contempt, and his finger pointed at Ryu Ishita, looking at Yoruichi Shioin coldly. Yoruichi Shioin, do you know the relationship between this little Quincy and what? Yoruichi Shioin's expression was slightly stiff, because Ichigo Kurosaki mentioned what Naraku Uehara said. She certainly knew something in her heart, and perhaps guessed that Ryu Ishida should come to the Soul Society to find what, that is the 1,000-year-old enemy of the Soul Society. But this kind of thing, there should be no evidence, right? The ancestor of the Quincy is what? Senju Tobirama hugged his arms and explained softly, this brat has contacted Hwak and obtained the evil power bestowed by Hwak. Their evil is worse than that of the Uchiha. Senju Tobirama seemed to have let something slip, coughed lightly a few times, and continued, this brat is definitely not just an ordinary Quincy. It has only been a few months since he entered the Soul Society, but his power has changed a lot. Many Shinigami have seen this Quincy brat enter the shadows, which is exactly the shadow space where we suspected Hwak was hiding. This brat used you to enter the Soul Society in order to obtain the power bestowed by Hwak, and now his goal has been achieved. I suspect that he is an assassin sent by Hwak to assassinate Naraku in order to stir up unrest in Soul Society. The Quincy clan never has good intentions. 200 years ago, the turmoil of exterminating the Quincy was definitely not a wrong decision. The Quincy clan does not deserve to be tolerated at all. Senju Tobirama looked at the people present with cold eyes, and continued in a cold voice, I will propose to the Central 46th Chamber that any descendants of the Quincy, any human with Quincy blood, once the identity is verified, must be quickly captured and killed. The faces of Urahara Kisuke, Kachiki Byakuya and others who followed could not help but change, and everyone looked at each other involuntarily. If Senju Tobirama proposed, the Central 46th Chamber would never deny this proposal. Just a descendant of a Quincy, it just so happens that the ancestor of the Quincy is the 1,000-year-old enemy of Soul Society. It would be great to sell it to Senju Tobirama as a favor. However, there is a problem. That is, Kurosaki Ichigo is also a descendant of a Quincy. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, Kurosaki Masaki, is also a pure-blooded Quincy. It is not easy to conceal this matter, because as long as the Uehara clan is willing to investigate, they will definitely be able to find out the relationship between Ishida Ryu's family and Kurosaki Ichigo's family. Now, it seems to be troublesome. Not only is it a problem to save Ishida Ryu, but also to send Kurosaki Ichigo out of Soul Society immediately, and then find a way to cover up those traces. What's more, Ishida Ryu is too suspicious. They have seen Ishida Ryu's sudden surge in spiritual power, and coupled with the testimonies provided by the Shinigami squads that were chasing Ishida Ryu, Ishida Ryu did enter a shadow space. To be honest, there is a lot of evidence. Ichigo Uehara and Naraku slowly walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo, and he reached out and helped Kurosaki Ichigo up. Facing Ichigo Kurosaki's confused gaze, Uehara and Naraku said softly, Ishida Ryu will be detained in Uehara Castle temporarily. When Mr. Madara and Captain Yamamoto catch Hwak and find out all the truth, they will clear his name. After that, Uehara and Naraku said sincerely, before that, I will ask Mr. Tobirama not to embarrass them. As a friend who once fought side by side with me, are you willing to believe my promise now? Chapter 682 The eve of the decisive battle. I don't believe it. Kurosaki Ichigo's words almost made Uehara and Naraku explode. What's the IQ of these hot-blooded male protagonists in anime? They don't see the situation clearly at all. Do they have to be hot-blooded at all times? What's the benefit of conflicting with the powerful evil force of their Uehara clan at this time? Senju Tobirama can kill you, a cub with 3 powers, in a minute. This is indeed Kurosaki Ichigo's character. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't care about those messes. Now Kurosaki Ichigo just wants to rescue his friend, regardless of whether he is a pawn sent by Huck. Not to mention that Kurosaki Ichigo has not yet completely figured out who Huck is. He only knows that he is not a good person. Of course, Uehara Naraku in front of him is a good person. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo believes what Uehara Naraku said in his heart, he still wants to rescue Ishida Ryu. He will not give up his friend before asking the answer in person. This makes Kurosaki Ichigo seem a little ignorant of the times. However, it is precisely because he is willing to sacrifice his life for a friend that he is recognized by others. HMPH, arrogant. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and flew to Kurosaki Ichigo's side. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was alert and waved his Zangetsu to chop at Senju Tobirama who was attacking him, he saw the finger of the white-haired man in blue leather armor suddenly point at his Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo's face was covered with fear, and his body was unable to move under this finger. The spell spread along his body little by little. Mr. Tobirama, Shifengu and Yoruichi, Urahara Kisuke and Uehara Naraku spoke at the same time. After the 3 people spoke at the same time to stop Senju Tobirama, they looked at each other again. Urahara Kisuke and Shifengu and Yoruichi took a few steps back. They placed their hopes of persuading Senju Tobirama on Uehara Naraku. Obviously, Uehara Naraku did not disappoint them. At this point in time when the net is about to close, Uehara Naraku will not let anyone down. Only in this way can these people see what true despair is. Mr. Tobirama, please let Ichigo go. Uehara Naraku's palm fell on Senju Tobirama's wrist, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Ichigo is my friend." Senju Tobirama withdrew his arm dully, declaring that Kurosaki Ichigo is your friend at this time? Then this kid's life is pretty miserable. As everyone knows, anyone who is regarded as a friend by Uehara Naraku at this time is already at the peak of his life, and his life will be full of ups and downs from then on. If Ichigo doesn't want to believe it, Uehara Naraku looked at Senju Tobirama. His eyes flashed with a strange color, and he said softly, "Then let's wait for Mr. Ishida Ryu to wake up, and then we will ask him. I believe that with his proud character, he will not deceive us." "There is no need for that." Senju Tobirama shook his head and shouted to the death squad next to him, "You guys, go and bring witnesses to hunt down Ishida Ryu. The evidence is conclusive and he can't refute it. The entire Quincy clan and the descendants of the Quincy's are pawns of Huck. Ishida won't." Mr. Tobirama has a point. Urahara Kisuke suddenly interrupted Ichigo Kurosaki's argument, reached out and pressed the brim of his hat, and whispered, "Let's hand Ishida Ryu to Naraku's care first. Ichigo, Rukia has been pardoned. You are no longer qualified to stay in the Soul Society." No one expected that Urahara Kisuke would stand on the side of Senju Tobirama. Even Uehara Naraku couldn't help but be a little surprised. No, it doesn't seem worth being surprised, because Senju Tobirama will soon propose to hunt down the remaining Quincy's and their descendants in the world, and Ichigo Kurosaki in front of him is the son of a Shinigami and a Quincy, and is also among those being hunted. Urahara Kisuke needs to protect Ichigo Kurosaki's safety, compared to Ishida Ryu, a Quincy whose identity is questionable. Ichigo Kurosaki, a human who possesses the power of a Quincy, a Hollow, and a Shinigami, is the person Urahara Kisuke wants to protect secretly, and he is also the most useful person. Urahara Kisuke's position in the hearts of Ichigo Kurosaki and others is very different. His views can easily influence the people present. Even though Orihime and Yasutaro Chidori were somewhat dissatisfied, they were quickly winked at by Yoruichi Shiuen, They had to agree with this proposal. Ruki Akatsuki stepped forward, grabbed Ichigo Kurosaki's arm, and whispered to her friend, "Ichigo, leave Soul Society immediately." "Yes, let's go. If we don't leave, Uncle Ishin will be worried. We have been here for so long." Xiaoli and Yuka must have been worried for a long time. "Don't worry, Ichigo, if you don't leave." Uehara Kisuke grabbed Ichigo Kurosaki's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Whether it's you, Yasutara and Inoue, you will fall into danger. Go back immediately and tell your father everything that happened here." Ichigo Kurosaki's expression was slightly puzzled. After a long time, he nodded dully and was forced to leave here with his friends. But before leaving, he still asked Uehara and Naraku to take care of Ishida Ryu. Uehara and Naraku naturally agreed. After Kurosaki, Ichigo and his friends left, the unconscious Ishida Ryu was directly locked up in the research institute of Uehara in our city. Senjudo Bairama would find a way to extract the blood of Huaken Ishida Ryu, because the awakening of the Quincy requires the blood provided by Huak. According to Uehara and Naraku's idea, he naturally wanted to get rid of Huak in advance before the decisive battle with Aizen Sosuke. What he hated most was the guy who was not controlled. The research institute of Uehara in our city. The instruments in the underground laboratory were filled with corpses. These corpses were all mixed blood Quincy who died when Huak launched the holy separation. Their blood was also collected by Senjudo Bairama and made into weapons to kill Huak. Compared to 1,000 years ago, the current Soul Society is actually more dangerous to Huak. Perhaps he himself knows this and has been hiding in the shadow space without showing up. Even the arrest of Ishida Ryu did not lead to the appearance of Huak. This guy's caution really makes people want to scratch their heads. This is Ishida Ryu. In a sense, Ishida Ryu was once personally designated by Huak as the heir to the empire, equivalent to the crown prince of the Invisible Empire, and his status is similar to that of Portgas d'Ace in the Whitebeard Pirates. Forget it. Uehara and Naraku looked at Ishida Ryu, who was drowsy and exhausted after Huak's blood was extracted, waved his hand and had him locked up in the dungeon, shook his head and sighed. It seems that only by using the Soul King as bait in the future can the guy be lured out. Apart from the Soul King, there seems to be nothing worthy of Huak's attention. Compared with Aizen Sosuke, Huak has obtained too much. And Aizen Sosuke's ultimate goal is also the Soul King. No one in the Soul Society would ever have thought that someone would actually want to use the Soul King as bait to lure the two ultimate masterminds in this world. It's just that the action styles of these two masterminds have gradually changed. Because of his concern for the current strength of the Soul Society, Huak has been hiding in the shadow world and refused to show up, and he won't even appear in Hukamundo or the real world. However, after obtaining the Hogyoku, Aizen Sosuke frequently sent out train cars to disrupt the real world. After hearing about the power of Orihime, he even wanted to send Okuyor to secretly kidnap Orihime. However, Uehara Kisuke got the news from White Zetsu, stopped Okuyor's actions in time, and saved Orihime. With the frequent actions of the Rankars, the Soul Society also realized that Aizen Sosuke was no longer silent, and it was very likely that he wanted to start a decisive battle. Under such circumstances, Yamamoto Genri Uzashigi-kun, the captain of the Gotai 13, had no choice but to give up the pursuit of Huak and set his sights on encircling and suppressing Aizen Sosuke. In Hukamundo, in the Palace of the Night, Aizen Sosuke sat calmly on the throne, tilting his head to look at the Hogyoku in his hand, with a slight smile on his lips. He had just achieved his goal and successfully subdued the Hogyoku, which was finally completed, with his own power. Is this the Hogyoku? Junikomaru narrowed his eyes and looked at the shining Hogyoku curiously. It looks ordinary. Who would have thought it would contain such a terrifying power? Yeah. Aizen Sosuke chuckled, looked at Junikomaru and said, "Jin, do you need me to help you use the Hogyoku to get the power of the Hollow? This will make your power even stronger." "Is there no need for that?" Junikomaru still narrowed his eyes, slowly shook his head and said, "Teacher Kabuto once told me that if you don't have enough overwhelming strength, it would be a very stupid thing to merge your unknown power without authorization. That's really a pity." Aizen Sosuke didn't care. Compared with the original history of Bleach, Aizen Sosuke has become much more tolerant of Junikomaru, Even now he knows that Jinakamaru is not loyal to him. However, the current status of Jinakamaru is not simple. He is the hostage left by Kabuto Yakushi next to Sosuke Aizen, and he is also the disciple that Kabuto Yakushi deliberately entrusted Sosuke Aizen to take care of. Sosuke Aizen wants to get the key to enter the Soul King Palace from Kabuto Yakushi, a member of the Zero Division, and it is definitely impossible for him to attack Jinakamaru. In fact, Sosuke Aizen also has a good impression of Jinakamaru. In the entire Kyoanyaku Palace, most of the hollows are loyal to Orochimaru, and only Koi 8 Stark and Ulquiorra are loyal to Sosuke Aizen. In addition to these, Jinakamaru is the only confidant of Sosuke Aizen. Whether it is the power of Jinakamaru, or the wisdom and identity of Jinakamaru, Sosuke Aizen loves this subordinate very much. He hopes to use his charm and strength to make Jinakamaru completely surrender to him, then influence Kabuto Yakushi through Jinakamaru. This pair of all-round master and apprentice have always been the two subordinates that Aizen Sosuke most wanted. Even Ulquiorra is far behind them. Congratulations. Ikamaru Jin slightly opened his eyes and glanced at the Hogyoku, then turned to look at Aizen Sosuke. In this case, it seems that our goal will be achieved soon. Everything is still unknown. Aizen Sosuke shook his head slowly, and said softly, although our plans have not been very smooth, we have come to this day. After I fuse with the Hogyoku, I will notify Mr. Orochimaru and prepare to start attacking the Soul Society directly. Attack the Soul Society? Yes. Aizen Sosuke tapped the table with his fingers, and pondered. I got a promise from Mr. Kabuto that as long as we can stand in front of him, he will open the door to the Soul King Palace for us. Before that, it will be enough to get rid of the Gotai 13. When he said this, a smile appeared on the corner of Aizen Sosuke's mouth, and he continued softly, of course, there is also the little guy Naraku. I really want to see how much he will grow. In addition to taking care of Kurosaki Ichigo, it seems that Naraku also needs a little extra care. According to Aizen Sosuke's idea, Ichigo Kurosaki and Naraku Uehara were both trained by him in secret. Now Ichigo Kurosaki frequently encounters hollows, and Aizen Sosuke has honed his strength little by little, especially during this period of time. Ichigo Kurosaki has obtained the power of the hollow in his body, and with the help of Urahara Kisuke, he has learned the hollow ability of the masked core. But Naraku Uehara makes Aizen Sosuke a little embarrassed, because the strength of that little guy is too difficult to define. He is always protected by the Deadpool officer, and his personality seems to be getting weaker and weaker. This is not what Aizen Sosuke expected. Therefore, Aizen Sosuke hopes to inspire Uehara Naraku's fighting spirit through one thing. If a truly strong person does not have the heart of a strong person, he is just a useless person. Aizen Sosuke's ideas are to some extent no different from those in other worlds. He also likes to use emotions to manipulate others. The most important thing in this world is bond. Who is the most important person for Naraku? This question. Ikamaru Jin narrowed his eyes again, and couldn't help but chuckled and said, for him, the person who has the greatest influence on him should be Captain Aizen, right? That's really helpless. Aizen Sosuke laughed, remembering that decades ago, he manipulated Uehara Naraku into the 5th Division with one hand, and manipulated the assassination and defection incident with the other hand, which completely broke the little guy's young mind. Just compensate him a little. Aizen Sosuke slowly retracted his fingers, and the smile in his eyes gradually subsided. Then after fusing the collapsing jade, I will go see him again. It just so happens that before the decisive battle, I also want to use those officials to personally test the power of the collapsing jade. Even if Aizen Sosuke believes that the collapsing jade will bring a qualitative change to his power, this still requires an actual battle. What if he accidentally overturns again? If it really comes to the moment of the decisive battle, Aizen Sosuke finds that the collapsing jade cannot change the situation, then he has no chance of turning the tables. If there is no reference, Aizen Sosuke cannot personally judge how much power the collapsing jade can increase for him. Aizen Sosuke is not completely sure just because of the unfathomable Uchiha Madara. He must personally experiment with the infinite evolutionary possibilities of the collapsing jade. If all goes well, Aizen Sosuke's gaze fell on Ikamaru-jin and he whispered, "Let Orochimaru-san and the Rancor Corps launch an attack on Soul Society in advance." The ending is coming soon. Chapter 683 The Truth Guessed by Aizen Sosuke. Inside the Kyoanyaku Palace, a secret room that only Aizen can enter, Aizen Sosuke slowly raised the Hogyoku in his hand, and a hint of obsession flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be looking at the truth of this world, because only he knew the true power of Hogyoku. Hogyoku is not about breaking through the limit. It is about realizing people's wishes by materializing their thoughts. Aizen Sosuke grasped the Hogyoku in his hand, slowly closed his eyes, and recalled his true thoughts. He wanted to stand at the top of this world. The light of Hogyoku flickered slightly. Aizen Sosuke slowly realized the power given to him by Hogyoku. This Hogyoku can make him immortal and he can recover no matter what kind of injuries he suffers. Once he can't defeat the enemy, he can further evolve his power and gain power beyond the enemy. Aizen Sosuke slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Maybe the next time we meet, we can see what level Mr. Madara's ability is at. It's really exciting. Whenever I think of him, I can feel my nerves trembling. That Uchiha Madara is too powerful. However, after obtaining the ability to evolve granted by the Hogyoku, Aizen Sosuke wanted to try to fight Uchiha Madara, so as to gain the power of a further dimension. And according to the information provided by Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, as long as he firmly believes that his strength will surpass the enemy sooner or later, the Hogyoku will allow him to continue to evolve, allowing him to have the possibility of defeating any strong enemy, as long as he always maintains his confidence and maintains the power recognized by the Hogyoku. Otherwise, once his mind collapses and retreats, the Hogyoku will stop evolving. But the first officer may not be the strongest person, right? Aizen Sosuke smiled and glanced at the Hogyoku, and continued to himself, "Seriously speaking, as the head of Mr. Madara's family, the little guy Naraku definitely has the power to surpass him." Aizen Sosuke's words stopped abruptly, because Aizen Sosuke clearly felt the movement of the Hogyoku. Aizen Sosuke's mind was all focused on communicating with the Hogyoku. He clearly felt that the light of the Hogyoku was getting dim. "You are afraid." Aizen Sosuke's eyes narrowed slightly. "But you are not afraid of me." The power in Aizen Sosuke's palms was getting stronger and stronger. "Is the person I mentioned an existence that makes you afraid?" Aizen Sosuke's voice was faintly bewitching, but he did not get the answer from the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku could not speak. It only had its own emotions. Uehara Naraku. Why would Uehara Naraku make the Hogyoku afraid? Is it because Uehara Naraku has the spiritual power of 13 Uehara clan heads in him? Is the existence of those spiritual powers so great that the Hogyoku is afraid of them? Or, in fact, Uehara Naraku himself has the power to make the Hogyoku afraid? Aizen Sosuke put the Hogyoku back and began to think about his encounter with Uehara Naraku little by little. The little guy always respected him very much. This respect, now that I think about it carefully, there is something wrong. Aizen Sosuke's fingers were bent little by little. It seemed that Uehara Naraku had no flaws at that time. His expression looked like that of a simple and kind child. That feeling made Aizen Sosuke feel more and more familiar. A guy who looked harmless, who had a very high status, made everyone in the Soul Society believe that he would never hurt the Soul Society. This feeling, Aizen Sosuke's fingers fell suddenly. What Uehara Naraku did now, wasn't it what he did when he was the captain of the 5th Division of the Gotai 13? The two of them are so similar. Aizen Sosuke was once considered the most talented Shinigami, even though he had been hiding his brilliance, hiding his power that surpassed other Shinigami captains, hiding the Kyokusui Zanpakuto in his hand, and acting like an ordinary Shinigami captain. Even so, it didn't hide from Orochimaru's sight. What about Uehara Naraku? Orochimaru has never denied Uehara Naraku's talent and terror. Even compared to himself, Orochimaru seems to recognize Uehara Naraku's talent more. So, Why didn't Uehara Naraku's power surpass him? Uehara Naraku possesses the spiritual power of 13 ancestors, 13 Zanpakuto that are powerful in any era, thousands of years of resources and secrets of the entire Uehara clan, and the power to influence the entire Soul Society and even the Soul Society. So, why do you think Uehara Naraku will not surpass himself? Aizen Sosuke once calculated his own strength. With his talent, he has leaped to the peak of the God of Death in a short period of time. The remaining progress can only be accumulated through time, ignored. Uehara Naraku, whose talent is stronger than him in other people's mouths, why didn't he show any power that can reach him? If it is because of Uehara Naraku's respect for Aizen Sosuke himself that he is unwilling to start, Aizen Sosuke is unwilling to believe this at all. There must be a flaw here. Once Aizen Sosuke thought he had exposed Uehara Naraku's true face, he began to deduce backwards little by little through what Uehara Naraku had done. Yes, Uehara Naraku chose to join the Gotai 13. This situation does seem to be harmful to the independent status of the Uehara clan, but it also eased the relationship between the Uehara clan and the top leaders of the Soul Society, and for a time the power and influence of the Uehara clan was more prosperous than before. If all this is hidden by Uehara Naraku, then the so-called integration into the Soul Society may just be a bait laid by Uehara Naraku. Over the years, the Central 46th Chamber and the Gotai 13 thought that they could slowly incorporate the Uehara clan, and never rejected any request from the Uehara clan. Any conflict between the Soul Society and the Uehara clan was resolved by the concessions of the Central 46th Chamber. The Central 46th Chamber and the Gotai 13 are always making concessions. However, the Uehara clan made more and more excessive demands in this concession. The Central 46 and the Gotai 13 are always paying, but the Uehara clan only pays a clan leader who claims to join the Gotai 13. The Central 46 and the Gotai 13 are blinded by their eyes. Because the clan leader's performance is so excellent, every high-ranking official and Shinigami captain is willing to believe that the Uehara clan will definitely integrate into the Soul Society under his leadership. However, all this is an illusion. Whenever there is a conflict of interest that harms the Uehara clan, the 13 dead attendants of the Uehara clan will come forward. They are like diehards to stop their clan leader Uehara Naraku from making concessions to the Central 46. The final result is, the Central 46 is forced to make concessions in front of these dead attendants. Uehara Naraku lightly said that he could not violate the name of the dead attendant, and the Central 46 forgave him, hoping that Uehara Naraku would grow up and take charge. It's really interesting. What makes Aizen feel weird is that this kind of thing happens quite often. It's a pity that the Central 46th Chamber and the Gotai 13 are always deceived by Uehara Naraku, because he behaves too much like a young, ignorant but kind-hearted kid. No one has ever doubted it. Even Aizen Sosuke has never doubted it. If it weren't for the fear of the name Uehara Naraku by the Hogyoku today, Aizen Sosuke would not have thought of doubting Uehara Naraku. Obviously that guy's performance was so poor. Obviously that guy just acted a cowardly look that didn't match his identity. However, it was precisely because of that cowardly look that made everyone lose their judgment. The head of the most powerful clan in Soul Society can do whatever he wants in the entire Soul Society. How can he act so cowardly? Everyone hates him for not fighting, but no one will doubt it, because they all think that Uehara Naraku has the support of the entire Uehara clan, and there is no need to do this, but he has really been pretending. Of course, if we define Uehara Naraku as a person who likes to disguise simply because he hides his power, it would be too arbitrary. However, Uehara Naraku's personality is too likable, and his personality definitely does not include hiding his power. So everything about him is disguise. Aizen Sosuke's brain was thinking quickly. Everything that had happened between them appeared in Aizen Sosuke's mind. Now that he thinks about it, it was full of loopholes. Why did Uehara Naraku show mercy to the Hollows? Was it because of his cowardice or kindness? No, it was because his power was strong enough, so strong that he didn't need to care about the life and death of the Hollows at all. Even at that time, the power displayed by Uehara Naraku could kill any big hollow who wanted to assassinate him. Not to mention that he still had hidden power. The many secret techniques used by the Deadpool officers of the Uehara clan. Uehara Naraku almost never used them, and he even rarely took action, because he didn't need to take action at all, or he was too lazy to take action. Once he attacks, the chance of being exposed is too high. The last time Uehara Naraku attacked was when he was trying to snatch the Hogyaku from Rukia. At that moment, he only used one of his Mirage Zanpakutos, a Zanpakuto that was quite dangerous but had a very strong self-preservation ability. The little guy didn't stop him from taking the Hogyaku. Aizen Sosuke glanced at the Hogyaku in his hand. In just a moment, Aizen Sosuke seemed to see through the Hogyaku and saw Uehara Naraku's disdain for the Hogyaku. Is his power so strong that he doesn't care about the Hogyaku? No wonder, even the Hogyaku has a fear of Uehara Naraku. If you think so, then what is Uehara Naraku's real purpose? Aizen Sosuke completely eliminated this idea in an instant, and he almost instantly decided on two answers. Uehara Naraku wants to become the god of Soul Society. Uehara Naraku wants to rule the entire Soul Society. Apart from these answers, it seems that there are no other answers at all, right? After all, what others want in their lifetime, Uehara Naraku has already had it at his fingertips. Only these will make Uehara Naraku hide himself at the cost of his reputation. And he didn't care about his reputation, because as long as Uehara Naraku can do it, everything he did before is just his little fun as a god playing with the Soul Society. Aizen Sosuke's fingers retracted little by little, and he clenched his fists again, but a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was mocking himself, and as if he was praising him. At this moment, Aizen Sosuke's shame and anger can be imagined. A kid who he has always looked down on and even regarded as a pawn has been playing with him, the mastermind behind the scenes, in his hands. That kid must be mocking him in secret, right? No wonder. Mr. Kabuto Yakushi has never dared to look down on Uehara Naraku, and even after Uehara Naraku graduated from the Shino Spiritual Academy, he hurriedly hid in the Soul King Palace. Aizen Sosuke couldn't help but guess that maybe Kabuto Yakushi had suspected Uehara Naraku before, but he also had a glimmer of hope for Uehara Naraku. Aizen Sosuke put his shame and anger behind him. He didn't have time to do those useless emotions and had to think about his own countermeasures. Now he has discovered the true face of Uehara Naraku, but Uehara Naraku didn't know that he had discovered all this. As long as he operates well, there may be other hopes, such as continuing to stand behind the scenes to instigate the true face of Uehara Naraku, so that Uehara Naraku and Siriaita fight to the death, under the ground of the Kyanyaku laboratory. Just at this time, when Aizen Sosuke was still thinking about these, the Black Zetsu under the ground was extremely surprised. It heard what Aizen Sosuke said to the Hogyoku. Aizen Sosuke must have suspected Uehara Naraku. According to the wisdom of Aizen Sosuke, he must be able to use Uehara Naraku to hide his own power and deduce other hidden things of Uehara Naraku. Finally, you suspect it? Black Zetsu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. There is no secret that is hidden forever in the world. How could you go, who knows the most secrets, not make any backup plans for the secrets to be leaked? Aizen Sosuke discovered it too early, and the most troublesome thing is Aizen Sosuke's collapsed jade. This collapsed jade can actually warn Aizen Sosuke. This is not surprising, because the person that collapsed jade fears should be the god that everyone in this world fears. The only problem is that Black Zetsu also needs to test it to see what the hell Aizen Sosuke's collapsed jade is. It would be best if he could find a way to enter Aizen Sosuke's body and find out the function of collapsed jade. What if collapsed jade makes Aizen Sosuke suspect it? Then it would be too detrimental to their plan to monitor Aizen Sosuke. It's just that Uehara Naraku seemed to have mentioned that the Hogyoku is a living thing, and it seems to be just a strengthening tool. Forget it. Thinking is too troublesome. Black Zetsu's mouth grinned, and the sinister smile became bigger and bigger. When a person is thinking about a problem, he should be given the answer he wants according to his thoughts, and it will be difficult for him to find other solutions to the problem. Uie gave us an answer. Now it's time to give Aizen Sosuke an answer. This is the best way to control others. As long as Black Zetsu tells Aizen Sosuke the news he wants, Maybe Aizen Sosuke will think that everything is still under his control. Several months have passed. Aizen Sosuke is still thinking about how to deal with Uehara Naraku. Recently, Aizen Sosuke likes to stay in the secret room alone more and more, because he has not come up with a suitable solution. Lord Aizen. A dark figure drilled out from the bottom of the secret room. Aizen's face was a little unhappy. "I'm so sorry." Black Zetsu lowered his head, with a hint of sarcastic smile on his lips. "Hey, Lord Aizen, I know I shouldn't disturb you at this time, but yesterday when I was monitoring your Arakisuke, I swallowed a white Zetsu who was reporting to your Arakisuke, and from its memory I found a very interesting secret, a secret that you will definitely be interested in." Black Zetsu slowly raised his head and looked at Aizen Sosuke. The sarcastic smile on his face deepened. "The young head of the Uehara clan whom you have always valued. Seems not as simple as we imagined. The world of death is too dark." By the way, what would be Black Zetsu's wish? Chapter 684 The Secret Revealed by Jinakamaru. Black Zetsu's ridicule was a bit harsh. It made Aizen Sosuke sound like he was being ridiculed. This feeling was indeed good. Black Zetsu was mocking Aizen Sosuke in person, and there was even a hint of self-mockery in these words. For example, Black Zetsu did not mention to Aizen Sosuke that Uehara Naraku had deceived you, but claimed that Uehara Naraku had deceived us. These small details are very important. In this way, it seems that Black Zetsu is also a fool who was fooled. What's more, Black Zetsu knows Aizen Sosuke very well. He is a very generous person, even more generous than the reincarnation of his unfilial elder brother. Aizen Sosuke naturally would not blame Black Zetsu for his ridicule. His palm slowly lifted his cheek and smiled lightly. "Oh, about Naraku. Have you found anything?" Aizen Sosuke did not reveal that he had recognized the true face of Uehara Naraku. He seemed to be unaware of it and held the original attitude towards Uehara Naraku. Seeing Aizen Sosuke's smile, Black Zetsu's mouth curled up, his strange eyes slowly narrowed, and he nodded and said, "Very interesting. In the memory of that white Zetsu, there was actually a battle between that kid named Uehara Naraku and Akaya." The mocking laughter in Black Zetsu's voice was even stronger, and it seemed to show off his own merits. Lord Aizen would never have thought. Akaya, the Deadpool chief who once defeated you, had no power to fight back in the hands of Uehara Naraku. When he said this, Black Zetsu added grimly, "Even Akaya went all out and used the blue giant he used to slaughter the Hukamundo." Aizen Sosuke put his palm down again, and his fingers nodded on his armrest. Suddenly, a projection appeared on the wall of this secret room. On the projection screen, there was a tall blue Susanoo, waving the Susanoo sword in his hand to cut deep gullies. "Mr. Madara in this form?" Aizen Sosuke slowly lowered his head and looked at Black Zetsu, and said softly, "That little guy Naraku. Is he so powerful?" "Yeah." Black Zetsu nodded, smiled sinisterly. "Lord Aizen definitely didn't expect it, right? We have always treated him as a spare chess piece." "I already knew." Aizen Sosuke slowly shook his head and continued softly, "The Hogyoka warned me. It sensed the hidden power of Naraku." "Did Lord Aizen know it a long time ago?" A hint of surprise flashed across Black Zetsu's face at the right time. "Yeah." Aizen Sosuke nodded and explained calmly, "I just don't want others to reveal their flaws in front of Naraku, so I have been hiding this news." Aizen Sosuke's mouth curled slightly, and he chuckled. "Naraku wants to hide his power, maybe just because he is worried that others will feel ashamed, but as his former captain, I naturally can't let him stay silent like this." To be honest, it would be best if Black Zetsu didn't kill the white Zetsu who monitored Uehara Naraku's power. In this way, Urahara Kisuke and the top leaders of the Soul Society would be aware of Uehara Naraku's true face. As long as they are provoked a little, when they kill each other, even when the Zero Squad wants to fight the Uehara clan, Aizen himself will come forward as the real behind-the-scenes mastermind to reap the benefits. However, Black Zetsu is also loyal to him. As an accessory to the past experiment, Aizen Sosuke felt a little relieved when he saw this Black Zetsu who was still willing to be loyal to him even after seeing Uehara Naraku's power. What made Aizen Sosuke uncomfortable was that after he got the Hogyoku, He thought that he would have an advantage over the three parties he led, the Hukamundo, the Uehara clan, and the Soul Society. Now it seems that he is still at a disadvantage. Black Zetsu, find a way to reveal the news to the Soul Society. Aizen Sosuke glanced at Black Zetsu and continued in a low voice, I will go to see Mr. Orochimaru. Maybe I have to postpone the date of the decisive battle. Yes, Lord Aizen. Black Zetsu's body slowly sank into the ground. After Black Zetsu left, Aizen Sosuke slowly reached out and touched his chest, where he transplanted the Hogyoku. I must think of a way to make myself stronger. If it's just the Hogyoku, it may not be enough. Aizen Sosuke reached out and grabbed the Kyokusuigetsu Zanpakuto in his hand, staring at the face reflected in the Zanpakuto, and a rare hesitation appeared in his eyes. Decades ago, in that defection, he was seriously injured, and the Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto was destroyed by Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, Orochimaru helped to repair his Zanpakuto. At the beginning, Aizen Sosuke had thought about discarding this Death God Zanpakuto after the collapse of the Jade. He believed that he would definitely surpass the mirror image Aizen in the form of Kagami Suigetsu Bankai. He didn't want to see another person on par with him, even if it was another false self. Now it seems no power can be wasted. Kagami Suigetsu is still very useful. After Aizen Sosuke merged with the collapse of the Jade, the ability of the mirror image Aizen of Suigetsu was greatly enhanced. If the main body and the mirror image fight together, they can also be better. But maybe this is still not enough. He needs more, and no one in the Palace of Night can give him better advice than Orochimaru. Aizen Sosuke reached out and stroked the broken hair on his forehead and opened the door of the secret room. Lord Aizen. Ikamaru-jin stood at the door with his arms in his sleeves, smiled softly and said, I wonder, was the fusion of the Hogyoku successful? How does it feel? Very good. Aizen Sosuke nodded slowly, then suddenly turned his head and asked casually, Jin, is there any way to contact Mr. Kabuto? Maybe I have something to ask him. In addition to Orochimaru, it seems that we can also contact Kabuto Yakushi. Although Kabuto Yakushi was once Orochimaru's disciple, Kabuto Yakushi's gentle personality is obviously more reliable than that of Orochimaru. Do you want to contact Mr. Kabuto? Ikamaru-jin squinted his eyes and smiled, stretched out his fingers to rub his temples, and continued to answer. Hundreds of years ago, Mr. Kabuto used secret techniques to secretly control several Shinigami, and could observe the actions of the outside world through them. It's just that it's very troublesome for us to contact those Shinigami. Is that so? Aizen Sosuke pinched his chin thoughtfully. While Aizen Sosuke was still thinking about which Shinigami would be controlled, Ikamaru-jin chuckled and continued. After all, those Shinigami controlled by Kabuto are the last 4 Deadpool officers of the Uehara clan! Exclamation mark. The surprise on Aizen's face flashed away. How could this happen? No, this is possible. Otherwise, how could Kabuto Yakushi escape the pursuit of the Uehara clan when he was alone? Because he had a well-informed information channel. I was also surprised when I knew about it. Ikamaru-jin still squinted his eyes, watching the change of Aizen Sosuke's expression with satisfaction, and continued with a smile. Although they are ranked low and their strength is not particularly strong, they are the Deadpool officers of the Uehara clan after all. Yes, they are just the Deadpool officers of the Uehara clan, and you can get too many secrets from them. I didn't expect Kabuto Yakushi actually has such a trump card. Is that so? A light flashed in Aizen Sosuke's eyes, and his gaze was fixed on Ikamaru-jin, his face becoming slightly serious. Tell me the purpose of this information at this time. Ikamaru-jin smiled and spread out his palms, and said softly, because if we are going to have a decisive battle with the Uehara clan, some chess pieces have indeed reached the time to be used. If Lord Aizen had not obtained the Hogyoku, Teacher Kabuto would have hidden this secret forever. Now that Lord Aizen has obtained the Hogyoku, Teacher Kabuto will naturally place his hopes on Lord Aizen. Aizen Sosuke nodded to himself. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he whispered, if that's the case, do you know something about Naraku, Mr. Kabuto? I once wanted to force out his true face. Ikamaru-jin slowly raised his head, looked into Aizen Sosuke's eyes and chuckled and continued, "Unfortunately, he didn't reveal any flaws anyway. Or rather, Uehara Naraku never reveals flaws easily." Aizen Sosuke was in a bad mood. Now think about the way Akamaru-jin and Uehara Naraku used to get along. Akamaru-jin seemed to always use an exaggerated way to try to ridicule and anger Uehara Naraku. However, Uehara Naraku has been forbearing. In this way, he is still the last person to know the true face of Uehara Naraku. Akamaru-jin and Yakushi Kabuto had known about Uehara Naraku for a long time but didn't tell him. It wasn't until he got the Hogyoku that the master and apprentice told him the news. The master and apprentice just wanted to use him to solve the threat of the Uehara clan. So why did they hide the news about Uehara Naraku? Are they worried that he will back down? And, since you know the true face of Naraku, Aizen Sosuke looked at Akamaru-jin's smiling face, and continued to ask softly, why didn't Mr. Kabuto tell the Soul Society about this? In this case, the Soul Society is also an enemy of the Uehara clan, right? There is no way to explain. Akamaru-jin shook his head slightly, slowly opened his eyes. His face looked extremely solemn, because when we met Lord Uehara Naraku, his strength had grown to the point where even Teacher Kabuto had to give in. When Akamaru-jin said this, the expression on his face became more and more solemn, and Lord Aizen should know our identity. In any case, the Soul Society will not believe in the enemies of the Uehara clan, not to mention that according to Teacher Kabuto's observation, the Uehara clan also has their spies in the Soul Society, such as Tosen Kaname who betrayed Lord Aizen. In this case, Teacher Kabuto would not dare to rashly alert the enemy. A trace of fear flashed across Aizen Sosuke's face. If his every move has been under the surveillance of the Uehara clan since the time of Tosen, then this is really a big joke. As for why you didn't report it to Lord Aizen, Akamaru-jin narrowed his eyes again, smiled and continued to explain. Teacher Kabuto thought that Lord Aizen might be killed in the incident when we defected to Hukamundo. Even if Lord Aizen had a special method to escape from the Soul Society, he was easily defeated by the first officer. It seems unnecessary to tell Lord Aizen this secret. Akamaru-jin's meaning is very clear. That is, Aizen Sosuke's strength is not enough, and it is not worthy for Kabuto Yakushi to tell him these secrets. Only when he gets the complete Hogyoku, Kabuto Yakushi thinks Aizen Sosuke has the qualifications to know these secrets. According to Kabuto's research, Hogyoku should be difficult to be subdued. Once the fusion experiment fails, no one can guarantee what Aizen-sama will become. Akamaru-jin's mouth curled up slightly, grinning and continued, even Kabuto-sensei dare not conduct such a dangerous experiment. Now that Aizen-sama has left the secret room, congratulations on your further progress. The character of this master and apprentice is really as bad as ever. Aizen Sosuke has no reason to blame Akamaru-jin, because they are not particularly loyal to each other, and it is normal for Kabuto Yakushi and Akamaru-jin to hide him. It's just, this feeling of being treated as a pawn, it really makes Aizen Sosuke, who is so generous, feel a little ironic. But at this time, Akamaru-jin has compromised, and it is not the time to pursue Akamaru-jin. It's really interesting. Aizen Sosuke slowly raised the corners of his mouth, with a hint of sarcasm in his words, because you think you can't defeat a powerful enemy. Do you put your hope on a stronger person? Perhaps. This is the first step to the birth of God. When others put their hope on him, it means that he has taken the step towards God. But this is a bit sad, because we dare not talk about death lightly. Junakamaru looked at Aizen Sosuke with a smile, and explained as if talking to himself, there are bonds between us, and we all have people who are more important to us. So we absolutely cannot risk dying easily. I'm sorry, Lord Aizen. No problem, but from what I heard just now, Lord Aizen seems to have discovered the true identity of Uehara Naraku. It's been some time. Aizen Sosuke looked at the slight surprise on Akamaru-jin's face, and continued calmly, but I am still very grateful for your news. I'm glad I could help you. Junakamaru lowered his head slightly, chuckled. After all, if we want to eliminate the threat of the Uehara clan to us, whether it is us or Mr. Urakamaru, We can only rely on Lord Aizen, who has obtained the Hogyoku. Aizen Sosuke felt a little weird in his heart. He thought he was on the road to becoming a god, but he didn't expect that some people actually placed their hopes of overthrowing the Uehara clan and the Soul Society on him. It's okay, I'm just curious about one thing. Aizen Sosuke shook his head and asked softly, the dead officers of the Uehara clan have survived for thousands of years. Even the weakest 4 officers in the back. Can Mr. Kabuto control them all the time with his secret technique? Or it's not a secret technique? There was a bit of weirdness on Ikamaru-jin's face, and he said with a sigh, because Lord Aizen got the successful Hogyoku, he naturally didn't think about what kind of gift the failed Hogyoku would have. Teacher Kabuto has a living soulless creature called White Zetsu Arm transplanted into his body. It was a soulless creature he got when he failed to make Hogyoku when he was still studying with Mr. Orochimaru. 1 secret, 2 secrets, 3 secrets. Chapter 685. If you want to enter the chessboard, you must at least be qualified to become a chess piece, right? The information provided by Ikamaru was very useful. When Aizen Sosuke and Ikamaru separated, he was still thinking about the story Ikamaru told him. It seems that more than one person in this world has created the Hogyoku. According to the information Aizen Sosuke knew, Kabuto Yakushi did not exist for a long time, but he crossed the time and broke through the power limit of the god of death. Perhaps the weapon called White Zetsu played a role. Aizen Sosuke thought about Black Zetsu, the derivative of his Hogyoku, and frowned slightly. Maybe he could wait for Black Zetsu to complete the task and come back, and try to let Black Zetsu and Hogyoku integrate into his body. After all, Black Zetsu devoured many souls and hollows, and its spiritual power is also quite strong. At that time, it may be possible to give him a higher foundation. Black Zetsu is a derivative of his failed Hogyoku. Now he has a complete and successful Hogyoku in his body. The power of Black Zetsu and the power of Hogyoku complement each other. In addition, he has the spiritual power of the god of death in his body, which may be another possibility of breaking through the limit. As Aizen Sosuke was thinking, he slowly walked into Orochimaru's laboratory, a laboratory that even he was a little overwhelmed by. Orochimaru was still tirelessly studying the upper limit of the power of the hollows. He had always tried to use quantity to break through quality. In this laboratory alone, there was a vast odd-class hollow and 2 Akukas-class hollows. These hollows, who were comparable to the captains of the god of death in the outside world, were just test subjects in Orochimaru's experiments. What a rare guest! Orochimaru put down the experimental equipment in his hand, took off his gloves, and casually invited Aizen Sosuke to sit down. He chuckled and said, "Hee, shouldn't you be studying the Hogyoku in your laboratory at this time? There are some things I want to ask Mr. Orochimaru." Aizen Sosuke did not sit down, but just stood at the door and stared at Orochimaru, and said softly, "How much do you know about Uehara Naraku, Mr. Orochimaru, the most talented god of death in the world?" Orochimaru spread out his palms, and a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Since he was 12 years old, I began to covet his body. As long as I can get his body, I will become the god of all worlds." This is not a lie. After Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki organization, he was hunted down by Uehara Naraku. That was his first humiliating memory. Since then, Orochimaru has often paid attention to Uehara Naraku. Taijutsu, Senjutsu, Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Chakra. Uehara Naraku has almost no shortcomings. Moreover, Uehara Naraku has experienced another world, where he established the rule of the Akatsuki organization like a god. It was also in that world that Kabuto Yakushi obtained some magical abilities and gained power that completely surpassed Orochimaru. As for the world of the god of death, Uehara Naraku did not feel uncomfortable at all. It didn't take long for him to show his powerful talent and break through the boundaries of the god of death. That kid, it seems that there has never been a limit to his strength. Aizen Sosuke didn't know all this. He was just still thinking, and the atmosphere in this laboratory gradually became a little heavy, until a long time later. Aizen Sosuke suddenly raised his head, looked at Orochimaru and said, "So, Mr. Orochimaru knows that Naraku's power has surpassed Uchiha Madara?" Hee. There was no surprise on Orochimaru's face, he just grinned and shook his head slowly, then suddenly nodded. This kind of thing is not destined to happen. I reminded you at the beginning. In fact, Naraku is hiding his strength. Aizen Sosuke interrupted Orochimaru. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Orochimaru suddenly grinned, and said with almost a loud laugh, "It's really interesting, Aizen. You don't still think there are any good people in the Uehara clan?" The Uehara clan. Are there any naive people? I have long suspected the disguise of that kid. Maybe the naive person is me. Aizen Sosuke shook his head lightly and continued, when life and death in the world have no meaning, there is no boundary between good and evil. That's right. Orochimaru agreed with Aizen Sosuke's words very much, but he said again, but you don't have to worry too much. Even if that little guy Uehara Naraku becomes a god, you who get the Hagyoku can evolve to another dimension. When he said this, Orochimaru suddenly smiled and said, now that you have got the Hagyoku, we can't delay any longer, right? When can I start my revenge? Soon. Aizen Sosuke looked at Orochimaru and whispered, please start preparing, Mr. Orochimaru. After I conduct the last experiment, prepare for the war. As the last insurance and the last power increase, Aizen Sosuke wanted to wait for Black Zetsu to return and absorb Black Zetsu into his body. This world is the world of the powerful after all. Aizen Sosuke was leading the active preparations for war, while secretly sending Black Zetsu to try to instigate the relationship between the Uehara clan and the Soul Society. He was waiting for the last opportunity. Fortunately, Black Zetsu brought him some bad news. Originally, Aizen Sosuke wanted to plan for a while, but a sudden change forced Aizen Sosuke to give up the idea of standing by. Yakushi Kabuto, who was far away in the Soul King Palace, sent a message. They must overthrow the rule of the Soul King as soon as possible, because several members of the Zero Squad wanted to permanently close the Soul King Palace. These guys seemed to ignore the impending storm of the Soul Society. They only cared about the safety of the Soul King. Once the Soul King Palace is completely closed, no one knows if there is still a way to open the sealed space in the Soul King Palace. Aizen Sosuke secretly wants to tell the Uehara clan this news behind his back, hoping that the Uehara clan can bring him a surprise. However, the Uehara clan suddenly launched a new Hukamundo crusade in Soul Society. It is difficult for the Soul Society to refuse the Uehara clan's request. And the group of idiots in the central 46th room, after learning part of the news about the collapsed jade from Urahara, also vowed to take back the collapsed jade. That is the collapsed jade. It must not fall into the hands of the Uehara clan. In a sense, the priority of this collapsed jade may be higher than the Uehara clan's clan-protecting secret technique, the Impure World Reincarnation Technique. In Uehara Castle, between the underground thrones, Captain Aizen is still so cautious. Uehara Naraku sat on the throne, put his hand on his cheek, and sighed softly. If I hadn't specifically asked Kabuto to pass on the news from the Soul King Palace to him, maybe he would continue to endure in Hukamundo. He has become the master of Hukamundo and even obtained the Hogyoku. Why does he still like to play some tricks? It is impossible for Uehara Naraku to hide the affairs of Hukamundo, and all the information channels of Aizen Sosuke are controlled by Uehara Naraku. The news that Aizen Sosuke sent Black Zetsu to instigate the Uehara clan and the top leaders of the Soul Society has already been passed on, which is really a headache. Aizen, but he can endure for hundreds of years. If Aizen Sosuke is not forced, maybe he will wait until Kurosaki Ichigo dies of natural illness before Aizen Sosuke will start to act. You are not qualified to say that he is cautious. Senjuto Bairama, who was standing under the throne, couldn't help but complain. Senjuto Bairama really didn't know how to evaluate Uehara Naraku. If Uehara Naraku was reckless, this guy had been hiding his strength. If Uehara Naraku was cautious, this guy gave up such a weird tool as the Hogyoku. Aren't you worried that there would be problems with the Hogyoku? No need to worry. Uehara Naraku curled the corners of his mouth, and the smile under the shadow was a little weird. Do you think Captain Aizen's opponent is me? His real opponent has always been the little guy he trained. Kurosaki Ichigo? Senjuto Bairama frowned. No matter how you look at it, that little guy is not enough to compete with Aizen Sosuke at this time. right? Even if Aizen Sosuke doesn't have the Hogyoku, he can't contend with him. Don't underestimate these people. Uehara Naraku shook his head and couldn't help chuckling. When saving the world, Kurosaki Ichigo, like Naruto, can burst out with considerable power. Senjutsu Bairama couldn't help but complain again. Even if it can burst out with powerful power, can it save the world from you? Wait. After thinking for a moment, Senjutsu Bairama suddenly said, in that case, you have been secretly cultivating Aizen Sosuke, just to make him the nourishment for cultivating Kurosaki Ichigo? This guy, what the hell is he doing? Ever since Uehara Naraku got the news about Aizen Sosuke, he has been quietly monitoring everything about Aizen Sosuke, helping Aizen Sosuke clean up the tale of the Shinigami Hollowization incident, secretly helping Aizen Sosuke repair his Zanpakuto, and even gave him a sacred artifact like the Hogyoku. As a result, all this Uehara Naraku did was just to make Aizen Sosuke the driving force for Kurosaki Ichigo to become stronger. Senjutsu Bairama thought Uehara Naraku had a bad taste. It's not just that, right? Uehara Naraku shook his head and responded with a chuckle. Anyway, let's do this first. I want to see who will win this time between the so-called protagonist and the villain. And Uehara Naraku slowly put down his palms, and the smile on his face deepened a little. Don't you think it's interesting? When Captain Aizen thought he had trained Ichigo Kurosaki as a test subject to test his own strength, he found out that he was being used as a nutrient to train Ichigo Kurosaki to be stronger. His face must have been very interesting at that time, right? You guy. Senjutsu Bairama's expression was particularly ugly. Now that Aizen Sosuke already knows that your strength has long surpassed the limits of the god of death, he can't be interested in Ichigo Kurosaki anymore, right? He will. Uehara Naraku clasped his hands together, and a strong confidence flashed in his eyes. If he really doesn't want to, then I can only be their opponent. I hope their Zanpakuto blades can be sharper, which can be regarded as a little compensation for the little pleasure I have lost in wanting to watch the show. Senjutsu Bairama remained silent. If you don't have a strong heart, you really can't communicate with Uehara Naraku, who reveals his true face. This guy always says things that don't sound like human words. Of course, if you don't have an even stronger heart, you can't deal with Uehara Naraku in disguise, because Uehara Naraku in disguise often behaves like a nobody. There is nothing so-called absolute in the world. Uehara Naraku gently closed his palms and said calmly, who between Captain Aizen and Ichigo Kurosaki is the other's powerful nourishment, and who will be the winner who can finally receive the reward from me, depends on the battle between the two of them. Uehara Naraku's body slowly leaned back and leaned on the backrest of the tall throne. He whispered, let Orochimaru capture no Aorihime and lure Ichigo Kurosaki into Hukomundo. At least let him have the qualifications to enter the chessboard as a chess piece now. This chess game with the real world, Hukomundo, Soul Society, and Soul King Palace is the chessboard. If the strength is not enough, you don't even have the qualifications to be a chess piece. Captain-level Shinigami can only be a pawn in this chess game, and those who can really be used as chess pieces by Uehara Naraku are those who break through the conventional boundaries of the god of death. Senjutsu Bairama was silent for a while, and then asked, where are Akiyama Madara and Big Brother? Yamamoto Shigekuni has returned to the Soul Society to take charge. Do we still need them to continue looking for the whereabouts of what? No need. Uehara Naraku shook his head and continued softly, summon them back. Let Kabuto cooperate with them to eliminate the members of the Zero Division in the Soul King Palace. Uehara Naraku stretched and said slowly, this is a big show. If they are absent, they will feel very sorry. Senjutsu Bairama was too lazy to complain. This so-called big show, they don't want to participate at all. If they were not interested in Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen Sosuke, two people who have always been favored by Uehara Naraku, Akiyama Madara and Senju Hashirama would definitely not bother to pay attention to this so-called big show. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. After receiving the order from Uehara Naraku, Orochimaru secretly sent train cars to capture Inoue Aorihime in the name of precious test subjects. and took Inoue Oriheim to Hucamundo. He was indeed very interested in Inoue Oriheim's power. In the basement of the Palace of the Night, Orochimaru looked at the panic-stricken Inoue Oriheim, stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, frightening the girl to curl up into a ball, shivering in the corner. Orochimaru's capture of Inoue Oriheim here naturally attracted the attention of Kurosaki Ichigo. This fearless guy picked up his Zanpakuto and broke into Hucamundo with the help of White Zetsu under Urahara Palace of the Night, in the secret room of Aizen. At this time, Aizen Sosuke had just summoned Black Zetsu and merged with Black Zetsu's power, and was still feeling the enhanced body and spiritual power after Black Zetsu possessed him. Aizen Sosuke ordered Ulquiorra and Orochimaru's subordinate Nilil to stay at the Palace of the Night, and personally invited Orochimaru to lead the Rancor army to the Soul Society to welcome this final battle of the century. Hurry up. Chapter 686 I have no conspiracy, only a long story. Hucamundo. The space barrier slowly opened. Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru stood in the front. Behind them stood a dense army of Rancor Great Hollows. Hundreds of Rancor Great Hollows gathered together. These were all Orochimaru's masterpieces, and behind these Rancor armies, thousands of Black Jillian Great Hollows controlled by them continued to surge on the ground. This is all the power of the Hucamundo. Judging from the number alone, this fighting force can almost present a crushing situation in the war against the Soul Society. If we ignore those two terrifying enemies of Yamamoto Shigekuni, Orochimaru frowned slightly, and a mocking smile flashed across his mouth. Do we have to launch a decisive battle against the Soul Society at this time? It's enough. Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his head, a strand of hair on his forehead fluttering in the wind. He slowly raised his palm, and in his sleeve was the weird smile of Black Zetsu. Now Aizen Sosuke is more powerful than ever before. The power he possesses now is something he has never imagined. Just by fusing the spiritual power provided by Black Zetsu's body, Aizen has directly broken through the power boundary of the God of Death and the Hollow. The next moment, Aizen Sosuke's voice echoed across the land. This is a great war, an unprecedented war. Since the birth of this world, there has never been a war as great as today, and there has never been a force as powerful as us in the Hucamundo. For this day to come, Mr. Orochimaru has worked hard here for thousands of years, allowing those who once lived only to hunt other souls to regain the meaning of life. You are born to change this world. Aizen Sosuke's voice always carries a different kind of charm. Whenever he speaks, his calmness and tranquility will gradually make others obey his words involuntarily like an infection. Aizen Sosuke's hand slowly lowered, and the man's voice became calmer and calmer. His voice and tone were as calm as when he was having tea parties with members of the Hollow Breaker Corps in his spare time. It's been too long. Hucamundo has been silent for too long. In the thousands of years before the existence of Jiraiya, Hucamundo has always been fragmented, the world has always been corrupt, and the sky is always gray. At this moment, the power of the entire Hucamundo is gathered here. The purpose of our being here is just to make a voice to the world. Hucamundo has never been a paradise for fallen souls. When we appear, it will be the time for us to rule the world. Go to Soul Society, go to Siriate. Soon, we will re-enter Soul Society and completely rewrite this world, allowing Jiraiya to sit on the throne of dominating the world. Don't worry about the enemies you will encounter. Don't worry about how powerful the enemies you encounter will be. No matter what happens, no matter what kind of enemies you encounter in Soul Society, it is enough for you to know that I will advance and retreat with you. Go forward, there will be no rivals ahead of us. Aizen Sosuke's talk finally came to an end. After his voice fell, the land and sky of Hucamundo fell into a dead silence, and everyone's face was somewhat suppressed and excited. Although Aizen Sosuke's voice was very calm, however, his words had a soul-stirring power. The next moment, the roar of the Rancor Corps almost broke through the sky. There is no opponent in front of us. Lord Aizen, please give your orders. Lord Aizen, please let our team go first. Roar. Lord Aizen, let's start a big fight. Dot. Accompanied by a series of roars that soared into the sky, the Rancor Corps rushed to fly along the space cracks opened by Aizen Sosuke, their faces full of madness. For this group of brutal guys, There is nothing more in line with their hearts than making a big fight in Soul Society. As their Ankar Great Hollow Core advanced, their Ankar tennis pod led by Koyata Stark appeared beside Aizen Sosuke. Most of these Ankar tennis pod were trained by Orochimaru, because there are never many Vastad class and Akukas class hollows in the entire Hukamundo. Basically, these levels of hollows have long been subdued by Orochimaru. What an interesting pre-war mobilization. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, looked at Aizen Sosuke standing beside him, and laughed softly. Then, let me see. Hukamundo, which has been suppressed for thousands of years, can do what it wants. Sometimes it is really ironic. Aizen Sosuke's pre-war mobilization can easily mobilize the emotions of their Ankar Corps. He announced to the members of their Ankar Corps that no one in front of them who are about to fight is their opponent, in a sense. This situation cannot be called wrong, but for Aizen Sosuke, this sentence was obviously not appropriate. Whether in front of him or behind him, there were enemies who wanted to put him to death. Orochimaru suddenly called Aizen Sosuke, chuckled and said, "If we fail, have you considered the consequences?" Aizen Sosuke did not answer, and even his figure did not stop. And Black Zetsu, who was in Aizen's sleeve, answered on behalf of Aizen in a sinister way, "Mr. Orochimaru, how could we fail?" Orochimaru's expression became slightly weird, and he frowned as if he was somewhat disgusted, and flew to catch up with Aizen Sosuke's figure. On the other side, under the central tower of Soul Society, just as Aizen Sosuke led the Hukamundo army to approach Soul Society, Yamamoto Genri Uzashigekuni led the captains of the Gotai 13 to prepare for battle. A large army of Shinigami wearing Shinigami uniforms gathered under the central tower. The captains of the Gotai 13 stood beside Yamamoto Shigekuni and reported the number of members from their squad who had come to participate in the war. There were about 3,000 members standing under the central tower. Most of them were elite Shinigami from the Gotai 13, which was about half of the Gotai 13's strength, except for the Shinigami responsible for guarding the real world and patrolling the Soul Society. All the Shinigami that could be mobilized in the entire Soul Society were here. From the intelligence analysis alone, these Shinigami needed to face the army of Ankar composed of hundreds of hollows that might appear in Hukamundo. Compared with the Shinigami army of the Gotai 13, standing next to this army of Shinigami, a group of densely packed troops wearing auspicious black robes seemed to be more eye-catching. They were the reinforcements sent by the Uehara clan. It was said that these reinforcements were obtained by Uehara Naraku from the mouth of the chief officer of the Deadpool. In terms of numbers, the reinforcements sent by the Uehara clan were even larger than the Gotai 13, with at least 5,000 people. As for the leaders of the Impure World army of more than 5,000 people, they were naturally the deadly officers of the Uehara clan. The 5th officer Senjudo Bairama personally led, the 6th officer Saratobi Hiruzen, the 7th officer Nimikaze Minato, and the last 4 officers from the 10th officer to the 13th officer Raza were all present. It can be said that half of the Uehara clan was out in full force. No wonder the central 46th chamber has been retreating. Cold sweat dripped down Soi Feng's forehead, and she couldn't help but whispered, in terms of quantity alone, the number of Shinigami that the Uehara clan can mobilize is more than the number of the standing battle squads of the Gotai 13. The quality is not bad at all. Kiraku Shunsui looked down at the Uehara clan's Impure World Corps, pursed his lips and chuckled. "I heard that the selection criteria for the Uehara Castle Impure World Corps are more stringent than our assessment of the little guys in the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. This is another reason. In addition to this group of elite Impure World Corps, there are also many Shinigami who have never been mobilized in Uehara Castle. The strength of those Shinigami is too weak and they can only live like ordinary people. Just as the Gotai 13 selects the souls of the entire Soul Society, the Uehara clan can also select in the Soul Society and absorb the souls with strong spiritual power to enter Uehara Castle and become the strength of the Uehara clan. To be honest, the central 46th chamber was helpless in the face of such a powerful noble family because they had no better way. Whether in terms of high-end or low-end combat power, the Uehara clan is almost as powerful as the Gotai 13. Fortunately, The appearance of Uehara Naraku changed this situation. Since Uehara Naraku succeeded as the head of the family, the Uehara clan and the Gotai 13 have cooperated more and more, which has greatly eased the relationship between them. In recent times, Uehara Naraku even announced that he had voluntarily abandoned the policy of Uehara Castle to collect souls in Soul Society, which is equivalent to actively making concessions to the top leaders of the Soul Society. After hundreds or thousands of years, the Uehara clan will sooner or later be like the four noble families such as the Akatsuki clan, and gradually integrate into the system of the Soul Society. By the way, where is Naraku? Kiraku Shutsu. I looked around and curiously looked at Senjudo Bairama, who was sitting next to Yamamoto Shigekuni, and asked, at this time, Captain Naraku hasn't come yet? I and Lord Yamamoto forbid him to participate in this war. Senjudo Bairama's face was full of displeasure, and he snorted coldly and said, taking advantage of the absence of Madara and Big Brother, he mobilized the elite Impure World Corps of the clan to assist in the battle without authorization. Well, since he has promised you, I have to cooperate with him. Ahem. Yamamoto Shigekuni next to Senjudo Bairama couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and whispered, don't worry, while Captain Naraku is away, I have temporarily appointed the captain of the 3rd Division, Hirako Mako, to temporarily lead the members of the 5th Division. Hirako Mako was originally the captain of the 5th Division. Hirako Mako and the members of the Masked Corps under his command were once captains of the divisions, so this arrangement is reasonable. It's just a pity that Uehara Naraku is absent, because the captains of the Gotai 13 signed at the high-level meeting that they were not strong enough to face the rank hardcore of Hukamundo. Uehara Naraku heard these words and took the initiative to mobilize the Uehara clan's Impure World Corps to fight together. This kind of thing naturally will not make the diehards like Senjudo Bairama happy. It is inevitable that Senjudo Bairama will confine Uehara Naraku before the war. In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni speculated that there may be another reason. That is, Senjudo Bairama is worried that their head of the family, Uehara Naraku, will suffer unpredictable damage in this unprecedented war that is about to break out. If something goes wrong, it is possible that the Uehara clan, which is a single lineage, will be extinct. In recent years, Uehara Naraku has indeed encountered danger frequently. Even with the close protection of Akaichi and Akaiabito, it is inevitable that Aizen Sosuke will take advantage of it. Before the war, Uehara Naraku's absence is indeed understandable. Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni also agreed with Senjudo Bairama's opinion, because the existence of Uehara Naraku was the foundation for the integration of the Soul Society and the Uehara clan, the 5th Division's base. This base is now empty. There are no more guarding Shinigami, and in the captain's room, the current captain of the 5th Division, Uehara Naraku, leisurely drank a glass of juice, sat in his seat, and flipped through a book at hand with interest. Momo Hinamari, the vice-captain of the 5th Division, was a little restless. She slowly twisted her fingers together and asked stiffly, that Naraku, Captain, now all the captains of the Gotai 13 have gathered, can we really not participate in the battle? It's not the time yet. Naraku Uehara shook his head, closed the book on the table, looked up at Momo Hinamari. I'm sorry, Hinamari. Don't blame me for keeping you with me. It's too cruel to let someone who respects Captain Aizen participate in a war against him. No, that's not a problem. Momo Hinamori shook her head and hurriedly explained, I know, Captain. Actually, we are the same. We all want Captain Aizen to come back. I just wonder if Captain Aizen will. She was worried that Aizen Sosuke would die in the war, because judging from the military strength mobilized by the Gotai 13, Momo Hinamori doesn't think that any force can be a match for the Gotai 13, even the Aizen Sosuke she respects. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku smiled and said seriously, no one knows the direction of this war. Maybe we can't sit here for too long. When he said this, Uehara Naraku slowly stretched his waist. Well, it's about time. One glass of juice time. The things I want should be here soon, right? Huh? Momo Hinamori's face was a little stunned. Now, the girl still didn't understand what Uehara Naraku meant. At this time, A space-time vortex appeared next to Uehara Naraku, and a palm appeared from the space vortex and placed a white finger bone on the table. This is… Momo Hinamori's face was full of panic. Why did a finger bone appear here? King's key. Uehara Naraku picked up the finger bone on the table, and a smile slightly raised his lips. He smiled and explained, "The king's key is the key to enter the Soul King Palace. It can only be made from the bones of the members of the Zero Division of the Gotai 13. If you want to destroy the Gotai 13, you must kill the Soul King and the Zero Division. If you want to kill the Soul King and the Zero Division, you must enter the Soul King Palace. The only way to enter the Soul King Palace is through the King's Key." For thousands of years, the Soul Reincarnation clan has been worried that the Uehara clan will find out about entering the Soul King Palace to destroy the Soul King and the Zero Division. So they have covered up the secrets of the Soul King Palace in every possible way. Even ordinary Shinigami captains find it difficult to get in touch with news about the Soul King Palace. Only the foreign nobles know about it. Hinamori Momo's face changed slightly. At this moment, she felt that something was wrong with Uehara Naraku in front of her. The Soul Reincarnation clan was covering up these secrets, but Uehara Naraku discovered them and even got the key to the Soul King Palace. No, it's very wrong. Even though Momo Hinamori had never heard of the secrets of the Soul King Palace, as a vice captain, she had heard of the name of the Zero Division. It was said that it was the strongest trump card of the Soul Society. The Zero Division was said to be stronger than the entire Gotai 13. Do you want to go and see? Uehara Naraku still had a faint smile on his face, and he spoke as if he hadn't noticed anything. Aren't you curious about who will win when the four highest powered officers of the Uehara clan face the Zero Division, the highest powered officers of the Soul Society? Momo Hinamori's eyes could not help but darken. Wait, why would the four highest powered officers of the Uehara clan fight the Zero Division? Obviously, the Uehara clan and the Gotai 13 have already gathered in the central square of the Soul Society, and they are going to face Captain Aizen's Hukamundo army together, right? Naraku. Momo Hinamori slowly clenched her fists, clenched her teeth, and said in a deep voice, "Tell me what happened? Why did the four chief officers of the Uehara clan fight against the Zero Squad?" She still didn't want to believe the truth. Momo Hinamori couldn't help but think of another possibility in her heart, and her voice was particularly fragile. Did they defect? At this moment, Momo Hinamori hoped that it was the four chief officers who defected, not Naraku Uehara who defected. They didn't defect, Naraku Uehara said slowly. They just followed my instructions to destroy the Zero Squad. Momo Hinamori's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the girl almost fainted. At this moment, the girl finally felt the malice of the world. She felt an unprecedented sense of strangeness from Naraku Uehara, her longtime friend and boss. It was a different kind of familiarity. That feeling was just like when Momo Hinamori saw Aizen Sosuke defect. Now, has her former friend and most trusted Captain Uehara Naraku also betrayed like Aizen Sosuke? Why is this world always so tricky? A gentle person like Aizen Sosuke defected from the Gotai 13. Has a kind person like Uehara Naraku also betrayed? Hinamori Momo's eyes instantly turned red, and tears fell one by one. Why do you always have to do this? Conspiracy. Deception. No. It's not a conspiracy. Uehara Naraku raised a finger and shook it, smiling and soothing the girl's emotions. What I have is never a conspiracy, just a very long story. Then tell me. Hinamori Momo's face was full of pain and struggle. She stared at her friend in front of her, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, as if she wanted to find a reason to defend Uehara Naraku. Even if she really knew that Uehara Naraku had betrayed, Hinamori Momo was unwilling to believe it. Now Hinamori Momo even wants to find a reason to persuade Uehara Naraku to turn back. Tell me. What is that story? What do you want to do now? Everything can still be saved. Naraku. I can't tell you that. Uehara Naraku slowly shook his head and smiled softly. If you want to explain the reason, that is, if you are the only listener, it would be a waste of my story. Uehara Naraku slowly stood up, looked down at the girl with red eyes, smiled and continued. This is a story I have carefully prepared for thousands of years. Hinamori, even you are not worthy of being a line of words in this story. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, fell on Hinamori Momo's hair, slowly rubbed the girl's head, and said gently, as the price for deceiving you, after this war is over, I will let Captain Aizen come back. Is it too late to say that Uehara Naraku is not a villain now? Chapter 687. From the beginning, this war was just to please one person. Soul King Palace. This is an independent space hidden in Soul Society. The world war that is about to start between the Hukamundo army led by Aizen Sosuke and the Soul Society army led by Yamamoto Shigekuni is all for the Soul King Palace. However, this space that is almost never open, at this moment, someone used the king key to open the 72 closed barriers and entered this closed space. The density of soul particles in the Soul King Palace is very high. Any ordinary Shinigami who enters this space will be suffocated by the high density of soul particles. Even the captains of the Shinigami will feel like they are in water when they enter here. However, the people who enter this space now seem to be unaware of it. 5 figures of different heights stepped into the passage leading to the Soul King Palace step by step. The leader was Uehara Naraku, and his entourage was the 4 great officials. Akaya Madara had a mocking smile on his face, holding his Zanpaku Tokunotsujin in his hand, and curled his lips slightly. Humphrey, a group of ants who only dare to live in this space. Ha 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 ha. Don't underestimate the people in this world. Senju Hashirama smiled and waved his hands, and gently persuaded his friend. He also held his Zanpaku Tokunotsujin in his hand. Compared with the two of them, Gul D. Roger's face was obviously a little excited, and the beard at the corner of his mouth trembled slightly. Ha 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 ha. The power of this world is still very mysterious. I have always been very curious. Gulila, Whitebeard Edward Newgate carried his big sword, his feet left huge footprints on the ground, and grinned. Let's get rid of the guys here quickly. I haven't seen my sons for thousands of years. Don't worry. The speed of time in the two worlds is different. As Uehara Naraku spoke, he slowly unbuttoned his chest, took off his captain's uniform and threw it on the ground. Uehara Naraku reached out from a black hole space and took out a black robe of Akatsuki uniform and put it on. He then slowly raised his head and looked into the depths of the passage. Is there someone waiting to greet us? Did you find it? A deep and hearty voice suddenly came from the depths of the passage. The voice was a bit rough. Hey, the Uehara clan, you actually secretly made a king key to break into the Soul King Palace. You are more courageous than we thought. Although this voice sounded a bit generous and rough, however, the meaning of his words was full of hostility towards Uehara Naraku and others. In a sense, Team Zero is also a constraint on the Uehara clan. Therefore, the members of Team Zero must know the information about the Uehara clan, and they are naturally very clear about the strength of the 4 chief officers of the Uehara clan. Obviously, now the head of the Uehara clan personally led the 4 chief officers to privately make a king key to enter the Soul King Palace. It doesn't seem to be to show submission to the Soul King and the Soul Society. TSK. Uehara Naraku curled the corners of his mouth, and slowly continued to move forward along the passage. The spiritual power on his body gradually emanated. He squinted his eyes and smiled, then greeted someone deep in the passage. I feel that this power should be the captain of the Zero Squad, Mr. Hayashibukabai. It's the first time we meet. Please give me your guidance. I don't deserve your guidance. It seems that you know a lot. There was a hint of anger in Hayashibukabai's voice deep in the passage, and he immediately suppressed it. However, this is not the place where you should be. If you want to meet the Soul King, this time is not very suitable. There is no more suitable opportunity than now, right? Uehara Naraku led Akaya Madara and others step by step along the passage, and continued to answer softly. The Gotai 13 and the Hukamundo army are about to go to war, and Uebachi is also paying attention to that war. No one will pay attention to this place. Uehara Naraku moved forward step by step. He and Akaya Madara's bodies crossed dozens of barriers as if they were teleporting, and appeared in front of Hayashibukabai and others deep in the passage. At the end of the deep passage, it was Hayashibukabai and other members of the Zero Division. The first one was Hayashibukabai, Hayashaba Ukabai was the leader of the entire Zero Division. He had a thick beard on his chin, a thick rosary on his neck, and a huge brush in his hand. That was his Zanpakuto Ikaminji. The power of Ikaminji's Zanpakuto has a power that is almost the same as the rules. It can even erase the enemy's name, give the enemy a new name, and change the enemy's power. Hayashaba Ukabai can completely erase someone's name and give him a new name as Black Ant, and that person's power will be as weak as an ant. Because Hayashaba Ukabai himself is the one who named many things in Soul Society. Everything in the Soul Society since its birth was named by Hayashaba Ukabai. He also knows all the secrets in the world, including the Hogyoku. In a sense, Hayashaba Ukabai is also one of the creators of history, and one of the most powerful Shinigami in the Soul Society and even in the Soul Society. Although Hayashaba Ukabai looks a bit like the flower monk Lu Zishin, his mind can be as delicate as an embroidery needle. Of course, except for the Uehara clan, because the Uehara clan is isolated from the entire Soul Society. The Uehara clan already had everything they had at the beginning of their birth, and no one could interfere. Even Hayashaba Ukabai has never seen any of the heads of the Uehara clan. The second one is Hakai Funkuru. More than 100 years ago, Hakai Funkuru created an artificial soul and was able to use it, so he was able to join the Zero Division. Before that, he was the captain of the 12th Division and a person respected by all the captains of the entire Gotai 13. Nowadays, Hakai Funkuru is very plump, with so much flesh on her face that her eyes and expression are not visible. But these are just appearances, because Hakai Funkuru has different dimensions of spiritual pressure in her body. Her body can be used to make materials containing soul essence dishes, and can also be used to make other objects for fighting. When her spiritual pressure is exhausted or she has finished making dishes, this fat lady will lose weight and become a hot beauty. Hakai Funkuru carries a huge spoon on her shoulder. This member of the Zero Division should be the one who knows the Uehara clan best, because her first purpose of creating artificial souls as soldiers was to deal with the rebellion that the Uehara clan might cause. Unfortunately, the plan of using artificial souls as soldiers did not succeed. The third one is Nameya Wanayu. Nameya Wanayu is a guy who should never be underestimated, because this man with punk curly hair is the creator of the Zanpakuto in the world of death gods. Except for the Uehara clan, all the Zanpakuto of other death gods were created by him. More than 2,000 years ago, Nameya joined the Zero Division because he created a Zanpakuto, and he also had many Zanpakutos around him. This guy's ability is simply unpredictable. The fourth one is Kirinji Tenshiro. Kirinji Tenshiro was once the most skilled Shinigami in the entire Soul Society, and even guided Anohana Retsu in medical skills. He was also one of the earliest members to join the Zero Division. This man with a crew cut, holding a straw in the corner of his mouth, was full of disdain on his face. They dared to break into the Soul King Palace like this. They are really fearless and brave. I think we shouldn't underestimate them. A woman with a delicate appearance stood up, and skeleton arms emerged from her body, and various musical instruments on her arms began to play music. The fifth one is Shutara Senjimaru. Shutara Senjimaru is the least experienced female member of the Zero Division. This woman has long black hair parted on the side, wears a complicated golden headdress, and a long white cloak-like dress. She looks like a noble princess. This woman is also the creator of the Death Hatsuko. She is roughly equivalent to a tailor, and her name is also Oori no Mari. This woman was once a member of the Technology Development Bureau. She seems to like to stir up trouble, and at this time she has to play music to stir up the atmosphere. True manual BGM. This woman's behavior is really weird, but the music she plays is so stylish that Uehara and Naraku can't help but want to go back to the ninja world and ask Nagato to create a puppet specifically for making BGM. Now, it seems a bit inappropriate. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, and suddenly stretched out his palm towards the woman Shutara Senjimaru, and his pupils turned into samsara eyes in an instant. "You're too noisy, Wongxiamtanian, be careful." An arm suddenly grabbed Shutara Senjimaru's shoulder and hurriedly pulled the woman aside. Even so, Shutara Senjumaru was in a mess. A powerful gravitational force was launched out of thin air, so much so that the other members of the Zero Division didn't even realize that there was such a strange ability. The 6 skeleton arms and musical instruments on Shutara Senjumaru were all sucked away and destroyed by the gravitational force of Wangxiang Tanian. If someone hadn't reached out to save her in time, this woman would have been captured and defeated by Uehara Naraku. Who would have thought? There are actually people who can release eye techniques directly without the help of spiritual pressure. As for the person who saved Shutara Senjumaru, it was naturally the 6th member of the Zero Division, Kabuto Yakushi, who joined in by mastering the technique of impure world reincarnation. Today, Kabuto Yakushi's face is extremely serious. Sir Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi held Shutara Senjumaru with one hand, slowly pushed up his glasses, looked at Uehara Naraku and said, "What is the purpose of your coming to the Soul King Palace at this time? It should be not because of me, right? Papa papa, papa papa papa." Uehara Naraku raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly stretched out his hands to applaud, looked at Kabuto Yakushi and praised, "You are worthy of being the person I value the most, Kabuto. You are the only one who understands me all the time." After saying this, Uehara Naraku's eyes swept over the members of the entire Zero Division one by one, and said softly, "As long as you hand over Kabuto Yakushi, who has mastered the secret technique of my clan's impure world reincarnation, I can guarantee that nothing happened today." The scene was silent. The members of the entire Zero Division seemed to be struck by lightning. Now someone broke into the Soul King Palace and claimed that they could pretend that nothing had happened if they asked the Zero Division to hand over their teammates. Is there something wrong with this world? When a flash of anger flashed across the face of Kirinji Tenshiro, the most irritable member of Squad Zero, and he shouted coldly, "Someone dared to be presumptuous to us in the Soul King Palace. Little guy, even your ancestors would not dare to be so presumptuous." The next moment, Kirinji Tenshiro's figure had already appeared behind Uehara Naraku in a flash step, waving his Zanpakuto Kinbika and resting it on Uehara Naraku's neck. This guy's flash step speed is quite fast. Those people in Soul Society who are good at flash step, such as Shifengyu and Yoruichi and Soifong, are completely incomparable to Kirinji Tenshiro. Humphrey. Checkmate, kid. Kirinji Tenshiro bit the straw at the corner of his mouth and announced his victory with a cold face, but he did not expect that it would be so easy to capture Uehara Naraku. What was somewhat unexpected was that the 4 deadly officers around the Uehara clan slowly stepped back a few steps, and there was even a mocking smile on their faces, as if they didn't care at all that Uehara Naraku was being held hostage. "Retreat quickly, Tenshiro." Hayashibukabai looked at Uehara Naraku's strange pair of reincarnation eyes, and seemed to have thought of something, and rushed over suddenly, reminding his companions loudly. However, it was still a step too late. Uehara Naraku's face was still calm, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. He gently uttered 4 words from his lips, "Shinro Tensai." The next moment, a powerful repulsive force suddenly emanated from Uehara Naraku's body. Kirinji Tenshiro, who was close at hand, was directly knocked away by this repulsive force. This guy's mouth was bleeding, and it was obvious that his internal organs had been ruptured, and he was directly hit hard by Uehara Naraku's Shinro Tensai. Before the start of the game, a member of the Zero Division had already been seriously injured. Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head to look at the Zero Squad, and said with a smile, "Just now you had one more person than us. Now it's 5-5. Humphrey, that's not necessarily true." Kirinji Tenshiro stood up suddenly, and the spiritual pressure on his body flowed out like liquid, turning into a thin layer of water film, which quickly healed his injuries. This should be called self-healing. As a medical officer, Kirinji Tenshiro's medical skills are very advanced, and he can easily heal injuries that are enough to seriously injure others. It's still 6-5, kid. Kirinji Tenshiro, who had recovered, had a touch of arrogance on his face again, and even said more arrogantly, "No, or let me do 1-5. Really?" Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly, as if he was asking himself and answering himself, and said, What I said should not be wrong, asshole. Just when the members of the Zero Division were surprised, a scream suddenly sounded, and everyone couldn't help but look behind them following the sound. Shutara Senjumaru turned her head with disbelief on her face and looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who had been supporting her, biting her lips little by little. The woman stared at Yakushi Kabuto with a ferocious hatred on her face. There were more spells on her clothes. As these spells extended, Shutara Senjumaru's spiritual pressure was also sealed up little by little, and the starting point of these sealing spells was on the palm of Yakushi Kabuto's hand supporting Shutara Senjumaru. Yeah, a smile appeared on the corner of Yakushi Kabuto's mouth. He looked at Shutara Senjumaru, who was sealed by him, chuckled and said, Lord Naraku can't be wrong. God's eyes are looking at the future. This battle has been a battle between the 10 of us from the beginning. Yakushi Kabuto retracted his palm, adjusted his glasses, and explained politely, this battle. No, it should be said that this war was to please Lord Naraku, the only audience, from the beginning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, At the beginning of the battle, Flowing Blade Jaka and Fire Sealing Seal. No one would have ever thought that Kabuto Yakushi would be a subordinate of Uehara Naraku. Even when they heard Kabuto Yakushi reveal his identity, the members of the Zero Division were still somewhat stunned. The sealed Shutara Tentomaru was the first to react. Kabuto, you bastard! The sealed woman cursed Kabuto Yakushi angrily. This world is too magical, so that Shutara Tentomaru, who has always been black-hearted, couldn't help but curse. 2 minutes ago, Kabuto Yakushi saved Shutara Tentomaru under Uehara Naraku's Waxium Tannian, which made the woman feel a little moved by Kabuto Yakushi. In any case, Kabuto Yakushi's appearance stands out among a group of ugly members of the Zero Division, which will inevitably make Shutara Tentomaru more favorable. 1 minute ago, Uehara Naraku asked the Zero Division for Kabuto Yakushi. In order to protect Kabuto Yakushi, the Zero Squad blatantly rejected this request, and even Kirinji Tenshiro was so angry that he rashly attacked Uehara Naraku. Now, 1 minute later, Kabuto Yakushi has betrayed the Zero Squad, and directly sealed Shutara Tentomaru beside him, announcing that he is Uehara Naraku's lackey. This kind of behavior can really make people angry to death. When the members of the Zero Squad were fighting against Uehara Naraku to protect Kabuto Yakushi, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly announced that he was a subordinate of the Uehara clan. Isn't this fucking playing with them? Shutara Tentomaru couldn't move, and could only open his mouth and scold coldly. Kabuto Yakushi, I never thought that you would be such a despicable and shameless person. It's a waste of my deep love for you for so many years. The woman's saliva almost sprayed on Kabuto Yakushi's glasses. The next moment, a flash of anger flashed across Kabuto Yakushi's face. Snap. Kabuto Yakushi's palm landed on Shutara Tentomaru's mouth, directly blocking the woman's mouth. A sealing spell was directly pasted on the woman's mouth, sealing the woman's mouth directly, making Shutara Tentomaru's eyes wide open in anger. This is Uehara Naraku's face suddenly flashed with curiosity. Kabuto Yakushi slowly shook his head and explained calmly, Lord Naraku, she is a lunatic. There is no need to let her disturb your mood. Shutara Tentomaru became even more angry. The faces of the other members of the Zero Division also gradually became ugly. They had to face a reality. That is, there was a traitor among them. No, it should be said that it was a traitor. These people never thought that someone would sneak into the Zero Division and become a spy. The members of the Zero Division symbolized the supreme status in the Soul Society. Whether it is the Central 46th Chamber or the entire Gotai 13, they can ignore it. Is Kabuto Yakushi thinking too much? Is it because the status of the Zero Squad is not high enough? Or is it because the immortal bodies of the Zero Squad members are not attractive enough to him? Why did he become a spy for Uehara Naraku? The most troublesome thing is, the members of the Zero Squad all know the secrets of the Soul King Palace. Now that the Uehara clan has Kabuto Yakushi, a member of the Zero Squad. As a spy, the situation is already somewhat unfavorable to them. Moreover, before the battle officially began, Shutara Tentomaru was sealed up by Kabuto Yakushi. Hayashaba Ukabai's beard trembled slightly, and the anger on his face was no longer concealed. You should know how tolerant we are of you. Why do you want to betray us at this time? There has never been any betrayal. Kabuto Yakushi slowly shook his head, with a weird smile on his lips. Captain Ikabai Hayashabu, I have always been Lord Naraku's most loyal subordinate. Kabuto Yakushi slowly raised his palm, took off his glasses and wiped them gently. There is no so-called Kabuto Yakushi, a member of the Zero Squad, no Kabuto Yakushi, the mortal enemy of the Uehara clan, and no thief Kabuto Yakushi who cracked and stole the impure world reincarnation technique. Kabuto Yakushi slowly wiped his glasses clean, put the clean glasses back on his nose, he spread out his palms and put on a smile again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kabuto Yakushi, the only member of Akatsuki under Lord Naraku who is allowed to act alone. Akatsuki. This name, Hayashaba Ukabai frowned slightly, and the other members of Squad Zero looked at their captain curiously, with some confusion in their eyes. I remember a long time ago, Hayashaba Ukabai's face gradually became a little shocked, as if looking at Kabuto Yakushi in disbelief. It should be thousands of years ago or even earlier. Someone sent me a letter, inviting me and Yamamoto Shigekuni to join an organization called Akatsuki, claiming that they can rule the world. It's just that those guys who are hiding their heads and showing their tails don't even want to show their faces, and using a letter to persuade him and Yamamoto Shigekuni to surrender is a bit too contemptuous. But you all refused, didn't you? Kabuto Yakushi nodded calmly and continued softly, if you agreed, perhaps the world would not become like this. Kabuto Yakushi grinned strangely and chuckled, what a pity, if you had gone one step further, perhaps you would have become the eternal ruler of this world, and we wouldn't have to waste thousands of years! Hayashaba Ukabai's face became uglier and uglier. If that's the case, this so-called Akatsuki organization has been coveting Soul Society for thousands of years, but they haven't received any news, because for thousands of years, Akatsuki has never appeared except for that letter. Hayashaba Ukabai even thought that the so-called Akatsuki should have perished long ago. Unexpectedly, they have been in Soul Society all along. They even established a huge noble family in Soul Society. Uehara Naraku called out to Yakushi Kabuto and said with a smile, no need to elaborate. Bring me a glass of juice. The real show is still to come. There is no need to waste our time on these useless people. Yes, sir. Yakushi Kabuto nodded respectfully. Uehara Naraku watched Yakushi Kabuto leave, and then he sat down. A stone throne slowly emerged from the ground and slowly lifted up his body. Let's get started. Uehara Naraku held his cheek with his left hand, raised his right hand, and chuckled as he ordered, catch the people from the Zero Squad and hang them here. A good show requires a group of qualified audiences, and these people are not qualified to listen to my story. Asshole. Kiranji Tenshiro looked at Uehara Naraku angrily and roared loudly, how dare you, little brat. Bang! A huge fist directly knocked Kiranji Tenshiro out. Gulala, don't underestimate this little guy. Edward Newgate, the white-bearded man, rushed forward with a big grin, and with a flash of white light on his fist, he slammed towards the people of Team Zero. Anyway, this kid is a guy recognized by me and Roger. Ha 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 ha. Goldie Roger waved a pirate's sword and slashed at everyone. The big beard on his face trembled, and the whole person rushed towards the equally bearded Hayashaba Ukabai. This guy looks very strong, let him be mine. However, Akaya Madara was one step faster than him. A flame shot towards Hayashaba Ukabai. Akaya Madara slowly retracted his palm and shouted coldly, go and deal with the guy next to you. This guy is not so easy to deal with. In a sense, Hayashaba Ukabai, who can name things and determine their power, can be said to have a part of the power of God. Akaya Madara, Senju Hashirama, Goldie Roger, Edward Newgate, the four deadly officers of the Uehara clan quickly rushed towards the remaining four members of the Zero Squad, and the two sides began to fight in this Soul King Palace. The members of the Zero Squad knew very well, after Kabuto Yakushi betrayed them, they had no way to retreat, and the only way to resolve the crisis of the Soul King Palace was to defeat the enemy in front of them. Akaya Madara and others didn't care, they no longer had to worry about what would happen after their death. Both the ninja world and the pirate world had restored peace under the rule of the Akatsuki organization. The moment the two sides engaged in battle, the atmosphere of the Soul King Palace suddenly became murderous. Uehara Naraku sat on his throne, stretched out his hand to take the juice handed over by Kabuto Yakushi, and had a bit more leisure on his body, which was extremely inappropriate for this battlefield. Kabuto. Uehara Naraku turned his head slightly and whispered, "Is the battle in the Soul Society about to start? Is there any news from Jin? And what about Okura? He didn't die in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo again, did he?" "Yes, I'll check it out." Kabuto Yakushi raised his finger and put it in front of his chest. A sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and the next moment his consciousness appeared in the impure world army under his command. After a long time, Kabuto Yakushi slowly retracted his finger and replied in a low voice, "The Hyukomundo army led by Aizen Sosuke and Lord Orochimaru has just arrived in the Soul Society." Uehara Naraku raised his glass, and the juice in the glass symbolized wine, and said loudly, "Then I hope everything goes well for Captain Aizen. If he can't get here through the blockade of the Soul Society, he will not get the final reward we give him." On the other side, inside the Soul Society, the Gotai 13 led by Yamamoto Shigekuni and the Impure World Corps led by Senjudo Bairama have already assembled their troops. When the two were discussing going to Hyukomundo to eliminate Aizen Sosuke, a space crack appeared in the sky above the Soul Society. One by one, the rank cars emerged from the space crack. The densely packed rank cars soon filled the sky of the Soul Society, attracting the attention of the entire Soul Society. They had already guessed what was going on. Before they launched a siege against Hyukomundo, the Hyukomundo Ankar Corps actually took the lead in launching a war against Soul Society. In the end, Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru led the Hyukomundo 10 Espadas to appear here. They slowly lowered their heads and overlooked the army of death gods composed of the Gotai 13 and the Impure World Corps. "It would be great if everyone was here." Aizen Sosuke raised his palm slightly and pointed it at the army of death gods on the ground. His calm voice gave an unquestionable order. "Go, Rankar Corps. Capture everyone here in one fell swoop." "Yes, Lord Aizen." A group of Rankar Hollows ferociously entered the reincarnation state and pounced on the army of death gods on the ground. Even though their numbers were small, their momentum was more powerful. "That's Aizen Sosuke, and that one, the legendary Orochimaru. Hey, be careful, the enemy is coming, get ready to meet the enemy." That's Aizen Sosuke's Rankar Corps. The captains of the Gotai 13 couldn't help but grit their teeth, staring at the Rankar Hollows who were ordered to fly down from the sky. Each captain held his Zanpakuto tightly. Since Aizen Sosuke's rebellion, they have almost all fought against the Rankar Corps. Each captain knows that these enemies are not easy to deal with. At least a Shinigami of the rank of chief officer or above can fight against Rankar alone. Yamamoto Genryu's Shigekuni suddenly opened his half-closed eyes and calmly gave his orders. "Captains of each division, lead each division to meet the enemy immediately. Mr. Tobirama and I are also fighting with you." The wooden cane in Yamamoto Shigekuni's hand turned into ashes little by little, revealing the appearance of the Zanpakuto in his hand. It was the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society. Region Jakuka. Clang. Yamamoto Shigekuni pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand, and his body flew into the air little by little, and suddenly slashed at the rushing Rankar Corps. Everything in the universe, everything will turn to ashes. Region Jakuka. Flames burst out of the Zanpakuto in Yamamoto Shigekuni's hand little by little, and this ball of flames burned the sky in an instant. The temperature of this blazing flame makes it almost impossible to get close. Some of the hollows who were still close to the Rankar Corps were so scared that they fled from the range of the flame of Region Jakuka, fearing that they would be contaminated by the blazing flame and burned to ashes. "Keep moving forward." Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his palm and said softly, "There is no need to worry. Mr. Orochimaru and I will be by your side and fight with you." After Aizen Sosuke comforted the Rancor Corps under their command, he slowly turned his head to look at Orochimaru beside him and said, "Then, I'll leave this to Mr. Orochimaru, he. Don't worry." Orochimaru's face was filled with a nostalgic smile, and he reached out and took out a huge scroll, chuckling, "I am also very familiar with the ability of fire attribute, but I didn't expect to use the idiot Jiraiya's technique." The next moment, Orochimaru's fingers suddenly came together. Orochimaru's hoarse low roar spread throughout the battlefield. Nothing more than that. The inner binding technique, Fire Sealing Seal. Second update, Chapter 689, Aizen, as powerful as a god. Roboto. This is the difference between the Kido techniques used by Uehara Naraku and his subordinates and those used by the Shinigami world. The Roboto techniques are obviously more effective. After Orochimaru activated the fire seal, the flames in the sky that blocked the advance of the Rancor and the Hollows turned into a long stream of fire. This stream of fire slowly flowed into the seal scroll in front of Orochimaru like a stream. The flames in the sky disappeared. Orochimaru slowly took back his sealing scroll, looking at Yamamoto Shigekuni and sneering. He. This is the fire sealing seal that can even seal Kyochi's Amaterasu. Humphrey. Although I am unhappy with the use of that idiot Jiraiya's technique, it looks quite effective. Aizen Sosuke's gaze swept across the sky and landed on Yamamoto Shigekuni opposite him, and whispered, "As long as we get rid of Captain Yamamoto and Mr. Tobirama, there should be no one in Soul Society who can stop us." "That's right." A cold light flashed in Orochimaru's snake eyes, and he nodded lightly, and asked aloud, "Why didn't that kid Uehara Naraku appear here? Is Naraku not here?" Aizen Sosuke frowned slightly. When they came to attack Soul Society this time, Aizen Sosuke was most worried about Uehara Naraku. He even planned to sow discord between Uehara Naraku and the Uehara clan before the battle, but Uehara Naraku did not show up here. In this case, his plan was not easy to implement. "Forget it." Aizen Sosuke slowly shook his head, suddenly pulled out his Zanpakuto, and whispered, "Then let's deal with the people present first." Shatter. Kagami Suigetsu. A clear sound of sword drawing rang out. Everyone who was looking at Aizen Sosuke saw the bright light on Kagami Suigetsu's Zanpakuto, and this scene was clearly reflected in their eyes. "Be careful, don't look at Aizen Sosuke's Shikai." The captains of the Gotai 13 spoke up to remind their subordinates. They had already known the effect of Kagami Suigetsu, but they themselves had already been hit. Thousands of Shinigami were hit. Even the members of the Impure World Reincarnation Corps of the Uehara clan were no exception. The next moment, the entire battlefield was in chaos. In addition to these ordinary Shinigami, the captains of the Gotai 13 also fought together with their own methods, and even several of the Uehara clan's Deadpools were no exception. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru looked at the chaotic battlefield with a sneer on his face, and said grimly, "The five senses being controlled are really a terrifying ability. No matter when it is, the Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto in the hands of Aizen Sosuke can still be called a terrifying weapon." On this super large battlefield, Aizen Sosuke's Kagami Suigetsu effect was maximized. He could unscrupulously control the five senses of others, change their enemy and friend images, and force them to kill each other. In such a chaotic battlefield, the Rancor Corps almost rushed in, breaking through all obstacles in just a few minutes, attacking those conscious Shinigami. In just a moment, the battlefield was completely out of control. "It's really scary." Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. The last time this super large illusion of infinite moon reading appeared, Orochimaru had no chance to see it because he was only a soul left. Now seeing this terrifying illusion, Orochimaru's eyes were almost full of greed. If it was before, it would be a bit difficult. Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his palm, looking at the black zetsu in his sleeve, and whispered as if talking to himself, "It's only after I got the black zetsu and the collapsing jade that my soul power is even better, so I can do all this so easily. Just saying that it's difficult is really overestimating myself." If it was before getting the collapsing jade, Aizen Sosuke would not dare to use the mirror flower and water moon on many people at the same time. Now, with the support of the collapsing jade and black zetsu, He can easily control the five senses of the people on the ground like a god. This power to manipulate others at will, this feeling of looking down on all living things like a god. It's really a bit intoxicating. However, compared to the many Shinigami who controlled the battlefield on the ground, only defeating Senju Tobirama and Yamamoto Shigekuni was the decisive force to change the direction of this war. Aizen Sosuke's fingers trembled slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are only two left, Mr. Tobirama. Captain Yamamoto, what a pity. It is indeed a pity, because Yamamoto Shigekuni and Senju Tobirama's will and their ways to crack the abilities of various Zanpakuto are quite familiar, as if they are not affected by Kagami Suigetsu at all. It's just that the battlefield below is really worrying. As long as you hold Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto, you won't be controlled by him. Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni's face became more solemn than ever before. He slowly loosened his Zanpakuto in his hand, slowly lifted his sleeves, and revealed his strong muscles. Yamamoto Shigekuni tilted his head slightly and reminded Senju Tobirama next to him. Mr. Tobirama, the most urgent task is to defeat Aizen. As long as he is defeated, the mirror flower and water moon will naturally dissolve. Well, Senju Tobirama nodded slightly. To be honest, Senju Tobirama and Yamamoto Shigekuni are indeed strong, but it is a pity that their powers are somewhat opposite. One is good at fire attribute moves, and the other can play with water attribute abilities. Now Yamamoto Shigekuni has given up his Zanpakuto and chose to use physical technique Hikataki to fight, obviously wanting to cooperate with Senju Tobirama. I'll go first. Yamamoto Shigekuni's palms suddenly clenched into fists, and he rushed towards Aizen Sosuke. Understood. Senju Tobirama proudly raised his palms, and his fingers instantly completed the seal, and the spiritual pressure around him instantly turned into a roaring water dragon. Hadao water style water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon came roaring and suddenly lifted up Yamamoto Shigekuni's body. The old man and the water dragon rushed towards Aizen Sosuke together. Yamamoto Shigekuni stepped on the head of the water dragon and rushed towards Aizen Sosuke like riding a dragon. The muscles and veins on the old man's body burst out little by little. This scene makes people's blood boil. Who in this world has not thought about being able to ride a dragon? At this moment, Yamamoto Shigekuni looked magnificent. Even though he did not have the strongest fire Zanpakuto by his side, he still showed the demeanor of the captain of the Gotai 13. This feeling of riding a dragon made Yamamoto Shigekuni feel the long-lost blood in 1,000 years. The 81st way of binding, broken sky. A hint of surprise flashed in Aizen Sosuke's eyes, and he raised his hand to release a huge defense wall to block Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was riding a dragon. Orochimaru frowned slightly, and reminded him, "Don't underestimate that guy. Dankan alone may not be able to stop him." Bang! A dull collision sound was heard. Yamamoto Shigekuni's fist and the dragon's head of the water dragon hit the defense wall, like smashing fragile glass, and smashed the transparent defense wall into pieces, and then hit Aizen Sosuke directly. Aizen Sosuke calmly stretched out his palm, and his palm turned black at some point, blocking Yamamoto Shigekuni. This palm also completely blocked Yamamoto Shigekuni's momentum of charge, and the water dragon bullet created by Senju Tobirama turned into water waves and dissipated in an instant. It's a very terrifying force. Aizen Sosuke's words sounded a bit like sarcasm. Although Aizen Sosuke was praising Yamamoto Shigekuni, judging from the result of this round of battle, he easily blocked this terrifying force. Aizen Sosuke looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had an angry face in front of him, and explained softly, "This is true praise, not a mockery. If it were the me in the past, I might have retreated under this punch." Aizen Sosuke's palm suddenly grasped Yamamoto Shigekuni's fist, twisted it violently, and suddenly there was a sound of dislocated and broken bones in the air. The next moment, Aizen Sosuke swung his hand and threw Yamamoto Shigekuni out. This scene made people feel that the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni was as weak as a child thrown by Aizen, but it was obvious that such a situation would never happen in the fight between the two of them. From beginning to end, Aizen Sosuke only used one arm. Many people present watched this scene in disbelief. In front of Aizen Sosuke, who had fused the Hogyoku and Black Zetsu, Yamamoto Shigekuni was surprisingly fragile. That guy's body has a monster-like power. Yamamoto Shigekuni stood up again, clenched his dislocated and broken arm tightly, and forcibly twisted it back to its original position. This kind of pain that seemed unbearable to others, Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to feel nothing. In a sense, there is indeed a monster in his body. Senjudo Bairama nodded slowly, and continued in a deep voice, perhaps it is also because Lord Yamamoto Shigekuni's physical strength was a little weak after he broke through Dankon's defense. Perhaps. Yamamoto Shigekuni shook his head unconsciously. Seriously speaking, he did not release much power when he controlled the water dragon to break Dankon, and the remaining power was blocked by Aizen Sosuke with one palm. This kind of thing made Yamamoto Shigekuni a little bit unbelievable. Do you feel my evolution? Aizen Sosuke stared at Yamamoto Shigekuni and Senjudo Bairama in the distance. The black liquid on his palm slowly faded, and his eyes gradually became a little deeper. We are no longer creatures of the same dimension. You are still resisting my footsteps, because you can't understand how powerful the power of a higher dimension or many higher dimensions than you is. Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his palm and continued softly, if you speak seriously, perhaps you should call him a god. Indeed, now Aizen Sosuke seems to behave more and more like a god. Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his palm and suddenly pressed down towards Senjudo Bairama and Yamamoto Shigekuni, and his calm voice echoed in the air. The power of God is that the world can be changed with just a gesture. The next moment, the spiritual pressure in the sky suddenly became heavy. Senjudo Bairama and Yamamoto Shigekuni's bodies fell down involuntarily under this heavy pressure, and both of them showed a little panic on their faces. The two of them seemed to be really powerless in front of Aizen Sosuke. Sir Yamamoto Shigekuni, Senjudo Bairama struggled to support his body and landed on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "This can't go on. Aizen Sosuke is completely different from the past. We must have other help, even if you don't want to admit it." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded slowly, with a hint of heaviness in his tone, but now Aizen has indeed surpassed the limits of the god of death. Not only because of the accumulation of time, Aizen Sosuke seems to still have the power to restrain the god of death. Senjudo Bairama nodded in agreement, and said softly, "The direction of this war is no longer clear. It seems that we have to fight for our lives. Then let's risk our lives." Yamamoto Shigekuni slowly gathered his spiritual power again, and said in a deep voice, "Even if it costs my life, I can't allow him to take a step forward." Stubborn. Aizen Sosuke suddenly raised his finger and fired a blank bullet at Yamamoto Shigekuni, which directly pierced Yamamoto Shigekuni's arm. But Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to feel no pain. The spiritual pressure on his body surged again and rushed towards Aizen Sosuke. The battle suddenly became bloody. However, it was a pity that no matter how hard Yamamoto Shigekuni tried, after losing his Zanpakuto, he was still at an absolute disadvantage facing Aizen, who possessed the Hogyoku and Black Zetsu. Wounds, drops of blood. The injuries on Yamamoto Shigekuni's body were increasing almost every second. His physical strength was far inferior to that of Aizen Sosuke, who had the Hogyoku for endurance. It only takes one chance. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Aizen Sosuke's actions. A light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he punched Aizen Sosuke in the lower abdomen. One bone, a flower of blood spurted out of Yamamoto Shigekuni's fist. This flower of blood bloomed on Aizen Sosuke's white clothes. Just when Yamamoto Shigekuni thought that this move would at least seriously injure Aizen Sosuke, he saw a black face whispering like a devil, "He. If you want to hurt Lord Aizen, you have to break my body first." "Thank you, Black Zetsu." Aizen Sosuke did not hesitate to thank him. His eyes fell on Yamamoto Shigekuni again, and he said calmly, "Blaspheming God's clothes will make him more angry than hurting God. Sometimes, I will be happy to fulfill those who don't want to live." The next moment, a ball of spiritual pressure appeared in the palm of Aizen Sosuke's palm, and it was about to cover Yamamoto Shigekuni's chest directly, as if to completely get rid of the captain with this blow. Crescent moon sky strike, a black blade suddenly attacked. Going to visit relatives. Chapter 690, chase them until the end of this world. A crescent moon attracted Aizen Sosuke's attention, and Aizen briefly gave up the idea of continuing to attack Yamamoto Shigekuni, and reached out to grab the black light. Bang! Aizen Sosuke crushed the black light with one hand, punched Yamamoto Shigekuni and sent him flying, then slowly turned his head to look in the direction of the person coming. The ability of the Zanpakuto is unique. Many people present knew whose Zanpakuto ability the crescent moon was, and everyone's face flashed with surprise, and they all turned their heads to look at the person coming. Kurosaki Ichigo, here we are. The face of the young Shinigami was full of fortitude, and a death suit was draped over him, fluttering in the wind. He wore a hideous skull mask on his head, and held a pitch-black Zanpakuto in his hand, and the whole person looked a bit dashing. Aizen Sosuke looked at the young Kurosaki Ichigo, and a trace of admiration flashed across his face. Since you appear here, it seems that Ulquiorra has already failed. Let's put it that way. Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head. He didn't know whether he should complain about something, because in a sense, Ulquiorra did lose to him. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to kill Ulquiorra, Neleil suddenly appeared and rescued Ulquiorra, and defeated his Judo Hollow state, allowing Kurosaki Ichigo to recover directly. That woman is really a bit scary. What puzzled Kurosaki Ichigo was that Neleil did not pursue the victory, and even took the initiative to release an Oeorihime, allowing him to come to Soul Society to participate in the battle. As expected, Aizen Sosuke slowly spread out his palms, and smiled softly. From the beginning, I have been looking forward to your growth. I hope you won't let me down, Kurosaki Ichigo. Aizen Sosuke's body gradually revealed a sharp edge that would never be restrained again. The spiritual pressure slowly spread from his body to the surroundings. His smile seemed a little weird under this amazing spiritual pressure. From the beginning, Kurosaki Ichigo frowned slightly. Yes, from the beginning. Aizen Sosuke chuckled and stretched out his arms towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Strictly speaking, I had arranged everything before you were born. Your father, Kurosaki Ishin, he was Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division of the Gotai 13. Your mother, Kurosaki Masaki, she is one of the few pure-blooded Quincy left in the world. The Great Hollow in your body, the White Hollow. It is a vast old-class Rankar Great Hollow with extraordinary talent in the entire Hyuga Mundo. Death God, Quincy, Hollow, all three powers are gathered in your body. Every word of Aizen Sosuke made Kurosaki Ichigo's face change a little. When Aizen was about to finish, Kurosaki Ichigo's whole face had become extremely ugly. No matter who it is, knowing that his life is arranged, there is no way he can have a good face, especially this guy Aizen Sosuke, who directly arranged his parents and the White Hollow in his body. Before he was born, he was already confirmed to be controlled by Aizen Sosuke. This guy is too dark. Aizen Sosuke didn't care about Ichigo Kurosaki's expression at all, and even pointed at Ichigo Kurosaki with some interest, and praised confidently, Ichigo Kurosaki, from the moment you were born, I already knew that my most perfect work in the world was born. From your birth, from the time you came into contact with Ruki Akatsuki, from the time you entered the Soul Society and became stronger little by little, from the time you obtained the power of the Hollow and possessed the power of the Rankar, I have been paying attention to you. Every word of Aizen Sosuke stabbed Ichigo Kurosaki's heart, making the face of this young god of death almost gloomy and dripping with water. This feeling that his life is arranged by others, it really makes Ichigo Kurosaki feel indescribable anger. Aizen Sosuke didn't seem to care about Ichigo Kurosaki's mood at all. He was just enjoying the feeling of controlling others like a god. I know everything about you. Everything you have experienced is under my control. Then please tell me. Ichigo. Aizen Sosuke retracted his hand, smiled and asked, how should you fight me now? Does your sword have the power to resist? The battlefield fell into silence strangely. Whether it was Ichigo Kurosaki who was still confronting Aizen Sosuke in the sky, or the captains of the Gotai 13 who were fighting on the ground, everyone's mood became a little heavy. Everyone had to be shocked by Aizen Sosuke's arrangements. Since Ichigo Kurosaki was not yet born, Aizen Sosuke had arranged everything for him. Does Ichigo Kurosaki really have the will to resist Aizen Sosuke now? It's difficult. If they were in Ichigo Kurosaki's position, most people would probably fight to the death, rather than dare to swing their sword at Sosuke. Aizen, hey, 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 Aizen. A hearty voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. A middle-aged man shouted in the distance, "You guy, don't take the credit for raising this bastard kid. That kid is my son." Captain Ishin Kurosaki. Asshole dad. The people present looked at the middle-aged man who came in a death suit. It was Ichigo Kurosaki's father. Ishin Kurosaki, the father who raised his son, when he lived in the real world. Ishin Kurosaki never revealed his identity in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. He was just like an ordinary father. No, he was even more disrespectful than other fathers in the real world. However, at this time, Ishin Kurosaki appeared like a savior. "You are too greedy." Kurosaki Ishin stopped in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. He ignored his son and just watched Aizen Sosuke pick his ears. Ichigo was not born for the so-called power of Quincy or Death God. He was just an accident in the life of a couple. Kurosaki Ichigo's face darkened again. Although he knew what his father meant, he felt even worse after his father said such words. Kurosaki Ishin didn't seem to think about taking care of his son's feelings, and continued to himself, "This was just an accident. The woman I love most wanted to be a mother, so we chose to give birth to this bastard boy. What does our family's affairs have to do with your arrangements? You guy, don't take the credit for yourself. And you kid." Kurosaki Ishin looked at his son with displeasure. "You are the person my most beloved woman risked her life to protect. How can you?" "I didn't." Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his father with a dark face, and became a little depressed under his father's gaze. "Okay, actually I know all this, but I feel a little uncomfortable. This is a battlefield, kid." Kurosaki Ishin held his Zanpakuto upside down, looked at Aizen Sosuke in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "The enemies on the battlefield will use any despicable means to win. They don't care about your feelings." "I get it." Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, clenched his Zanpakuto again, and pointed it at Aizen Sosuke. Although the two of them seemed to have let go of their secrets in a joking manner, when they faced Aizen Sosuke, the father and son's eyes became serious at the same time. This guy's spiritual pressure has far exceeded their cognition. Even a man with an open-minded personality like Kurosaki Ishin couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. Now Aizen Sosuke is not only scary, from now on, perhaps it should be called terrifying. Uehara Kisuke and Shifengyu and Yoruichi stood beside them, and the two of them were ready to support the Kurosaki father and son at any time with the momentum of a horn. The only one who could support them in the battle with Aizen Sosuke, Tobirama Senju, was dealing with Orochimaru at this moment. They could only rely on themselves for this battle. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to launch the Getsuga Tensho first, a voice like a magic spell appeared in his mind. "You have no way to defeat him, Ichigo. You, as you are now, have no way to defeat him, Ichigo. Don't make a fearless sacrifice. Your power has its limits." This is. Ichigo Kurosaki's brows were slightly furrowed. In an instant, he seemed to have thought of something, and his entire mind appeared in his soul communication space : Uncle Zanjitsu? According to Ichigo Kurosaki's cognition, this bearded man is his Zanpakuto. It's a bit strange to say that other people's Zanpakuto are either women or young girls, but only his Zanpakuto is a bearded uncle. In Ichigo Kurosaki's soul communication space, the bearded man who Ichigo Kurosaki thinks is his Zanpakuto is floating in the air, and his voice is still looming. "Here, we can protect your safety." The entire soul space changed. The next moment, this soul space changed its appearance and turned into the appearance of Siriite, and a location was marked at a certain position in it. "No." Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head and said in a deep voice, "If you haven't tried yet, how can you give up so rashly?" The bearded man was silent for a moment, and quietly disappeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's soul communication space. His voice was still a little illusory. "I hope you can survive this war. Because this war has just begun." Yes, the battlefield has just begun. Although everyone thinks that this war has reached its limit, Everyone has no way to retreat. In order to protect the Soul Society and the Soul Society from Aizen Sosuke, they have risked everything they have. On the battlefield of the Soul Society, the Gotai 13 is almost retreating, the Uehara clan's impure world core is also constantly retreating, and Senjuto Bairama, the fifth deadly officer, is also faintly losing in the hands of Orochimaru. The only ones who are still in an offensive posture on the entire battlefield are Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Isshin, Urahara Kisuke and Shifengyu and Yoruichi. Unfortunately, they did not hold on for too long. Aizen Sosuke showed his terrifying power, and just used the terrifying spiritual pressure brought by the possession of Black Zetsu to suppress everyone present. Prepare to respond and save them. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a look at the battle in the air and ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, retreat to the entrance of the Soul King Palace. Yukitake, contact Ikabai of the Zero Division." "Yes, teacher." Yukitake Jushiro is the captain of the 13th Division. He is also one of the noble disciples and knows the secrets of the Soul King Palace the best. "Hurry up," Yamamoto Shigekuni urged in a low voice. "This war, there is no hope of victory at present, at least from the current point of view. The Gotai 13 that they stayed in the Soul Society is simply unable to compete with Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru and his Rancor Corps. The battlefield has been defeated. At this time, if they continue to fight Aizen Sosuke under this situation, it will undoubtedly be a meaningless act of sacrifice. If the Bankai Zanpakataki could be used." Yamamoto Genryu's Shigekuni's eyes fell on the Zanpakataki beside him. He slowly pulled out his Zanpakataki and put it back into the scabbard. The current Soul Society has more than just the Gotai 13. If the Gotai 13 were to be sacrificed to stop Aizen Sosuke, Yamamoto Shigekuni would never begrudge such a sacrifice. The power of the Zanpakataki is enough to destroy the entire Soul Society. According to Yamamoto Shigekuni's observation of the fire seal used by Orochimaru, that kind of ghost technique cannot stop the Zanpakataki from vending. However, the Uehara clan still exists in the Soul Society. The 4 deadly officers are tracking down the whereabouts of Uehara. They are all not in the Soul Society. Even if they stay in the Soul Society, they may not die under the Zanpakataki. If Uchiha Madara and his men return and find that Uehara Castle has been reduced to ashes by his Zankanotaki, there will definitely be another world-destroying war in the Soul Society. Instead of that, it is better to let the Zero Squad attack. Perhaps this time, the opportunity of Aizen Sosuke's invasion can be used to let the Uehara clan realize the power of the Zero Squad, and the Soul Society can be more united. The retreat of the Gotai 13 was not concealed. Senjuto Bairama led the Impure World Army to retreat as well. "Want to escape?" Aizen Sosuke glanced at the gradually retreating army, and a black flash of light appeared on his fingertips. "Soul Society is so small, where can you escape to? Get Sugatensho." Ichigo Kurosaki saw this scene and instantly flew into the air, waving his Zanpakuto and slashing out a black light, interrupting Aizen Sosuke's action of condensing the flash. If it was a little slower, who knows how many lives would be lost under that flash. "Mr. Isshin, let's go first." Urahara Kisuke covered the wound on his arm and appeared beside Kurosaki Isshin, saying softly, "The direction they are retreating in is the entrance to the Soul King Palace." It should be. Some things don't need to be said. All of these captains have heard about the Soul King Palace and the Zero Squad. "I got it." Kurosaki Isshin held his Zanpakuto horizontally in front of Aizen Sosuke and shouted, "Urahara, Yoruichi, take Ichigo and go first." "Dad, hurry up." Kurosaki Isshin grinned, laughed and repeated what he had said many times. "Ichigo, you are the man who the woman I love most protected with her life." Kurosaki Isshin no longer looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, but turned to look at Aizen Sosuke, who was like a god, and continued in a deep voice, "So, Ichigo, you must live well." "Asshole dad." Kurosaki Ichigo wiped his somewhat red eyes with one hand and clenched his teeth, "But now I don't want to be like that time again." A pitch-black spiritual pressure surged on Kurosaki Ichigo's body like lightning, just as a new skull mask gradually reappeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. An arm suddenly hugged Kurosaki Ichigo's waist and abdomen. "Silly son, you really want to fight to the death?" Kurosaki Isshin, who was still resisting, carried his son and ran towards the entrance of the Soul King Palace in a flash. "The masters here have all retreated. Why are you still here? This guy really doesn't seem to have any moral integrity." Aizen Sosuke pondered for a moment and finally raised his finger and fired a blank bullet in the direction where Kurosaki Isshin and his son fled. The blank bullet exploded instantly, causing a shock wave. However, when the shock wave and smoke gradually dissipated, there was no trace of Kurosaki Isshin and his son on the ground, as if they had died under the blank bullet. As the smoke dissipated, the shadow of the smoke was also slowly dissipating. Aizen Sosuke frowned slightly, because he knew that the blank bullet could not kill Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki Ichigo so easily, but no matter how he used spiritual pressure to search, he could not detect their traces. Forget it. Aizen Sosuke's brows relaxed, his eyes fixed on the direction of the retreat of the Shinigami army and the Impure World army, and then looked at the Rancor army below. They won. Because of the ability of Kajutsu Zanpakuto to control the five senses, the Shinigami army and the Impure World army were on the verge of collapse. Coupled with the defeat of Yamamoto Shigekuni and Senjuto Bairama, they finally won this war. No, it should be said that they won the first battle. Go, chase them down. Aizen Sosuke slowly waved his palm, pointing to the direction of the retreat of the Shinigami army in the distance, and gave his orders. Go, Rancor, chase the Shinigami, chase them to the end of this world. The final prelude. Chapter 691. Block the space and do not allow anyone to escape from the Spirit King Palace. Soul King Palace. The entrance to the deep passage was wide open. Yukitake Jushiro and Kiraku Shutsui were ordered to arrive here first. They looked at each other, each with some confusion on their faces. Has the Zero Squad known that we were defeated? It would be strange if they didn't notice it with their power. Kiraku Shutsui responded casually, sighed and said, I'll meet the old man here, you go contact them. It seems that we really need to rely on their power this time. Yukitake Jushiro nodded hesitantly. Just as Yukitake Jushiro was about to step into the passage connecting Soul Society and Soul King Palace, a figure slowly walked out of the passage and appeared in front of them. Mr. Kabuto. Yukitake Jushiro's face flashed with surprise. Kiraku Shutsui's face became a little strange when he saw Kabuto Yakushi, because to be honest, Kiraku Shutsui felt sorry for Kabuto Yakushi. When Kabuto Yakushi was the captain of the 8th Division, the 8th Division relied on intelligence to become the most powerful division in the entire Gotai 13. However, after Kiraku Shutsui took over, the 8th Division seemed to have gradually become useless. We already know everything that happened in the Soul Society. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and said softly, the Zero Division specially allowed all the Shinigami of the Gotai 13 to temporarily enter the passage in the Soul King Palace for refuge, because the next battle may affect the entire Soul Society. Yes, a touch of gratitude flashed across Yukitake Jushiro's face. He didn't expect that the Zero Division would be so generous and willing to allow the Shinigami of the entire Gotai 13 to enter the passage. There was some doubt in Kiraku Shutsui's eyes, and he suddenly said, Mr. Kabuto, the Gotai 13 can be allowed to enter the passage. Then, what about the Impure World Core of the Uehara clan? Immortal World Core? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The order of the Zero Division is that as a reward for their willingness to fight with the Gotai 13, we will allow the Impure World Core to be stationed at the entrance! Yukitake Jushiro and Kiraku Shutsui's faces flashed with surprise at the same time. The Gotai 13 of the Soul Rain can enter the passage for refuge, but the Impure World Core of the Uehara clan is only allowed to hide at the entrance of the passage. This kind of thing is a bit like killing someone with a borrowed knife. No, this is supposed to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Even at this time, has the Zero Division still not given up the idea of internal fighting? Or, Kabuto Yakushi, who has become a member of the Zero Division, finally took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wield the butcher knife against his old enemy, the Uehara clan. After all, if the Uehara clan knew that Kabuto Yakushi had become a member of the Zero Squad, a nearly immortal existence, they would definitely not give up. Now the most elite impure world core of the Uehara clan is being hunted down by the Rancor core from behind, and Kabuto Yakushi can destroy this most elite core here by tripping them up. After this war is over, the Uehara clan, whose strength has been greatly damaged, will no longer have the hope of revenge on Kabuto Yakushi, and even after this war, it is unclear whether the Uehara clan will still exist in the Soul Society. It has to be admitted that this is indeed the best opportunity to eliminate the Uehara clan. However, this opportunity is somewhat unacceptable. Ukitake Jushiro and Kiraku Shutsui's faces gradually became ugly, and the two looked at Kabuto Yakushi with a hint of dissatisfaction and indignation. Until this time, Kabuto Yakushi was still fighting among himself. "This is an order from Squad Zero." A light flashed under Kabuto Yakushi's lens, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Kiraku, Ukitake, don't look at me like that. Indeed, I proposed this, and I have been waiting for this day for a long time." But, a trace of anxiety flashed across Ukitake Jushiro's face. "No buts." Kabuto Yakushi interrupted Ukitake Jushiro and continued with a chuckle, "After today, all the uneasy factors that hinder peace will be completely eliminated." "Mr. Kabuto." Kiraku Shutsui clenched his Zanpakuto, suddenly raised his head and said, "Can we stay at the entrance and accompany the Impure World Core to continue fighting?" If Squad Zero's intention was to let the Impure World Core of the Uehara clan guard the entrance and die, they would never watch their companions who had just fought with them die under the conspiracy of their own people. Even if they could not change this outcome, they would not sit idly by and watch all this happen. They would rather fight Aizen Sosuke at the entrance of the passage with the Impure World Core, even if they died in battle. "I advise you not to do this." Yakushi Kabuto's face suddenly turned cold. He slowly adjusted his glasses and said in a cold voice, "If you want to change the fate of the Uehara clan, I hope you can convince the members of his Zero Division to request the cancellation of this order." After Yakushi Kabuto finished speaking, a sneer suddenly flashed across his mouth. "If you can convince them, I believe they will be more rational than you." "Asshole." Ukitake Jushiro couldn't help but grit his teeth. At this moment, he didn't care that Yakushi Kabuto was a member of the Zero Division. Unfortunately, at this time, Ukitake Jushiro and Kiraku Shunsui had no way to change all this. The two could only wait for Yamamoto Shigekuni's arrival. The army of the Shinigami led by Yamamoto Shigekuni and the Impure World Army led by Senjudo Bairama did not lag behind for too long. Under the pursuit of the Rancor army, their retreat speed was very fast, which was also related to the fact that the Rancor army was not serious about the pursuit like a cat playing with a mouse. When Yamamoto Shigekuni and Senjudo Bairama arrived here, they naturally knew the order from the Zero Division and also met Kabuto Yakushi, who was a member of the Zero Division. Yamamoto Shigekuni was silent for a long time. This old man who carried the history of the Soul Reign for thousands of years slowly lowered his head and ordered in a deep voice, "Captains, lead each division to take refuge in the passage first." "Captain-in-Chief." Every Shinigami captain had some disbelief on his face. "Go in immediately." Yamamoto Shigekuni clenched his Zanpakuto Rijinjaka and looked at his disciples. "From now on, Kiraku Shunsui will take over the position of Captain-in-Chief of the Gotai 13. This is my last order." The Shinigami captains' eyes were more and more shocked. They soon figured out what Yamamoto Shigekuni meant. This captain-in-chief who had controlled the Gotai 13 for thousands of years had to fight side by side with the Impure World Core of the Uehara clan here until he died in battle as the price of the Zero Division's order. Yamamoto Shigekuni would not want to go against the wishes of Squad Zero, as that represented the will of the top brass and the Soul King. He also did not want to abandon his teammates, so he had no choice but to die in battle in this way. "There is no need for that." Senjudo Bairama shook his head in an obscure tone, and looked at Kabuto Yakushi who was standing at the entrance of the passage. His face became slightly gloomy. "Mr. Yamamoto Shigekuni, from the very beginning you deceived the Uehara clan and let Kabuto Yakushi join the legendary Squad Zero, and thus completely mastered the Impure World reincarnation technique. It was a good move." Senjudo Bairama looked coldly at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who closed his eyes in shame. and swept his eyes to all the members of the Gotai 13 present, and continued in a deep voice, "From today on, the Uehara clan will no longer abide by any covenant." Senju Tobirama's tone became more and more gloomy, his eyes were so terrifying that people dared not look directly at them, and his voice became higher and higher. "Since you violated the agreement first, then after this war is over. No, from now on, the Uehara clan and the Soul Society will officially enter a state of war." Senju Tobirama's eyes fell on Yamamoto Shigekuni's face again, and then looked at Kabuto Yakushi, who was smiling beside him, and the hostility on his face became more and more serious. "Now get out." All the Shinigami of the Gotai 13 slowly lowered their heads. Every Shinigami had a look of shame on his face, and every Shinigami captain had a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Their dissatisfaction with Squad Zero had almost reached its peak. When Urahara Kisuke and Shiryu and Yoruichi arrived, the two of them couldn't help but remain silent when they heard the order from Squad Zero. Unfortunately, no one could change this. "I will save Captain Naraku's life." Yamamoto Genryu's Shigekuni still closed his eyes and promised, "As long as I am still here, Captain Naraku will definitely." "He is safer than you." A trace of sarcasm flashed across Senju Tobirama's face, and he said with disdain, "From today on, Uehara Naraku is no longer the captain of the 5th Division." Yamamoto Shigekuni shook his head, then nodded slowly, and continued solemnly, "No problem, my promise will not expire." "Get lost." The army of the Shinigami of the Gotai 13 slowly entered the passage under the gaze of the Impure World Army. Yamamoto Shigekuni stood for a moment, and under the angry eyes of Senju Tobirama, he could only slowly walk into the passage. "Please follow me." Yakushi Kabuto's smile was somewhat bright. He led the way at the front and said, "In order to allow everyone to withstand the density of the soul particles in the Soul King Palace, we are very hard." No one was willing to respond to him. No one was willing to respond to the sinister villain of Kabuto Yakushi. At this moment, the image of Kabuto Yakushi has become a synonym for meanness in the eyes of others. Those Shinigami who came from orphanages, such as Abe Rairanji, Matsumoto Renjaku, Kachiki Rukia, etc., wanted to defend their dean, because no one knew better than them the crisis that Kabuto Yakushi had encountered. But the atmosphere at the scene made them unable to speak. The atmosphere in the passage became more and more depressed, and there were constant whispers. All the Shinigami were dissatisfied with their superiors. At the entrance of the passage, the Impure World Corps led by Senju Tobirama was stationed in place. Even though they were abandoned by the high-level leaders of the Zero Division as abandoned children, the Impure World Corps was still unusually quiet, just quietly surrounding the dead waiter. The Rancor Corps led by Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru was not slow in action. They soon caught up with the entrance of the passage of the Soul King Palace and saw the dense Impure World Corps. "This is..." Aizen Sosuke's eyebrows slightly raised, and he began to think subconsciously, wondering what the situation was. Orochimaru didn't wait for Aizen Sosuke to finish thinking, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Isn't this Mr. Tobirama, whom I respect the most?" "It seems that the Uehara clan has been rejected by the Soul King Palace." Senju Tobirama's face darkened. Although Senju Tobirama didn't say anything, from his expression, Orochimaru should be telling the truth. "Say something." Orochimaru still had a smile on his face, and said sarcastically, "Will you continue to work hard for the Soul Society to stop us? Or will you make way for us?" Senju Tobirama's face darkened. He slowly raised his head and looked at Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru in the air, and then glanced at a group of Rancors with sarcastic faces, and waved his hand weakly. "Disperse." Following Senju Tobirama's order, the Impure World Army followed orders and dispersed quickly, clearing a path for the Rancor army. Aizen Sosuke waved his hand, slowly lowered his head to look at the Impure World Army, and whispered, "If you are willing to serve." Senju Tobirama interrupted Aizen Sosuke with a gloomy face. "Kid, wait until you have a chance to defeat Big Brother and Madara." "Really?" Aizen Sosuke chuckled, and suddenly said lightly, Shouldn't I wait until I have a chance to defeat Naraku? Senjuto Bairama's face changed slightly. At this moment, he seemed as if Aizen Sosuke knew the family secret. Tell me, where is Naraku? Aizen Sosuke lowered his eyes slightly, and without waiting for Senjuto Bairama to answer, he answered to himself, let me guess. He should be hiding somewhere now, waiting for the end of the war between me and the Soul Society to clean up the mess. Aizen Sosuke's eyes swept across the impure world army on the ground, and continued to himself, Naraku really put a lot of thought into making us kill each other. Aizen Sosuke slowly raised his palm, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. But I will disappoint him this time. It only takes the strength of one finger to crush an ant. And it only takes one finger to crush another ant. For Aizen Sosuke now, defeating the Gotai 13 did not waste too much of his spiritual power at all. It could even be said to be so simple without any effort. After defeating the Gotai 13 and the Impure World Army, Aizen Sosuke had enough confidence to deal with the Soul Society and the Zero Division, and then deal with the hidden Uehara Naraku. Aizen Sosuke's eyes flashed, and he slowly waved his palm, and his voice became indifferent. Okay, I will let you go this time. Killing some abandoned children has tarnished this war that I am proud of. As the price of letting you go, help me pass a message to Naraku. In half an hour, I will lead the Rancor Corps to destroy the entire Soul King Palace. After I destroy the Soul King Palace, I will sit on the throne of the Soul King Palace and wait for him to challenge me. I hope this time, he will show his true strength. This is the last chance I give him. Rancor Corps, keep moving forward. After Aizen Sosuke finished speaking, he stopped looking at Senjuto Bairama and the Impure World Army, and led the Rancor Corps with Orochimaru into the passage of the Soul King Palace. Not long after they entered the passage of the Soul King Palace, Senjuto Bairama's face returned to normal. He stared at the Rancor army entering the Soul King Palace, his eyes full of dangerous coldness. Monkey, Minato, lead the sealing team to start setting up barriers. Block all the spatial barriers of the Soul King Palace, and do not allow anyone to escape. The big show of the Soul King Palace, opening ceremony tomorrow. Chapter 692. From the beginning, you knew everything I did. Soul King Palace. There was a bright light at the end of the passage. Yamamoto Shigekuni led the Gotai 13 to the end of the passage and slowly stopped. The old man stretched out his hand to signal the entire Gotai 13 to stop. Yamamoto Shigekuni raised his head and looked at the somewhat empty Soul King Palace. His pupils suddenly shrank and his brows frowned tightly. What is going on? The appearance of the entire Soul King Palace was not the same as he remembered. Because the Soul King Palace has now become a wide square, there are no buildings in the sight of Yamamoto Shigekuni. The palaces where the members of the Zero Squad live and the palace where the Soul King crystal coffin is stored have disappeared without a trace. The entire wide space is in full view. Only 5 tall stone pillars and a tall stone tablet stand in the center of the square, making people feel that this enclosed space with a respected status is a bit desolate. That is, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes stayed on the stone pillars and the stone tablet. When the old man saw the 5 stone pillars and the stone tablet clearly, his expression suddenly became solemn, and his palms clenched his zanpakuto tightly. On the 5 stone pillars, 5 members of the Zero Division were tied respectively: Hayasha Bukabai, Nakai Funkuro, Kiranji Tenshiro, Nimeyeo, Shutara Tentamaru. These 5 members of the Zero Division who once rewrote the history of Soul Society, their figures looked particularly embarrassed at this moment. Each member of the Zero Division was covered with black sealing spells, their bodies were tightly tied to the top of the stone pillars, and they lowered their heads as if they had lost their breath. How could this happen? Just these 5 members of the Zero Division. Their combined combat power is more powerful than the entire Gotai 13. Now, they are tied to the pillars like prisoners. Who on earth has the power to capture these immortal members of Squad Zero and even humiliate them like this? Yamamoto Shigekuni's gaze slowly stopped on the stone tablet in front of the 5 pillars, and he finally saw clearly what the stone tablet was. It was not a stone tablet, it was a tall throne. A throne occupying the center of the Soul King Palace. and around the shocking throne stood 4 figures of different heights, guarding the throne like attendants, or they were guarding the person on the throne. Yamamoto Shigekuni's face became visibly ugly, and the captains of the Gotai 13 around him also saw it all, and everyone's face flashed a touch of surprise. How could the Soul King Palace become like this? How is it possible? Were all the members of Squad 0 defeated? What on earth happened here? Why was Squad 0 captured? Those people under the throne are Mr. Madara, the 4 great officers of the Uehara clan What on earth is? The captains of the Gotai 13 looked uglier and uglier, until they saw clearly the young man sitting on the throne, the man who was like the abyss. At this moment, the spiritual pressure of the man sitting on the throne made people feel as deep and terrifying as the abyss of hell, making people dare not even look directly at him for a long time. However, at this time, the captains of the Shinigami and the Shinigami under their command could not help but look at the man on the throne. Captain Uehara? The entire Gotai 13 was in an uproar. The captains of the Gotai 13 had different expressions, and everyone's face was particularly wonderful, and everyone's eyes were somewhat incredible and complicated. How did Uehara appear in the Soul King Palace, and the 4 chiefs? What's going on? Are you kidding? Were the members of Squad 0 captured? What's going on? It's impossible that Captain Uehara Naraku led the 4 chiefs to defeat Squad 0 and destroy the Soul King Palace. Although Captain Yukitake Joshiro of the 13th Division proposed some truth in his speculation, he himself couldn't believe it after he said it. On the throne, Uehara Naraku slowly raised his head, looked at the messy Gotai 13, curled his lips, and a gentle voice echoed in this space. Are you finally here, gentlemen? Uehara Naraku's voice was still gentle and approachable, as if the host treated the guests politely and smiled. But I'm sorry, we still have a few guests who haven't arrived. Before that, would you like a glass of juice first? Obviously, Uehara Naraku's attitude was no different from the past. However, in this state, no one would think that Uehara Naraku in front of them was still the cowardly and gentle captain of the 5th Division that they knew. The eyes of every Shinigami captain became a little cold. They seemed to see the shadow of the previous captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke, in Uehara Naraku, the captain of the 5th Division. He was even more dangerous than Aizen Sosuke, who was chasing them outside. At this point, no one would think that the members of the 0 Division being captured and tied to stone pillars had nothing to do with Uehara Naraku. Every Shinigami captain thought that the Soul King Palace would be a safe place, but they did not expect such a change to happen in the Soul King Palace. No one would have thought that the Soul King Palace, the safest place, actually hides a bigger conspiracy. Ha 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 ha. Kenpachi Zaraki, the captain of the 11th Division, showed a somewhat neurotic smile on his face, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He looked at the other Shinigami captains. Hey, don't any of you still think that Uehara Naraku is a good person? Kenpachi can see that something is wrong. Yakai Kusaka, the vice captain of the 11th Division, nervously reached out and grabbed Kenpachi Zaraki's clothes, his little face full of worry and fear. How can others not see the problem? I also think that little Naraku seems to have a problem. Kenpachi Zaraki's expression became even uglier. Although Kenpachi Zaraki knew that Yakai Kusaka was speaking from his heart, it was precisely because this little guy was speaking from his heart that he felt even more sad. Bastard. It makes him sound like he has a low IQ. It's obviously a problem that can be solved with a knife, so there's no need to use your brain. Even the slow-witted ones like Kenpachi Zaraki and Yakai Kusaka could sense the problem, not to mention the other Shinigami captains, who figured everything out in a blink of an eye. Perhaps the Uehara clan had never withdrawn from this war. The only thing they didn't expect was Uehara Naraku, who always acted harmless, would actually be the mastermind of the conspiracy to break into the 0 Division, because no matter how you look at it, Uehara Naraku doesn't look like that kind of person. Perhaps Tobirama Senju, who is under his command, is more like that kind of conspirator. No, it should be said, in fact, Uehara is also very much like that kind of person, because there is also a precedent like Aizen Sosuke. Is there something wrong with the position of the captain of the 5th Division of the Gotai 13? The two captains of the 5th Division turned out to be conspirators. The weather is nice today. Uehara and Naraku looked up at the clear sky, then looked at the many Shinigami with ugly faces, and continued slowly, "It's really a good weather, the sun will shine down, and everyone's eyes will be bright." Obviously, Uehara and Naraku still had a gentle smile on his face. However, his smile was not like the one in front of him that would make people relax their vigilance and bring warmth to people. This time, it made the hearts of all the Shinigami present feel a little cold. The mood of each Shinigami captain became particularly complicated. Even if they roughly guessed that Uehara and Naraku was planning all this behind the scenes, they were unwilling to involve Uehara and Naraku sitting on the throne with the Uehara and Naraku in their memory. At the meeting just one day ago, Uehara and Naraku still stubbornly stated at the meeting that he wanted to join the war, even as a medical or logistics force, and he looked like he was easily persuaded. However, now, the current Uehara Naraku is like a king who is high above. Whether it was the towering throne backrest, the 4 great officers standing beside him, or the 5 members of the 0 Division tied up around him, all of them shocked the captains of the Shinigami. Even in their dreams, these captains of the Shinigami would never have thought that Uehara and Naraku would appear in front of them in this image. Tap. Tap tap tap. The sound of wooden clogs stepping on the stone slabs was particularly loud. Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni held the hilt of his Zanpakuto tightly in his palm, and took the lead in walking towards the throne step by step. Every time he took a step, the spiritual pressure on his body would become stronger. Yamamoto Shigekuni did not stop until he walked in front of the throne. A touch of regret and embarrassment flashed in his eyes. His regret was because he had gone in the wrong direction towards Uehara Naraku, and his embarrassment was because the Gotai 13 was played by a mastermind again. All this is a conspiracy of the Uehara clan? Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't even bother to ask such stupid questions as whether Uehara Naraku had surrendered to Aizen Sosuke, because he knew that Uehara Naraku, who was sitting on the throne, would obviously not be inferior to others. Cough. Cough cough. Run. Run away. Before Uehara Naraku could answer, a painful groan fell from the stone pillar first, and Hayasha Bukabai, who was tied to the stone pillar, struggled to raise his head. As the captain of the 0 Division, Hayasha Bukabai had never been in such a predicament. He even had 2 wounds on his forehead, and blood was dripping down his cheeks. Just saying a word to remind Yamamoto Shigekuni made Hayasha Bukabai spit out blood. However, the captain of the 0 Division was still suppressing the pain caused by his serious injuries, struggling to continue to remind his old friend. Run. Quickly. You are not their opponent. Run. Leave here. Cough. Cough. Ikabai. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked up at his old friend, his face slightly complicated. He shook his head slowly, his voice gradually lowered. When we entered the Soul King Palace, no one could escape. Yes, no one could escape, because the entrance to the passage of the Soul King Palace's space barrier was stationed with the Senjutsu Bairama and the Impure World Core abandoned by the Gotai 13. This closed space was not a safe house for the Gotai 13 at all, but the grave of the Gotai 13. Kabuyakushi. Yamamoto Shigekuni turned his head suddenly and looked at Kabuyakushi, who came with him. The old man's eyes showed a biting look. Are you from the Uehara clan? At this moment, Yamamoto Shigekuni figured it all out. The captain of the Gotai 13 felt unprecedented sadness and heaviness in his heart, and his eyes were fixed on Kabuyakushi. After finding the Hogyaku, you were the one who issued the order in the name of Squad 0 to take back the Hogyaku. Before the war started, you were the one who suggested that Squad 0 could provide support. When we retreated to the Soul King Palace, you took the opportunity to stop the Impure World Core at the entrance. All this happened. Now it seems that it was all controlled by someone. If Kabuyakushi, a member of Squad 0, was a spy, they would become pawns, unable to even see the mist of Soul Society. Yamamoto Shigekuni's voice slowly lowered, and the whole person seemed to have aged completely. No one would have thought that Kabuyakushi, who the Uehara clan wanted to kill as soon as possible, would actually be a spy of the Uehara clan. Yes, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, with a playful smile on his lips. If I hadn't acted like I was forced into desperation by the Uehara clan, how could I have hoped to join the Zero Squad? You have been pretending in the Soul Society. The veins on Yamamoto Shigekuni's palms bulged a little bit, showing the anger that the old man was about to uncontrollably feel. His cold eyes fell on Naraku on the throne. The purpose is for this moment, to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded slightly. Even at this time, Uehara Naraku still had a faint smile on his face. His eyes swept past Yamamoto Shigekuni and fell in the direction of the end of the passage. Our other guest has arrived. Uehara Naraku sat on his throne and calmly spread his palms. Captain Aizen, there is no need to hide. Aren't you coveting this throne of heaven? Now, it is here. The army of Shinigami at the end of the passage was in chaos. Thousands of Shinigami from the Gotai 13 were directly overturned by a huge impact. Aizen Sosuke and Orochimaru led the Rancor Corps and slowly stepped into the empty Soul King Palace. At this moment, there are really wolves in front and tigers behind. But at this time, Aizen Sosuke didn't seem to care about the Gotai 13, because he heard what Yakushi Kabuto said. It's really unexpected. Aizen Sosuke's figure slowly flew up, his eyes fixed on the area in the center of the square, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually became cold. I always thought that Mr. Kabuto would be my loyal ally, but I didn't expect that he would be a member of the Uehara clan. Yes, Aizen Sosuke didn't expect it either. Aizen once thought that Kabuto Yakushi was the one who recognized him the most. However, now is not the time to get entangled with Kabuto Yakushi. Aizen Sosuke's eyes slowly moved to look at Uehara Naraku, the person who secretly instructed Kabuto Yakushi, and his eyes became a little cold. So, from the beginning you knew everything I was going to do. The next moment, Aizen Sosuke seemed to have thought of something. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Akamaru-jin, who flew to Kabuto Yakushi, and his eyes became colder. If Kabuto Yakushi is a member of the Uehara clan, then who is Kabuto Yakushi's disciple Akamaru-jin loyal to? It seems that there is no need to think about it at all. Not just at the beginning. Aizen Sosuke's fingers were slightly bent, and they were clenched into fists little by little. His eyes fell from Akamaru-jin to Uehara Naraku, but always, fortunately, Aizen himself has never trusted anyone. Therefore, on some top-secret matters, Aizen Sosuke never told Akamaru-jin, because he knew that Akamaru-jin was not trustworthy, and naturally he would not give him any absolute trust. Akamaru-jin would betray him. Aizen Sosuke had been mentally prepared. Unfortunately, a person suddenly fell from the sky and stood next to Uehara Naraku, which changed Aizen Sosuke's expression again. Even though Aizen Sosuke's trust in this person was very low, even lower than his trust in Akamaru-jin and Yakushi Kabuto, he could not bear this person standing on Uehara Naraku's side. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth and extended a warm greeting to his subordinates, who returned to his side. Welcome back, Jin. Mr. Orochimaru. A new world will open on May 1st. Marvel, Chapter 693, I am the only head of the Uehara clan from beginning to end. The weather was fine. Under the warm sunshine, the Shinigami in the Soul King Palace couldn't help but feel a little cold in their hearts. The world they saw was completely overturned. As you can see, Uehara Naraku withdrew his gaze from Orochimaru and fell on Aizen Sosuke's face. He chuckled and explained, since Kabuto and Jin are my subordinates, Mr. Orochimaru is naturally my subordinate as well. From the beginning? Yes, from the beginning. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and said softly, remember the legend of Hyukomundo? The so-called Akaya Madara chasing Orochimaru is essentially just to help Mr. Orochimaru clear the troubles in Hyukomundo. I understand. Thank you for your understanding. Aizen Sosuke's face was still trying to remain calm, but if even Orochimaru is a subordinate of Uehara Naraku, then the Rancor Corps created by Orochimaru may not be loyal to the Kyonya Palace. Aizen Sosuke's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the Rancor Corps flying towards him. and passed by these Rancor hollows controlled by Orochimaru to land behind Uehara Naraku's throne one by one, until he stopped at Koi 8 Stark. Wait, Koi 8 Stark? How come this Rancor Tennispada's leader is also a member of the Uehara clan? Aizen Sosuke's eyes looked from Koi 8 Stark to the other Rancor Tennispadas. These Tennispadas hesitated for a few seconds under his gaze, and then followed Koi 8 Stark without hesitation and stood behind the throne. In an instant, Aizen Sosuke became a lonely man. Orochimaru and the Rancor Corps betrayed him. Before, Aizen Sosuke was in charge of an army of Rancors that could shake any organization in this world. In just a few seconds, he lost all his subordinates. This is a bit too much. The captains of the Gotai 13 looked at Aizen Sosuke with sympathy. Isn't this the Lord of Hukamundo too miserable? Who would have thought that all the subordinates around Aizen Sosuke were actually spies of the enemy, which also means that he has been under the enemy's surveillance. And, is the Uehara clan sick? If only one Rancor was a spy, why did they send out so many spies just to monitor Aizen Sosuke? What the hell? Except for Aizen Sosuke, everyone else is their spy? Is this something a human can do? Koi 8 Stark is also. Aizen Sosuke's eyes gradually became dangerous. He looked at Uehara Naraku again. Since Stark is also under your command, then, Ulquiorra, just as you thought. Uehara Naraku nodded calmly, smiled and continued, it's really interesting to think about it now. All the assassination plans presided over by Captain Aizen were under my surveillance. Captain Aizen actually wanted to use Ulquiorra to play a trick in front of me, but I was very happy to see Captain Aizen's performance at that time. Aizen Sosuke's fingers spread out again. Although Aizen's face remained calm, everyone could feel the suppressed and violent spiritual pressure of Aizen Sosuke. It was indeed difficult for people to accept this kind of thing calmly. Now think about it. Aizen Sosuke was really like a clown at the time. The assassination plan went very smoothly, and even Aizen Sosuke himself was satisfied with the assassination plan, which made Uehara Naraku more convinced of him. However, now, all of this is within Uehara Naraku's sight. The young head of the Uehara clan is like watching a clown performance, watching Aizen Sosuke pretending in front of him, and he doesn't know whether he is mocking or ridiculing in his heart. Aizen Sosuke pinched his fingers, and there was a sound from his knuckles. It seems that he is not in a very good mood. This is normal. Back then, Aizen Sosuke always thought that he had Uehara Naraku in the palm of his hand, but he didn't expect that the one who was being played in the palm of his hand was Aizen Sosuke himself. There is no need to hide your anger, Captain. Uehara Naraku smiled and spread out his palms, and persuaded sincerely, just like when you controlled Kurosaki Ichigo's life in your own hands. Your life has always been under my control. Ever since I heard of your name and things, I have been sending people to observe you secretly. Since you entered the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, someone has been reporting everything about you to me, including how many grains of rice you ate during meals. When he said this, the smile on Uehara Naraku's face became more brilliant. It's a pity that you have grown too fast, and you almost discovered the traces of the pursuer. In order to get rid of your suspicion, I had to direct your suspicion to Mr. Orochimaru. This is a good decision. Aizen Sosuke nodded slowly. His spiritual pressure gradually stabilized, and he continued softly, if you calculate it this way, the news I got about the Uehara clan is all false, and your age doesn't seem to be the so-called new successor of the Uehara clan. There is no need to speculate anymore. Aizen Sosuke thought about how the Uehara clan has been hiding their heritage, hiding the information of their successive heads of the family, hiding all their history. Even the 13 Deadpools have never shown any signs of betrayal. A somewhat terrifying answer appeared in Aizen Sosuke's mind. You guessed right, Captain. Uehara Naraku's face gradually showed a hint of amusement. He looked at Aizen Sosuke, then looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni and the other Shinigami captains who came over, and chuckled as he continued. The Uehara clan has never had any successor head of the family. I have been the head of the family for thousands of years. How great is that? A head of the family with a short lifespan is in line with the expectations of the Soul Society for the Uehara clan, isn't it? If it was a head of a wealthy family who lived for thousands of years, people would always be afraid when they mention it, right? Don't look at me with that look. Isn't everything I do in line with your expectations? What do you think? Captain General Yamamoto. A sigh flashed through Yamamoto Shigekuni's heart. The captains of the Gotai 13 gradually showed some fear on their faces. The head of a wealthy clan that has existed for thousands of years would indeed make them involuntarily begin to speculate on Uehara Naraku's power and his purpose. No one would think that the head of a wealthy family has been hiding his identity for thousands of years just to reassure the Soul Society. This guy Uehara Naraku is surprisingly patient. He has been hiding himself for thousands of years. Want to hear a story? Uehara Naraku leaned on the throne and said leisurely, "The weather is so good today, it seems very suitable to hold an outdoor tea party." "Please speak." Yamamoto Shigekuni pressed the handle of Rijinjakuka with his palm. The deceived old man seemed to be able to draw his sword at any time. Uehara Naraku didn't care about the threat brought by Yamamoto Shigekuni. He just tilted his head and chuckled. "This is a very long story. So much so that most of the time I wonder why I can endure this loneliness. If you count carefully, it should be 3,000 years ago. The Gotai 13 had not yet been established. The Soul Society was still a wasteland, and the so-called nobles were just a few weak guys. In order to integrate into it, we wanted to attract the strongest Captain Akabai of the Hayashabu and Captain General Yamamoto, but unfortunately they refused. In order not to arouse their suspicion, my subordinates and I established the Uehara clan and established a wealthy family in the wilderness. It's really interesting to say that the Uehara clan, which was once excluded, stood above the 5 nobles. There was even a noble who surrendered to me. A group of death gods were terrified when they heard it. No one would have thought that the Uehara clan had been hiding for thousands of years. For thousands of years, this group of guys spent their time like this, without revealing their true colors in front of everyone, especially Uehara Naraku. This was once a kind little guy in everyone's eyes. His true face is a hidden mastermind who has been stirring up the world for thousands of years. What so-called successor to the head of the family? What so-called inability to go against the will of the 13 Deadpools? Everything is just a disguise for this mastermind to hide his identity. The expressions of the death gods were faintly collapsed. Even if those words came from Uehara Naraku's mouth, their brains were still hesitant and unwilling to convince themselves to believe. This kind of thing, it's really hard for people to believe. Only Matsumoto Renjaku's face flashed a flash of realization. This woman finally remembered the advice that Kabuto Yakushi and Jinakamaru had given her, telling her not to disobey Uehara Naraku's words, and not to show any disrespect in front of Uehara Naraku. Very terrible forbearance. However, when they accepted this fact, everyone couldn't help but sigh at the horror of Uehara Naraku and the Uehara clan, just hiding for thousands of years under the eyes of so many people. It is definitely not something that other people present can do. Even Aizen Sosuke had revealed clues. The Tsunai Ashero clan has surrendered to you, right? Yamamoto Shigekuni slowly closed his eyes and whispered the name of the family that surrendered to Uehara Naraku. Only if they surrender to you can you hide all this. Yeah. Uehara Naraku sighed and nodded, and continued. The Great Spiritual Book Corridor records all the major events that happened in Soul Society. This is a big trouble. From that time on, we hid our own strength, watching in secret the Siriite, which was as weak as a village, gradually becoming bigger and bigger, and watching the enemies of the Gotai 13 disappear again and again. I'm very curious. Yamamoto Shigekuni opened his eyes and stared at Uehara Naraku. For thousands of years, even with the Tsunai Ashero clan covering up secrets for you, it is impossible to guarantee that no secrets will be leaked. In fact, what Yamamoto Shigekuni wanted to ask more was, how many people did the Uehara clan plant in the Gotai 13? Because the precedent of Aizen Sosuke was there. No matter how incredible the things were, they might happen to them. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't help but wonder how many spies there were in the Gotai 13. I guess what the captain wants to ask is. Uehara Naraku looked at Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru, chuckled and said, you don't think that you don't have to pay any price to get the perfect body brought by the impure world reincarnation? Yamamoto Shigekuni fell silent. Impure world reincarnation. There are huge problems. At this moment, Yamamoto Shigekuni vaguely understood why the Uehara clan had such strict assessments for the impure world reincarnation, and even many Shinigami who received the gift of the impure world reincarnation chose to join the Uehara clan, because they were originally controlled by Uehara Naraku. Forget it. Uehara Naraku raised his head and looked at the Gotai 13 in the distance, and said loudly, "At this time, it seems that there is no need to hide it. Anyone who carries the name of Akatsuki, now, stand behind me." "Yes, sir." The captain of the 9th Division, Tosen Kaname, and the captain of the 7th Division, Kame Morisajin, walked out first, and one after another Shinigami followed behind them. The Shinigami captains of the Gotai 13 looked at this scene with grim expressions. Among them, only 2 Shinigami captains left, but there were more than 1,000 Shinigami who left together. That guy Uehara Naraku actually arranged so many people in the Gotai 13. Even though it was not as good as the control over Aizen Sosuke, it was still unacceptable to the Shinigami captains of the Gotai 13, especially the captain of the 8th Division, Kiraku Shunsui, because Kiraku Shunsui only had his vice-captain, Yamamaru Lisa, by his side. All the members of the entire 8th Division were spies planted by Uehara Naraku. No wonder the 8th Division often couldn't collect any intelligence. Fortunately, he still had a subordinate. Kiraku Shunsui even had some thoughts of making the best of a bad situation. He reached out and patted Yamamaru Lisa on the head, chuckled and said, "It seems that I'm lucky. That guy left me a subordinate who can be assigned. Let go." Yamamaru Lisa's expression was not very good. This kind of thing is really no comfort without comparison. Compared to the lonely Aizen Sosuke, the Gotai 13 is in a better situation, although they are also angry about the betrayal of their teammates. In addition to the manipulated Shinigami, there are also some Shinigami who grew up in the Kabuto Yakushi orphanage. Some of them think that they were deceived and used by Kabuto Yakushi, and some orphans chose their own dean. In this decision of standing on the side, Matsumoto Renjaku, Abarai Renji and Kachiki Rukia are a little overwhelmed. They don't know which side to stand on. Fortunately, no one cares about them. Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at the Gotai 13, whose team had obviously shrunk, with a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. "It seems I haven't lost face enough." Uehara Naraku shook his head, chuckled and said, "After all, the Captain General has always taken good care of me. Although you just want to use me. Since everything is clear." Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded slowly and suddenly pulled out his Zanpakuto. "Then next, this should be the final battlefield now. The loser only needs to accept the rule of the throne of heaven." Aizen Sosuke quietly landed beside Yamamoto Shigekuni, slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. The spiritual pressure on his body turned into gusts of strong wind little by little. "This is our battlefield now. Let's decide the final winner here." It's a brilliant plan, so brilliant that I can't help but be impressed by it. But the outcome of all this still requires our strength to decide the winner. I want to see, even if I have been manipulated to this point, I still want to see if I will be the bird in the cage. Uehara Naraku was silent for a moment, watching Aizen Sosuke approaching him step by step. Gul D. Roger and Edward Newgate rushed forward to stop Aizen. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to signal them to step aside, slowly stood up, looked at Aizen Sosuke and nodded. "As you wish. As a thank you for saving me, I will give you the opportunity to use your full strength. It's too late to drink." Chapter 694. The damage suffered by ants is nothing to the elephants. "Come on." Uehara Naraku slowly stood up, looked at the other Shinigami captains present, and curled his lips. "After all, most of the time you seem to be dissatisfied with my cowardice. I should prove it here a little bit." As Uehara Naraku's voice became heavier, the spiritual pressure rolled over his body like a substantial air wave, and the powerful spiritual pressure instantly set off a shock wave. A flash of amazement flashed in the eyes of every Shinigami captain, whether they had witnessed the power of Yamamoto Shigekuni, or when they were studying in the Zero Squad. They had never seen a spiritual pressure as terrifying as Uehara Naraku. Even Aizen Sosuke was inferior to him. "I've heard a saying." Uehara Naraku's eyes swept through everyone, the smile on his lips getting deeper and deeper. It's very difficult to step over an ant without killing it, but now I want to try it, so I have to ask you to play the role of an ant. Uehara Naraku, captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, suddenly pulled out his sword and rushed towards Uehara Naraku with a crazy smile on his face. Ha 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 ha. Then let you also see the power of an ant biting an elephant to death. I'm looking forward to it. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared in front of the throne and appeared in front of Kenpachi Zaraki. He grabbed the long sword in his hand with his bare hands, and the spiritual pressure in his palm suddenly vibrated. Crack, crack. The long sword was directly shattered by Uehara's palm. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's palm passed over the sword light and slapped Kenpachi Zaraki's chest. More than a dozen broken blades were wrapped in his palm wind and pierced into Kenpachi Zaraki's body. The captain of the 11th Division rolled his eyes and flew backwards. Kenpachi Zaraki fell to the ground in a mess and fainted. Blood gushed out from the wound on his body where the blade had pierced his body. It seemed that he was either dead or alive. In an instant, Kenpachi Zaraki was defeated. We'd better go together. Ho-oh-oh. The captain of the 12th Division, Mayuri Kurotsuchi, smiled sinisterly and pulled out his Zanpakuto. In an instant, he released his Shikai and whispered in a hidden Bankai language, "Open your claws, Hikari Jizo." A golden boy appeared behind Mayuri Kurotsuchi. The other Shinigami captains hesitated for a second, each of them held their own Zanpakuto, and began to release their Bankai. A trumpet-shaped air wave rushed towards them. Several Shinigami captains were directly blown away by this blow. As for the golden boy born after Kurotsuchi Mayuri completed the Hikari Jizo Gold Bankai, he was also torn into pieces by this trumpet-shaped air wave. The captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Tashiro, held his Zanpakuto higher in Maru, and a pair of white water wings grew out of his back. He rushed towards Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku, you guy. Where is Hinamori? Where did you leave Hinamori? Don't worry. Uehara Naraku stretched out his finger, and a spiritual pressure directly penetrated Hitsugaya Tashiro's body and pierced through the wings behind him. Hitsugaya Tashiro fell to the ground in embarrassment. Uehara lowered his head slightly and looked at Hitsugaya Tashiro on the ground, with a touch of tenderness on his face. I would still show mercy to an ant like you. Not to mention that Hinamori is a person who even overestimates her to be called an ant. These words are really unexpectedly humiliating. Even though Hitsugaya Tashiro couldn't help wanting to curse, he was slightly relieved. At least Uehara Naraku didn't hurt Hinamori Momo physically. Maybe Hinamori Momo suffered more psychological damage. After all, the two captains of the 5th Division that she had always respected and loved were all behind the scenes. Uehara Naraku was even more terrifying than the previously defected Aizen Sosuke. Scatter, Senbonzakura Kajiki. Kachiki by Akaya's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand slipped from his hand. The moment it fell to the ground, it turned into countless cherry blossoms and dissipated. Every cherry blossom is the blade of Senbonzakura Zanpakuto. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Senbonzakura Zanpakuto were flying in the air, gathering around Kachiki by Akaya, allowing him to defend against attacks from any direction, and to attack any target. Senbonzakura Zanpakuto under Bankai can achieve all-round offense and defense without any dead angle. At this moment, Byakuya Kachiki had the aura of a nobleman. Uehara Naraku's eyes moved, staring at Byakuya Kachiki with a cold face under the countless cherry blossoms, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, Uehara Naraku passed through the cherry blossoms. The blades of countless thousand Sakura Zanpakuto wanted to pierce Uehara Naraku's body, but were directly destroyed by the spiritual pressure protecting his body. Countless cherry blossoms fell to the ground. Under the gaze of everyone, Uehara Naraku broke through the Bankai of thousand Sakura so forcefully, and grabbed Byakuya Kachiki's throat with one hand. Hey, do you want to dance too? A sinister low smile flashed across Uehara Naraku's mouth, and his palm clasped Byakuya Kachiki's throat, and suddenly threw the head of the Kachiki family to the ground. Ahem. Byakuya Kachiki spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in embarrassment. Don't go too far. Kiraku Shunsui appeared in front of Byakuya Kachiki in an instant. With the appearance of Kiraku Shunsui, His junior fellow apprentice Yukitake Jushiro also instantly appeared beside Kachiki by Akaya and took the noble family head away from here, because next is Kiraku Shutsui's home court. As the captain of the Shinigami of the entire Gotai 13, in terms of combat power, Kiraku Shunsui should be second only to Yamamoto Shigekuni. Any Shinigami captain present would not have any objection to this, because they all know the ability of Kiraku Shutsui's Zanpakuto. If used properly, it is enough to overthrow any strong enemy. Kiraku Shutsui's Zanpakuto is called Kaiten Kikatsu, and its own ability is so complex that no one in Soul Society can figure out its true ability, except for its master Kiraku Shunsui. Once you enter the range of Kaiten Kikatsu's domain, the Shikai alone possesses the power of rules. No one knows Kaiten Kikatsu's complex Shikai and Bankai calculation capabilities. Kaiten Kikatsu, Zenki. Kiraku Shunsui chanted Kaiten Kikatsu's Zanpakuto Shikai in a low voice. The first ability he used was Zenki, and the real meaning of his moves was just a child's game. That is, during the use of Zenki, the one who stands higher wins. Whoever stands higher will win, and the winner's power will be greatly enhanced, while the loser's will be greatly weakened. This is the ability Kiraku Shunsui uses most often. This is also the first ability he will use to face Uehara Naraku, and it will also be his first step to use swordsmanship to fight Uehara Naraku next. Unfortunately, the first step ushered in a premature death. Just as Kiraku Shunsui took off into the air, Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly turned over, and one palm pressed Kiraku Shunsui's body directly to the ground. The power of this palm was so great that Kiraku Shunsui's body sank into the ground. Even if he raised his head with all his strength, he could only see Uehara Naraku's shoes. Uehara Naraku stared at Kiraku Shunsui and slowly stretched out his palm towards the void. A broad Zanpakuto like a saber appeared in his hand. Shadow Ghost. Kiraku Shunsui gritted his teeth, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in the shadow under Uehara Naraku. The next moment, the flower Tenkyo bone in Kiraku Shunsui's hand pierced Uehara Naraku's body. Shadow Ghost, the sign whose shadow is stepped on loses. Just as the Zanpakuto in Kiraku Shunsui's hand was about to pierce Uehara Naraku's body, he saw that the target in front of him suddenly disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Kiraku Shunsui's face changed drastically. A sharp pain appeared in his body. Kiraku Shunsui slowly lowered his head and looked at the blade that appeared on his chest and abdomen. There were traces of blood on the blade. Uehara Naraku's body slowly emerged from the shadows, stood behind Kiraku Shunsui, and whispered softly, "Childish tricks are not worthy of being considered decent after all. What do you think, Captain Kiraku?" "Really?" A smile flashed across Kiraku Shunsui's lips. The captain, who had always been casual, didn't care about his injuries at all. Instead, he slowly took off the wine gourd from his body, smiled and handed it to Uehara Naraku behind him. "Do you want to have a drink first, Don't?" Uehara Naraku was silent for a moment, kicked Kiraku Shunsui in front of him to the ground, shook his head expressionlessly and said, "Sorry, the education I received does not allow me to drink." "That's really a pity." Kiraku Shunsui turned over and lay on the ground. After shaking his head and sighing, he suddenly grabbed the Zanpakuto in his hand and murmured, "The last pot of wine. Kaiten Kikatsu. Kuramitsu's heart." The whole battlefield was dark. A strong spiritual pressure appeared around Kiraku Shunsui and Uehara Naraku. The environment around them gradually turned into a dim theater, and Kaiten Kikatsu's Zanpakuto also turned into several pine trees-like theater decorations. Along with the appearance of this dim theater, Uehara Naraku suddenly had wounds on his chest and abdomen that were exactly the same as Kiraku Shunsui's, and blood splattered out in an instant. Kaiten Kikatsu's Bankai is a kind of ability to die together. Hesitation trauma sharing. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Uehara Naraku, whose face was still calm, chuckled and stroked his wounds and explained, "All the damage I suffered before I activated my Bankai will be fully fed back to you. Is that so?" Uehara Naraku didn't even frown. He slowly shook his head and said, "Before using this trick, Didn't you think about it? Ants can only withstand the damage of one finger. Uehara Naraku calmly glanced at the wounds on his chest and abdomen that were gradually recovering. His eyes fell on the stunned Kurakushutsui, and continued calmly, and the damage of this finger fell on the elephant, but it couldn't even stop its sitch. Kurakushutsui's expression finally changed. If that's the case, this Bankai is completely meaningless. No matter how many serious injuries he suffered, they were just minor injuries that could be healed at any time on Uehara Naraku's body. Originally thought that they would die together. Unexpectedly, it was just a child's farce. Perhaps I should praise it. It's a very interesting ability. Uehara Naraku held the wide Zanpakuto in his hand upside down, and tore the Bankai space of Kaiten Kikatsu with a sudden knife, and the sun fell on him again. On the battlefield, everyone saw this scene. The godlike Uehara Naraku, holding the wide Zanpakuto, pulled up and cut off Kaiten Kikatsu in Kurakushutsui's hand. The appetizers are delicious. Uehara Naraku glanced at the other Shinigami captains, and a ball of white light appeared on his fingertips. This white light ball split in an instant and pierced the bodies of other Shinigami captains like a sharp arrow. I've just seen a very interesting Zanpakuto, so naturally I won't have any special interest in your scrap metal, asshole. The captain of the 2nd Division, Soifong, covered her wound and clenched her teeth in hatred. She had never experienced such humiliation, but whether it was Soifong or the other Shinigami captains who had not yet taken action, they could only cover their bleeding wounds and slowly fell to the ground. Next, it's the main course. Uehara Naraku slowly turned around and looked at Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni and Aizen Sosuke. The broad and somewhat plain Zanpakuto in his hand slowly dissipated. You too. Uehara Naraku looked at the two strongest enemies, stretched his palm into the void again, and continued to ask, who will go first, or together? This sentence was a bit too humiliating to others. Whether it is Yamamoto Shigekuni or Aizen Sosuke, they can be said to be people who can destroy the Soul King Palace by themselves, but the attitude of Uehara Naraku in front of them seems to be the same as that of ordinary Shinigami captains. I want to say the same thing. The Ryujinjaku Zanpakuto in Yamamoto Shigekuni's hand slowly changed its appearance, and the spiritual pressure on his body increased almost geometrically. The flame-like blade. The flame on the blade slowly disappeared and was restrained inside the blade. At this moment, Yamamoto Shigekuni completely liberated his Zanpakuto. The strongest fire-type Zanpakuto Ryujinjaku was liberated, and the Bankai form Akatsuki finally appeared again after 1,000 years. Although the flame on the blade gradually subsided, the scorching heat of the Zanpakuto was so intense that even the air around it could not stand it, and waves of heat gradually emerged. Now, Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Aizen Sosuke and Uehara Naraku. The old man's voice fell into their ears calmly. Who will go first? Or both of you? Interesting. Aizen Sosuke's hand reached out to the Kagami Suigetsu beside him, and slowly placed the Zanpakuto horizontally in front of him. An illusory figure emerged from the Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto and landed beside Aizen Sosuke. This is Kagami Suigetsu's Bankai. Suiket's a mirror image. Aizen Sosuke's mirror image and the original body each held a Zanpakuto, and his gentle voice fell into the ears of Uehara Naraku and Yamamoto Shigekuni at the same time. There is no need to deliberately choose each other's opponents now. You two, come together, when it comes to pretending. Who can't do it? Uehara Naraku, Yamamoto Shigekuni, and Aizen Sosuke gave a thumbs up. There is one more update. It must be past midnight. Damn, I am so excited to write. It is so easy to get excited when writing the climax. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695. This is the Zanpakuto I use. Uehara Naraku, Aizen Sosuke, Yamamoto Genri Uzaishi Gikuni. For those who can be called invincible, never giving up is their pride as strong men. even in this battlefield that can be called the final place, even if two of them are the masterminds. What a troublesome ability. Uehara Naraku looked at Aizen Sosuke's real body and mirror image, and then looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, shook his head slightly and sighed. Captain Aizen, Captain Yamamoto, facing two powerful enemies at the same time at this time is not a rational decision for you. This sentence, Uehara Naraku always makes people feel weird when he says it. This fucking, wasn't it this guy who first said to fight? If you must do this. Uehara Naraku's hands stretched out into the void at the same time, and he drew out a Zanpakuto in each of his hands. The sharpness of each Zanpakuto made people retreat. One Zanpakuto looks like a samurai sword. The other Zanpakuto looks like a long sword, a sword and a sword. Uehara Naraku slowly raised the knife and sword in his hand, crossed them in front of him, and suddenly slashed the two sharp blades down, and a string of electric sparks flew out from the collision of metal and iron. Aizen Sosuke had seen the Zanpakuto that looked like a samurai sword before. It was the water-type Zanpakuto that could turn any attack into an illusory mirage. The name of the other Zanpakuto that looked like a long sword. Mirage, Autumn Water and Sky. Uehara Naraku introduced the names of his Zanpakuto generously, and did not hesitate to express his love for the two Zanpakutos. I hope you two will not let them down. After all, they have few opportunities to appear. As for the ability of the Autumn Water and Sky Zanpakuto, Uehara Naraku did not introduce it, or it could be said that there was no need to introduce this Zanpakuto at all. As long as they fight. Whether it is Aizen Sosuke or Yamamoto Shigekuni's instinctive reading of the battle, they will soon know the ability of this Zanpakuto. Then, let's begin. Bankai. Uehara Naraku swung his two Zanpakuto violently. Compared to those so-called chanting liberations, Uehara Naraku used these two Zanpakuto quite roughly. Just a slight swing directly made them enter the Bankai form. A splash of water appeared on the Kyushui Changyan Zanpakuto, turning into a trickle of water swirling on the blade. Circling around the blade, a white cloud appeared on the Mirage Zanpakuto, and the white cloud gradually dissipated, covering the blade like a mist. Aizen Sosuke's eyes flashed slightly. The next moment, Aizen Sosuke's mirror image and the original body instantly separated, and ran towards Uehara Naraku and Yamamoto Shigekuni respectively. The mirror flower water moon Zanpakuto in their hands flashed a sharp edge in the sun. Remnant day, prison clothes. Yamamoto Shigekuni slightly opened his eyes. A spiritual pressure turned into a blazing flame and emerged from his body out to thin air, covering his body with a layer of flames, making his whole body as dazzling and scorching as a huge high-temperature fireball. Aizen Sosuke, who had just rushed to Yamamoto Shigekuni's side, had to stop his steps the moment he saw this scene, and a solemn look flashed across his face. Yamamoto Shigekuni in the Bankai form. It was like a completely different person. At this moment, Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to have become the strongest god of death who suppressed everything 1,000 years ago, named Sword Demon. The moment Yamamoto Shigekuni opened his eyes, the spiritual pressure on his body instantly swept across the entire Soul King Palace, and the Zanpakuto in his hand swung up, and a blazing flame slashed out with his movements, turning into a sea of fire that was tens of kilometers long and rolled towards the battlefield. Is this the power of Captain General Yamamoto? A light flashed under Urahara Kisuke's lens. Even though he had already looked up Yamamoto Shigekuni's history from the information, he couldn't help but marvel at the ease with which Yamamoto Shigekuni handled his fire ability in his Bankai form. Just a casual slash, and the entire battlefield became his home court. It's so terrifying that people can hardly muster the will to resist. Shiyu in Yoruichi's face was more heavy than ever before. She had never seen such a terrifying scene before. This ability to change the environment instantly was too strong. If it were someone else, perhaps even if they exhausted all their spiritual pressure, they might not be able to do this. However, Yamamoto Shigekuni just swung his sword lightly. While the Gotai 13 were marveling at Yamamoto Shigekuni's powerful combat power, the Uehara camp was filled with disdain for Yamamoto Shigekuni. HMPH. Do you still need the help of your Zanpakuto? A hint of contempt flashed across Uchiha Madara's mouth, and he just nodded to himself. But for the people in this world, This kind of power is enough to destroy everything, right? It's not easy even for us. Senju Hashirama shook his head, and said in a deep voice, Madara, I have to admit that the strength of His Excellency Yamamoto Shigekuni is indeed very strong. Even if you want to release a fire escape technique of this scale, it is not easy, right? HMPH, there is no need. Akaya Madara shook his head disdainfully, and said in a cold voice, I just don't bother to study such low-level abilities, ha 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 ha. Senju Hashirama just scratched his head. He knew that whatever he said at this time would definitely cause Akaya Madara's dissatisfaction. Edward Newgate leaned on his big guandao, not hiding his amazement at all. He thought of his silly son. Ace is still far behind Lord Yamamoto. Gulila, but Ace is still very young after all. Thousands of years of difference. Gul D. Roger nodded slowly. As Yamamoto Shigekuni waved his Zanpakuto, the sea of fire continued to spread on the battlefield, forcing the crowd watching the battle to retreat. And Aizen Sosuke, who was at the edge of the sea of fire, at this moment, he could only use his spiritual pressure to isolate the invasion of the fierce flames. Compared with the battle on Aizen Sosuke's side, Aizen Sosuke's mirror image did not encounter a smooth situation, because he was fighting against Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku, who had never revealed any depth. Uehara Naraku's spiritual pressure is even stronger than Yamamoto Shigekuni's. The Kyushui Changshin Zanpakuto in his hand drew a trace in the sky. A huge water curtain almost connected with the sky in the field of vision. The water waves fell from the sky and forced Aizen Sosuke's body to retreat. The huge water waves rolled down and completely submerged the sea of fire. The fog began to spread in the battlefield. Uehara Naraku, Yamamoto Shigekuni, Aizen Sosuke's body and mirror image, all began to attack each other at the same time. 3 people, 4 figures, instantly fell into a fierce battle. The sound of metal clashing continued to come from the fog. Soon, Aizen Sosuke realized his disadvantages. His mirror image and body immediately began to merge, luring the 3 parties into a melee quickly. Uehara Naraku split the fog with a knife, and also slashed at Yamamoto Shigekuni's body with a knife. The vast slash went towards Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was covered with flames. Along with Uehara Naraku's attack, Aizen Sosuke's mirror image and original body were dispatched at the same time, appearing on both sides of Yamamoto Shigekuni, and 2 mirror flower water moons and Pakuto slashed out at the same time. In an instant, Yamamoto Shigekuni was in crisis, but the old man was not afraid. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and his figure dodged 3 slashes in an instant, and appeared next to Aizen Sosuke's mirror image. Asahi, blade, cut. A sharp knife light flashed across. In this knife light, the flame left a charred mark in the air, and instantly split Aizen Sosuke's mirror image into 2. But Aizen Sosuke's mirror image was really split apart like a split mirror, but it did not disappear like it was shattered by Akaya Madara. This scene was too weird. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at the split mirror image, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. The direction he just chose to attack was the weakest opponent. Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes slightly, and soon found the answer. When the Zanpakuto was about to attack him, he actually split his mirror body? Yeah. Aizen Sosuke nodded slightly, and sighed softly. It's really scary. A battlefield where you may lose your life if you are not careful. Any loss will lead to defeat, so even if it is just a mirror used for assistance, you dare not damage it easily. Crack. The sound of the mirror shattering was very small. However, it sounded especially crisp between the 3 of them. The flame of the rising sun blade can burn everything. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at the gradually shattering mirror with indifference, and said in a cold voice, once it is contaminated by the flame of the rising sun blade, its end is doomed. It can only escape for a while. The next moment, the mirror that was originally separated, the place where the 2 halves of the body were separated, gradually burned with a ball of flames, and under the burning of this terrifying flame, it gradually began to decompose, burn, until it turned into ashes. Still so scary. Captain Yamamoto. Aizen Sosuke slowly shook his head, not lamenting the death of his mirror image. A ball of pitch black liquid gradually appeared in Aizen's hand, slowly covering the Kagami Suigetsu Zanpakuto in his hand. He never cared about a temporary failure, as expected. The strongest fire-type Zanpakuto, Uehara Naraku praised softly, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Yamamoto Shigekuni in an instant, holding up the autumn water and heaven in his hand and slashing it on the Zankadaki. With the support of Uehara Naraku's spiritual pressure, the trickles on the autumn water and heaven gathered little by little, confronting the fierce flames hidden in the Zankadaki. The flames were flying, the water splashed. Uehara Naraku waved the autumn water and heaven in his hand to force Yamamoto Shigekuni back. A water-type Zanpakuto that can compete with the Zankadachi. A flash of surprise flashed across Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes, and he slowly shook his head. No, it's just because the spiritual pressure is stronger that the Zanpakuto becomes stronger. Yeah, this sword is not enough. Uehara Naraku sighed and shook his head slowly. I remember you have 13 Zanpakuto. Aizen Sosuke stared at Uehara Naraku intently. He didn't believe that Uehara Naraku only had one Zanpakuto that could compete with Yamamoto Shigekuni. Well, you may have been fooled by me. Uehara Naraku shook his head slowly, and the autumn water and sky in his hand changed color little by little, and a blue halo appeared on the edge of the blade. I don't have 13 Zanpakuto, but I can create any Zanpakuto at any time. Uehara Naraku slashed at Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke with a sword, and a vast cold air swung out from the sword. There were a few cold stars in this cold air. Even though Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke hurriedly retreated, they were inevitably stained by the spots of cold stars, and a ball of ice appeared on their bodies at the same time. In the blink of an eye, both of them were sealed in the ice. Even though Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke instantly broke the ice from the inside and escaped, they inevitably had a hint of surprise on their faces. Uehara Naraku, can this guy change the properties of his Zanpakuto at any time? No. Should it be said that this guy can actually use his spiritual pressure to create Zanpakuto at any time? No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he seems to have the ability to restrain the enemy. Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke stared at Uehara Naraku with their eyes fixed on him. The two of them had almost no hesitation and instantly nailed their targets on Uehara Naraku. The current situation is very delicate. After seeing Uehara Naraku's ability to create Zanpakuto, they both knew very well that as long as one of them was defeated in the melee, the other would soon be defeated by Uehara Naraku's Zanpakuto. Don't worry about it. Uehara Naraku shook his head, threw away the Zanpakuto in his hand, and continued calmly. Even if you join forces to besiege us, you can't change the outcome that was destined from the beginning. But if I were to face you, I might need an invincible Zanpakuto. Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke were a little alert. In this world, is there any Zanpakuto that can be called invincible? Any Zanpakuto has its weaknesses and restrained existence. I hope I won't scare you. Uehara Naraku's eyes changed a little bit, and the Rinnegan flashed a strange light in his eye sockets, and illusory skeletons appeared on his body. Susanoo, that's... Aizen Sosuke's expression changed drastically. Hollowed out? There was some surprise in Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes, but before they had time to think and wonder, more and more skeletons appeared on Uehara Naraku's body, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a complete Susanoo that was thousands of meters high, wrapping his body up. A terrifying spiritual pressure suppressed everyone present like a god, forcing everyone to use their own spiritual pressure to counter this terrifying suppression. Boom! The space of the entire Soul King Palace was shaking. Uehara Naraku stood in the crystal of Susanoo, looking down at the two people on the ground, and his voice gradually became a little arrogant. Sorry, forgive me for being rude. In a sense, this is the Zanpakuto I use. The next moment, the tall Susanoo suddenly pulled out the Susanoo sword at his waist, and slashed it fiercely towards Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke. When this slash directly swept the two people away, it also brazenly tore a crack in the space of the Soul King Palace. Ah, I must finish writing Death God tomorrow. The only thing left is a pit of Kurosaki Ikigo. Chapter 696 Black Zetsu? Everyone thinks I was created by them. One knife. directly severely injured Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke. The Zanari prison robe on Yamamoto Shigekuni was directly torn into pieces by this knife. He covered his chest with his palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the protection of the Zanari prison robe on his body, this knife might have put him on the verge of death. Aizen Sosuke's body was covered with torn wounds. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed at this moment. However, the Hogyaku and Black Zetsu fused in Aizen's body began to sew and repair his body at the moment of his death. Even the Hogyaku was still urging Aizen Sosuke's evolution. This feeling is indeed difficult to control. Naraku Uehara manipulated the Susanoo, which was thousands of meters high, and grasped the Susanoo sword again. He looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni and Aizen Sosuke lying on the ground and continued, "Captain Aizen is right. It is indeed difficult to control this kind of force if you want to step over a group of ants without killing them. Do you think we are ants?" Yamamoto Shigekuni struggled to stand up, leaning on his Zanpakuto and looking at the Susanoo that was like a mountain in front of him. The old man slowly closed his eyes. But the spiritual pressure on Yamamoto Shigekuni once again swirled around him, and the flames on his Zanpakuto soared into the sky. His eyes suddenly opened, and the old man's eyes were extremely serious. "It's too early to tell the outcome now." The Zanpakuto in the old man's hand drew an arc, and he held the hilt tightly with both hands, and slashed heavily at the Susanoo that was like a mountain. 10 trillion death burial formation. The raging flames rushed towards Susanoo. The temperature of the entire Soul King Palace rose again, and the incoming heat wave made it almost impossible for people to stand. People in each camp used various means to resist the heat wave emitted by the flames. In the blazing flames, one black skeleton after another was bathed in flames and reborn into the world, waving their claws and rushing towards Susanoo. This is one of Yamamoto Shigekuni's Bankai abilities. He used the Akatsuki to slash out a flame that was enough to destroy the world. The enemies who had been killed by Yamamoto Shigekuni would be reborn in the flames and rush towards his enemies in a posture of never giving up. And his enemies. The tall Susanoo raised the Susanoo sword again, and the wind wrapped the giant blade, and slashed towards the endless flames. A vast slash was slashed out from the Susanoo, and in a moment, countless black skeletons were torn into pieces, just like cutting white paper, splitting their flames in two. Everyone saw that brilliant and gorgeous slash. This gorgeous slash blatantly tore the entire battlefield of flames apart, and still went on without losing its momentum, landing on Yamamoto Genryu's Shigekuni. Bang! Yamamoto Shigekuni was instantly slashed and flew out. The old man who had been in power for thousands of years fell to the ground like a rag. Blood oozing from his body, slowly began to spread outward and dyed the ground red. Uehara and Naraku stood in the crystal of Susanoo, looking down at Yamamoto Shigekuni who never got up again, and whispered softly, "This sword is called Zangetsu. The real Zangetsu, because it once really cut the moon." The whole battlefield was silent. This scene happened so quickly that many people did not react. The moment before, Yamamoto Shigekuni's sword seemed to destroy the entire Soul King Palace, making everyone present think that the sword would easily tear apart Susanoo and directly defeat Uehara and Naraku who was hiding in it. The next moment, Uehara and Naraku's sword directly tore apart Yamamoto Shigekuni's cremation formation, and with one sword, the old man with the power of annihilation was completely defeated. After Uehara and Naraku defeated Yamamoto Shigekuni, his eyes fell on another enemy, and the Susanoo under him flew into the air under his control. The legendary Susanoo. Aizen Sosuke's eyes narrowed slightly, and pieces of black appeared on his body, wrapping his body up. This was the defense that Black Zetsu installed for him. Aizen Sosuke had heard of the name of Susanoo from Orochimaru. It was said that it was also the ability that Takayama Madara used to slaughter the Hukomundo. Now he witnessed the 1,000-meter-high war god with his own eyes. Aizen Sosuke was shocked, because such a terrifying ability had never appeared in the history of the entire Soul Society. "Are you still afraid?" Aizen Sosuke frowned slightly, staring at the Susanoo Titan flying towards him, and whispered softly, "Fear is the most useless emotion. Start evolving." Collapsing jade. The collapsing jade in his body once again gave birth to the emotion of fear. Aizen's chest radiated a burst of light, and the light of the collapsing jade gradually became stronger and stronger. In a blink of an eye, its spiritual pressure began to flow rapidly around Aizen Sosuke's body, and the pale liquid slowly covered Aizen Sosuke's body. After a moment, Aizen Sosuke's image changed drastically. 3 pairs of pale butterfly wings grew out of his back, and the spiritual pressure on his body gradually evolved to a higher level. The strength of his body increased exponentially, and he almost couldn't hold back the urge to punch. The collapsing jade directly allowed him to break through the dimension of the power of the god of death. This power gave Aizen Sosuke the confidence to face any enemy. The black zetsu in Aizen Sosuke's body also turned into a ball of pitch-black liquid, flowing on his body, leaving black lines. Black and white left a clear boundary on his body, and he instantly felt the rapidly expanding power in his body. Naraku. Aizen Sosuke waved his fist to meet Susanoo, and reason gradually began to fade in his mind. The rapidly expanding power brought about a rapidly expanding confidence. Has it evolved to this extent? Uehara Naraku's eyebrows trembled, and Susanoo gradually disintegrated under his control. In an instant, he lifted the Susanoo mode. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's fist suddenly clenched. Endless spiritual pressure was released from his body. 3 pairs of white wings suddenly appeared behind Uehara Naraku. Sage mode on. Uehara Naraku's figure seemed to teleport towards Aizen Sosuke, and the two of them waved their fists at each other at the same time, engaging in a hand-to-hand fight. 2 beings that transcended the dimension at the same time. Every punch and every kick almost set off a series of air shocks, and the air was trembling under their fists. This is a power that surpasses the god of death. A crazy smile flashed across Aizen Sosuke's face, and he punched Uehara Naraku's head, but Uehara slightly tilted his head to avoid it. That's right. But Uehara Naraku punched Aizen's chest, and his fist almost sank deep into the white flesh on Aizen's body. The huge pain made Aizen Sosuke twitch his cheeks involuntarily. Uehara Naraku looked at Aizen, who had a look of pain on his face, and the spiritual pressure on his fist was released instantly, smashing Aizen Sosuke into the ground. Aizen's body fell to the ground like a cannonball, instantly smashing a huge deep pit, and his body gradually disintegrated. In the battle of physical skills, no one has ever been able to defeat Uehara Naraku's Sage mode. This is the power I give you. The wings behind Uehara Naraku fluttered slightly, driving him to slowly fall beside Aizen Sosuke, spreading his palms and said, "Before we fought, the victory or defeat between us was already determined, Captain Aizen. The evaluation of you in the past was really wrong." Aizen Sosuke slowly climbed out of the deep pit, and the butterfly wings behind him gradually gathered together and turned into a pair of light wings. He shook his head slightly. "Everyone thinks that you have humility, but in fact that is what you are most proud of, because you never take them seriously." The collapsing jade began to evolve again. In other words, during the battle with Uehara Naraku, the Hogyoka was preparing for the next evolution every moment. Even after this evolution, the Hogyoka was still brewing the next one. It was still afraid of the man in the sky. Aizen Sosuke didn't have time to pay attention to the Hogyoku, who was still afraid of Uehara Naraku. The light wings behind him flapped slightly, and his body disappeared instantly. The next moment, Aizen Sosuke turned into a ray of light and suddenly appeared behind Uehara Naraku. His palm suddenly grabbed the position of Uehara Naraku's heart behind his back. "Hey, do you believe in the light?" Uehara's mouth curled slightly, just as Aizen Sosuke's palm scratched his back. Everyone saw Uehara Naraku's body turned into countless light particles and dissipated in the air. "But, who can understand the existence of light better than me?" The next second, countless light particles gathered again to form the appearance of Uehara Naraku. His fingertips glowed with a ball of golden light, and a ray instantly shot towards Aizen Sosuke. The golden ray split into countless rays on the way, directly piercing countless small holes in Aizen Sosuke's body. Uehara Naraku looked down at the Hogyoku that was healing Aizen Sosuke, and shook his head slightly. "The power of the Hogyoku is just this. Or rather, your power is just this." When he said this, a playful smile appeared on Uehara Naraku's face. "But this is understandable, Because I know everything about you, from the moment you were born, from the time you entered the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, from the time you began to derive darkness. Is that so? Aizen Sosuke's palm suddenly turned pitch black, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and reappeared beside Uehara Naraku. His palm turned into sharp claws and grabbed Uehara Naraku's chest. How long will it take for the next evolution? Uehara Naraku grabbed Aizen Sosuke's wrist tightly, shook his head slowly and sighed. Because this world is too small, it limits your vision. Captain Aizen, Hogyoku is not omnipotent. It will be afraid of creatures stronger than itself. But I won't be afraid. The sharpness in Aizen Sosuke's eyes remained. What's the point? Uehara Naraku released Aizen Sosuke's palm, and a ball of repulsive force suddenly repelled out from his palm, knocking Aizen Sosuke directly out. Everything about you is under my control. Our battle has long been determined. It's just a dessert I taste in order to meet the next opponent. No one can control everything in this world. Aizen Sosuke climbed out again, stood on the ground, looked up at the enemy in the sky, and shook his head slightly. The future you think of and the accidents you don't want to see, we never know which one will come first. The next moment, the black liquid on Aizen Sosuke's body flowed faster and faster. While the Hogyoku was still afraid of Uehara Naraku and dared not act, Aizen Sosuke could only temporarily rely on the power of the black Zetsu in his body. Maybe. Uehara Naraku shook his head in self-mockery, and suddenly changed the subject. Maybe I can't control this world, but I should be able to control you. The last few guests have sneaked into the Soul King Palace. There is no time to waste. Let's do it. After Uehara Naraku entered the Sage Mode, he knew almost everything about the entire Soul King Palace. A powerful spiritual pressure appeared from the shadows in a flash, and that moment did not hide from Uehara Naraku. Aizen Sosuke shook his head slowly, and still opened his mouth to refute Uehara Naraku's words. Your innocence doesn't seem to be. He's right. Click. Something unexpected happened. A hoarse voice appeared in Aizen Sosuke's ears. A dark palm suddenly penetrated Aizen Sosuke's chest and abdomen, and directly grabbed the Hogyoku fused in his chest. He's right. There was a hint of sneer in Black Zetsu's voice, mocking Aizen who was possessed by him. Maybe he really can't control this world, but he is more than enough to control everything about you. Lord Aizen, Black Zetsu. Aizen Sosuke's eyes widened little by little, and he slowly lowered his head to look at the black hand that appeared in front of his chest, and the astonishment in his eyes gradually grew. The next moment, the anger in Aizen Sosuke's eyes was almost uncontrollable. You were created by me, and I gave you life. Hey, everyone thinks I was created by them. Black Zetsu's body slowly covered Aizen's cheek, and his hoarse voice echoed in this space. Whether it's you or Uehara Kisuke, you have never created anything. All of this comes from our gift, Lord Aizen. I was never created by you. Black Zetsu's laughter became more and more sinister, and he continued with a low laugh. What a sad reality, Lord Aizen. You never trust anyone. That's why I became your favorite chess piece. From the very beginning, when you were researching the Hogyoku, in order to determine whether the Hogyoku could pose a threat to our rule over the world, we secretly infiltrated you under the guise of a failed product of the Hogyoku experiment. So, nothing about you has been hidden from our eyes. Along with Black Zetsu's voice, White Zetsu also crawled out from the underground of the Soul King Palace. This group of White Zetsu, together with Black Zetsu, sealed Aizen Sosuke up. This scene made Uehara Kisuke's face change. He never knew that a White Zetsu had sneaked into the Soul King Palace. Hey, I'm so sorry. The White Zetsu's true form looked at Uehara Kisuke with a smile and waved at him. I never thought that there would be someone who would be fooled by us. Uehara Kisuke's face was slightly embarrassed. Although he did not participate in the battle, he felt that his heart was also hurt a lot, especially since Uehara trusted the White Zetsu group of funny creatures very much. In Uehara Kisuke's view, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu have always been two absolutely opposite creatures fighting each other, and it turned out that they were also spies sent by that guy. Would Uehara Naraku be a little too much? Not only Uehara Kisuke thought so, but all the Shinigami present were also thinking about how much more excessive things Uehara Naraku could do. Facts proved They were right. Uehara Naraku could indeed do more excessive things. Ichigo, Mr. Ishin. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to signal Black Zetsu to see Leizen Sosuke. His eyes fell on a huge shadow, and he said softly, "There is no need to hide in the shadow world. It's not good for us." "I know, you must want to see someone very much, right?" Uehara Naraku's body slowly fell to the ground, and he gently snapped his fingers, and a space-time vortex appeared beside him. A woman with long orange hair was sent out. That is, everyone's face was a little surprised. While they were still confused, Urahara Akatsuki and others who knew that woman were shocked. How is it possible? Mrs. Kurosaki Masaki? The Shadow Realm. Isn't that the space where Yuhua hides? Who is Kurosaki Masaki? Ichigo's mother, Captain Ishin's wife. Wait. Wasn't it said that the woman named Kurosaki Masaki was devoured by the hollow a long time ago? Or is it another pawn placed by that guy Naraku? What is going on? The entire Soul King Palace was in an uproar. It seemed that their understanding of Uehara Naraku was still too young. Tomorrow's Bleach arc must be Bankai. There should be more after 1 or 2 o'clock. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 697. Let me see. The last crescent moon sky rush. Soul King Palace. The weather was still clear. The wind was still a little noisy. A huge shadow gradually emerged from the ground. This shadow was like an abyss, allowing everyone to feel the darkness hidden in it, as well as the spiritual pressure hidden in it and slowly leaking out. 2 men wearing death suits slowly emerged from the shadow. Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Ishin. When the 2 of them saw Kurosaki Masaki, the father and son were unwilling to hide in the shadow world no matter what. After the Soul Society War began, when the Impure World Core and the Gotai 13 retreated, Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Ichigo faced a huge crisis. Fortunately, Uebatch from the Shadow World rescued them, and Uebatch once again determined that Kurosaki Ichigo would be a more suitable successor to the Invisible Empire than Ishida Ryu, and guided out the power of the Hollow in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Yuhua thought that they should hide for a while longer, and then join the battle after they have mastered all the information about Uehara Naraku and his 4 deadly officers. Unfortunately, when Kurosaki Ichigo saw his mother appear, he finally couldn't help but ask to show up. Uehara Naraku looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ishin who appeared, and a little disappointment suddenly appeared on his face. Why didn't Mr. Ihuak show up together? Is he worried that I will hurt him? This guy Ihuak is unexpectedly a little timid. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't answer. The orange-haired young Shinigami just looked at Kurosaki Masaki beside Uehara Naraku, with a faint sob in his throat, and his eyes gradually became red. "Mom." Ichigo. Kurosaki Masaki held her fingers tightly. Tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. She finally saw her son again after many years. There is no need to judge. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that this must be his mother. Before Ichigo, Kurosaki wanted to say something nostalgic. Ishin Kurosaki next to him slapped his son down, held up his Zanpakuto, and said loudly, "Uehara boy, give me back the woman I love most. Ichigo is at your disposal." Ishin Kurosaki's words directly dissipated the tense atmosphere of the mother-son reunion. This father is really unreasonable. One sentence explains. Parents are true love, and the son is an accident. However, only a few people know that Ishin Kurosaki's real purpose is to hope that his son can wake up and not lose his mind just because Masaki Kurosaki is in the hands of the enemy. Asshole dad. Ichigo Kurosaki got up and scratched his head. Although he knew what Ishin Kurosaki meant, he still felt a little awkward in his heart. Can't this father be a little bit like a father? Uehara Naraku looked at the father and son, smiled and spread out his palms. Don't worry, I don't have any conspiracy. This sentence is not funny at all. Kurosaki Ishin hooked his nose boredly. Is there anyone in this world who has more conspiracy than you? Uehara Naraku, the biggest behind-the-scenes man in the whole world, said here that he has no conspiracy. Isn't it obvious that he wants to treat them as fools? Listening to Kurosaki Ishin's words, Uehara Naraku frowned slightly. Mr. Ishin, I don't like others interrupting me. Before he finished speaking, Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his finger. A blank bullet formed by the gathering of spiritual pressure suddenly shot at Kurosaki Isshin. It's just that Kurosaki Isshin's reaction was fast. Although this middle-aged man always looks unruly, he is much more vigilant than others in battle. Kurosaki Isshin suddenly raised his Zanpakuto horizontally to resist the blank bullet, but unexpectedly, the blank bullet directly broke his Zanpakuto and instantly pierced his lower abdomen. Kurosaki Isshin's body flew backwards. Dad, Kurosaki Ichigo flew over to stop his body and checked Kurosaki Isshin's injuries. When he saw that Kurosaki Isshin was not in danger of life, he finally felt relieved. Isshin, Kurosaki Masaki also hurried to her husband. Uehara Naraku did not stop Kurosaki Masaki, but walked towards the reunited family step by step, and continued with a smile. This time is just a lesson. Facing a person who saved your family, you should at least say thank you to me, right? Perhaps there is one thing that needs to be made clear. Back then, you had no power to resist that hollow because your ancestor Iwak launched the separation and took away the power of all the Quincy's in this world. And I sent people to save you at that time. No matter how you look at it, I should be your real savior. Wait. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. Iwak took away my mother's power? You knew the truth of the year. Why didn't you tell? Why tell others? Uehara Naraku asked back with a smile, and the smile in his eyes gradually became a little dangerous. Who do you think is qualified to ask me the truth? Ichigo, I saved your mother, now you should at least say thank you to me, right? Kurosaki Ichigo was silent for a moment. The somewhat honest young Rim Reaper lowered his head. No matter what, I should say thank you, Sir Uehara Naraku. Kurosaki Masaki raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. If your purpose of saving me back then was to threaten my son and husband today, the logic of this sentence is very interesting. Uehara Naraku shook his head indifferently, slowly raised his finger and pointed at Kurosaki Masaki. I saved your life, now your family shouldn't be my enemy, right? This logic is somewhat dialectical. In a sense, Uehara Naraku saved Kurosaki Masaki, so Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Isshin should not be hostile to him. I have never thought of being your enemy. Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head, clenched his Zanpakuto, stood up, stared at Uehara Naraku who was approaching them step by step, and said in a deep voice, but you have always been at odds with this world. No one is willing to live in a world ruled by conspirators. I am very grateful that you saved my mother. Even though our reunion is so many years late, I will thank you for your kindness, and I will also stop your conspiracy to rule the world. Apart from this, I will agree to whatever you want to do. Really? Uehara Naraku raised his head slightly, looked around the entire Soul King Palace, and spread out his palms. But besides putting down your Zanpakuto, do you think you have any other value? Ichigo? Kurosaki Ichigo fell silent, facing Uehara Naraku who is about to rule the whole world. Kurosaki Ichigo has no other value that can be used by Uehara Naraku. At this time, except for surrendering, he seems to have nothing to do. Uehara Naraku sighed faintly, shook his head and said, forget it. When I saved Mrs. Kurosaki Masaki, I didn't care about your return. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression became more embarrassed. If you want to give something in return. Uehara Naraku's expression gradually became serious, and a spiritual pressure slowly emerged in his hand to form a black knife. He continued in a cold voice, then try your best and let me enjoy a hearty battle. When he said this, Uehara Naraku's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice became more and more indifferent. At least let me feel that this world is not too boring. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression suddenly froze. The young god of death seemed to look at Uehara Naraku in disbelief. After a long time, Ichigo Kurosaki nodded slowly, tightened his Zanpakuto in his hand, tilted his head slightly and whispered, Mom, take good care of Xiali and Z with Dad. Ichigo. Ichigo Kurosaki did not respond to his mother, but walked towards Uehara Naraku step by step, and his face gradually became solemn. If you need. Ichigo Kurosaki held the Zanpakuto in his hand upside down. His steps became faster and faster, and he almost ran towards Uehara Naraku. I can risk my life. Maybe. He was going to risk his life, if possible. Ichigo Kurosaki really wanted to defeat Uehara Naraku with his own life, or use his own life to wake up Uehara Naraku. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo Kurosaki waved his Zanpakuto and chopped towards Uehara Naraku head-on, and a black light attacked Uehara Naraku first. Is the darkness you think of really darkness? Uehara Naraku raised his black sword, split the Getsuga Tensho directly with one sword, and rushed towards Ichigo Kurosaki. The black sword and Zanpakuto clashed instantly. Purple lightning continued to appear between the two Zanpakuto. The fight between Uehara Naraku and Ichigo Kurosaki entered a white-hot stage at the beginning. Your sword is very powerful. Uehara Naraku held the black sword to block Zanpakuto's attack, chuckled, and continued to praise. It seems that you have learned a lot from Uebatch. Not enough. Ichigo Kurosaki slowly shook his head and suddenly closed his eyes. If I want to defeat you, it's far from enough. The next moment, a skull mask symbolizing hollowness suddenly appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's face. The power in his hand increased greatly, and he swung Zanpakuto and chopped it towards Uehara Naraku's head. Even this is far from enough. Uehara Naraku wielded the black knife to force Ichigo Kurosaki back, and the sharp edge of the knife cut the skull mask on Ichigo Kurosaki's face in two. The power of Kyobaku is indeed very strong. Uehara Naraku wielded the black knife and pointed the tip of the knife at Ichigo Kurosaki. But if you use it against me, it's a bit too presumptuous. Let me see. The last scenery before the god of death falls like fireworks. So-called the last crescent moon sky rush. Finally, it can be confirmed that the god of death will be released tomorrow. No, I caught a cold today, and I'm not satisfied with what I wrote. Chapter 698, The End of the World of Death. Ichigo Kurosaki had never experienced such a predicament. Even Ulquiorra and Nellie-Eel, whom he met in Hukomundo, were no more powerful than fireflies and bright moons compared to Naraku Uehara. A single knife directly shattered his hollow state. The skull mask on Ichigo Kurosaki's face slowly shattered and fell to the ground, revealing an unbelievable face. The young god of death was only slightly panicked for a second, and determination returned to his face again. The spiritual pressure rioted again. Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly stabbed the Zangetsu in his hand into the ground. The surging spiritual pressure turned into purple lightning that kept flashing on his body, and a larger hollow mask emerged from his head little by little. A strange bull-headed hollow mask covered Ichigo Kurosaki's head, but this was far from enough. One by one, pale skeletons slowly appeared on Ichigo Kurosaki's body, turning into armor to defend against enemy attacks. The skeleton is still spreading. Kurosaki Ichigo's palms and feet are gradually surrounded by skeletons, turning into white claws, and purple lightning flashes in his palms and soles. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo, compared with humans and death gods, he is more like a pure hollow. The whole world may never have seen such a terrifying hollow spiritual pressure as Kurosaki Ichigo. Perhaps this has surpassed the limit of the vast old level. Even the strongest Koi 8 Stark so far is far behind. Kurosaki Ichigo evolved again. Now Kurosaki Ichigo has completely evolved into a higher level of hollow, and even the Zangetsu in his hand is wearing a layer of white skeleton armor. The current Kurosaki Ichigo has evolved more thoroughly than when he became a Judo Great Hollow. Because the power of the Quincy in his body was awakened by what, he can use the spiritual pressure balance of the Shinigami and Quincy in his body to forcibly maintain his sanity. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice came out from the bull-headed skull mask, and his voice was a little dull. The power of this hollow state is too strong. Even for me it's hard to control. It can only last for less than 5 minutes. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku slowly shook his head, raised the black knife in his hand and pointed it at Kurosaki Ichigo in the state of the Judo Great Hollow, and chuckled. If it's just this little bit of power, you won't last more than 5 minutes in my hands. There is no need for Kurosaki Ichigo to worry about the duration of his combat state, because even Kurosaki Ichigo in this state can't compete with him. Hey, this is too much. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he was not feeling well. The fact may indeed be like this, but Uehara Naraku's words hit him hard. He is actually not that bad now. Don't waste our time. The ground beneath Uehara Naraku's feet instantly shattered. Uehara Naraku took advantage of the force to soar into the air. The impact of the extremely fast movement instantly set off a gust of wind, forcing Kurosaki Ichigo to subconsciously stretch out his hand to block the strong wind. The next moment, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly reacted, and suddenly raised the skeleton-armed Zangetsu in his hand, and desperately resisted the charging Uehara Naraku. Kaka. The sound of the skeleton shattering was particularly crisp. Just by meeting Uehara Naraku's attack, Kurosaki Ichigo had already seen a gap in the skeleton armed attached to his Zanpakuto. The spiritual pressure turned into lightning and kept circling around the two of them. Uehara Naraku waved the black knife in his hand, and like a swordsman, he kept slashing at the body of the Jutodu. At this moment, the sharp black knife in Uehara's hand turned into countless black shadows under his swordsmanship, attacking the body of the Jutodu. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking kept coming. The trembling in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart almost never stopped. Under the attack of the black knife, the skeleton armor on the Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand was chopped into pieces just by resisting the attack, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Even the skeleton defense on Kurosaki Ichigo's body was cut off by dozens of bones. The sound of the black knife slashing on the bones was particularly dull. Uehara Naraku's repeated attacks forced Kurosaki Ichigo to retreat step by step. There was only a blank in Kurosaki Ichigo's brain. He had obviously entered his strongest state, but he couldn't even resist under Uehara Naraku's swordsmanship. Crack. The skeleton armor on the Zangetsu was finally completely shattered by Uehara Naraku's sword. Ichigo, who was in the state of the bullhead hollow, held the Zangetsu tightly, and was directly chopped away by the huge force of this last sword. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was flying backwards, suddenly raised his head, and the two horns of the bullhead on his head instantly emitted a wisp of spiritual pressure, which turned into a red flash and shot towards Uehara Naraku. The oppression of this flash is so strong, no one in the entire Rancor Corps can match it. Ichigo Kurosaki is confident that no one can resist this flash. Clang. This is the sound of the Zanpakuto inserted into the stone slab. In Ichigo Kurosaki's sight, he saw Uehara Naraku holding the sword and stabbing it into the stone slab, turning around and kicking the flash. Just one kick, and kicked the flash back. What a joke. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was hidden under the bullhead mask, was shocked. Even though he knew that there were indeed people in this world who could easily resist the flash that Uehara Naraku resisted should be the strongest one in the world. This flash also exhausted the power of the white in Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Just kicked back so easily? The hollow flash that was kicked back by a kick directly hit the bull-headed hollow. The flames of the explosion instantly submerged Ichigo Kurosaki's body, and his skeleton defense instantly shattered. It was not until the explosion was completely over that Ichigo Kurosaki came out of the smoke in a panic, slowly picking up the bone fragments on his head. His skeleton defense was completely shattered, and the bull-headed hollow mask also turned into fragments. Ichigo Kurosaki spit out a mouthful of sand and dust, reached out to wipe a wound on his forehead, shook his head, and dispersed the drowsy feeling in his heart. There was a little despair. The bull-headed hollow in its strongest combat state was completely defeated in the hands of Uehara Naraku before it lasted more than 10 seconds, and it couldn't even counterattack. In Ichigo Kurosaki's body. Hey, it's hard to win against such an enemy. Just when Ichigo Kurosaki was a little desperate, the hollow in Ichigo Kurosaki's body suddenly laughed softly, which made Ichigo Kurosaki's mind sink into it. Inside Kurosaki Ichigo's body, Kyohaku's voice sounded a little weak, and he grinned and said, "That's the man who easily defeated that old man Yamamoto Shigekun, defeated that Lord Daisen Sosuke, and even made Hwaka afraid to show up. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death?" Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. Zubei nodded slowly and chuckled, "If you let me say. Sitting and waiting to die is indeed the best choice." But after saying this, Zubei suddenly said, "But although the chances of you winning are slim. But if you want to lose without being so ugly, it's not a big deal. There are 3 different powers in your body. Now you have distinguished these 3 powers with the help of that old guy Uebach. and you have all the answers in your hands. What I have to do next? It's like I am lending you all my spiritual pressure. Zubei clenched his palms tightly. A huge arc appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his voice suddenly became a little cruel. Find a way to force out all the power of the Shinigami and the Quincy from your Zanpakuto, from your blood. Before that, let me help you one last time, kid. After saying this, Zubei's body gradually turned into liquid. Starting from its feet, stopping its upper body, its body slowly turned into a ball of liquid and turned into a white Zanpakuto. Because its spiritual pressure was completely exhausted by Kurosaki Ichigo in the previous battle, now the White Aku has no strength to continue to participate in this battle. The only thing it can do is to turn its body into a Zanpakuto at this moment. You didn't even think about winning? It's rare to see this arrogant guy so cowardly, but the hope of winning is indeed very slim. As the body of the White Aku turned into a white Zangetsu Zanpakuto, another black Zangetsu Zanpakuto also appeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's soul space, and the voice of the black Zangetsu was a little dull. The white Zangetsu represents the power of the Hollow, and the black Zangetsu represents the power of the God of Death. Obviously, the character of this black Zangetsu doesn't seem to be very good. What? Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated and raised his head. Cowardly brat. Black Zangetsu gradually turned into a ball of liquid and fell beside Kurosaki Ichigo. As long as you are not dead, it is not the moment to admit defeat. Now let me ask you, what price are you willing to pay to fight the invincible man outside? Kurosaki Ichigo fell into silence. After a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly raised his head, his voice a little heavy. I don't know, but I promised that guy Uehara Naraku that I would fight with him until I die. What is the purpose of your fight? I don't know. I don't know what the world he rules will become. The world now is indeed not that good, but it is not that bad. Kurosaki Ichigo slowly lowered his head, and suddenly raised his head again, and said in a loud voice, now I must fight him until one of us falls completely. As for who falls, Kurosaki Ichigo really didn't care. It feels like if he can defeat Uehara Naraku, it would be a blessing. If he can't, then let's see what Uehara Naraku has turned the world into. To be honest, Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed a little confused. Because Uehara Naraku is said to be a villain, he doesn't seem to have done anything bad to them, and he hasn't hurt them seriously. But if you say that Uehara Naraku is a positive character, I guess the people in the entire Soul Society will not agree. Confused boy. The black Zangetsu turned into a ball of mist and slowly merged into Kurosaki Ichigo's shoulder. Its voice gradually became a little cold. If you can't find the meaning of fighting, then remember now, from now on, defeat every strong enemy in front of you. Kurosaki Ichigo was silent for a while, slowly stretched out his hand to hold the two Zanpakuto, and when he grabbed the two Zanpakuto, he immediately understood everything. After a long time, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly nodded. In the Soul King Palace, Kurosaki Ichigo stood there with his eyes closed, but his injuries were recovering rapidly. Black mist and liquid were swirling on his right arm, and white mist and liquid were swirling on his left arm. That was the power of black Zangetsu and white Zangetsu. The next moment, Ichigo Kurosaki suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light looked straight at Uehara Naraku, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The final battle is finally starting. In addition to using the power of his own Shinigami and Hollow, Ichigo Kurosaki also used the power of the Quincy in his body, and unconsciously used the blood-moving suit to improve his combat ability. Ichigo Kurosaki's body appeared in front of Uehara Naraku almost instantly, and the black mist on his left arm turned into a narrow and sharp blade, slashing towards Uehara Naraku's chest. Sky split flash. Uehara Naraku casually pulled out the black knife to resist. However, the black knife in his hand was cut off in an instant. Ichigo Kurosaki's sky blade hit Uehara Naraku hard, and in an instant, Uehara Naraku's body was directly chopped off. The whole battlefield was in an uproar. Everyone's face was full of surprise. Everyone saw Uehara Naraku's body flying backwards turned into a meteor and hit the space barrier of the Soul King Palace directly smashing the space barrier of the Soul King Palace. What a joke. How could Ichigo Kurosaki have such power? This kid actually cheated in front of so many people present. To be honest, even though Uehara and Naraku often praised Ichigo Kurosaki, there were really not many people present who believed that Ichigo Kurosaki could beat Uehara and Naraku away. As a result, Ichigo Kurosaki actually had the potential to defeat Uehara and Naraku. Uehara and Naraku's figure returned to the battlefield in an instant. The power of the Sky Blade just now was indeed very strong, but it didn't hurt him at all. This is a question that makes people become rational again. In addition to the ability of the rule system, no one has been able to hurt Uehara and Naraku in terms of power so far. It's really hard to win. Kurosaki Ichigo's face was full of fortitude. His body instantly rushed towards Uehara and Naraku again. The weapon in his left hand turned into a white zangetsu and slashed at Uehara and Naraku's body. Yeah, it's really hard to lose. Uehara and Naraku chuckled and raised his hand to grab the white zangetsu. The bodies of the two people flew backwards involuntarily under inertia, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Bang! Uehara and Naraku punched Kurosaki Ichigo on the head and knocked him out. His figure instantly chased up and kicked Kurosaki Ichigo in the chest. Kurosaki Ichigo was thrown out directly. The next moment, Kurosaki Ichigo climbed up instantly, and the two people started a life and death fight again, but this time the battle between them was more intense. The shockwave from each punch, the slash from each knife, no one dared to approach easily. The space barrier of the entire Soul King Palace was crumbling under their battle. No one expected that this battle would be so intense, but everyone could see that Ichigo Kurosaki was still at a huge disadvantage. Although every time Uehara and Naraku drew out his Zanpakuto, it would be cut off by Ichigo Kurosaki. But every time Ichigo Kurosaki cut off Uehara's Zanpakuto, he would be severely injured. And Uehara and Naraku was still so calm, until Ichigo Kurosaki, who was covered in blood, stood up suddenly, let out a suppressed roar from his throat, and slashed at Uehara and Naraku. Crescent Moon Sky Strike. This Crescent Moon Sky Strike was completely different from the past. The huge black blade light covered the sky and the sun, as if it was going to cut off the space of the entire Soul King Palace. This Crescent Moon Sky Strike was all the power in Ichigo Kurosaki's body. No matter who it was, they had to be amazed by this Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Uehara and Naraku raised his palm, and a black light extended from his arm, blocking the Crescent Moon Sky Slash. The sharp edge of the Crescent Moon Sky Slash was getting closer and closer, almost cutting off his hair. Is this the last Crescent Moon Sky Slash? Uehara and Naraku raised his head slightly, and the broken hair on his forehead was finally cut off by the sharp edge of the Crescent Moon Sky Slash. A vast spiritual pressure suddenly burst out from his body, which was so vast that the whole world was shaking. The space of the Soul King Palace was crumbling. Whether it was the Soul King Palace, the Soul Society, the present world, the Dangai, the Hell, the Hukamundo, all the people with spiritual power felt a vast and ethereal spiritual pressure. This guy has become stronger again. Akaya Madara's expression was also a little solemn. Every time Akaya Madara thought he had become stronger and thought he could catch up with Uehara and Naraku, Uehara and Naraku would appear in a more terrifying posture. Damn, when will this catch up end? Are you kidding? Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes darkened. This knife was his last Crescent Moon Sky Strike. However, Uehara and Naraku actually caught it with his bare hands. This was a bit disappointing, but it was not a pity, right? A look of relief flashed across Ichigo Kurosaki's face. This knife was already his strongest knife. After this knife, the power of the God of Death and the power of the Hollow in his body had been exhausted, and his body containing the blood of the Quincy was also extremely weak. In the shadow world, Iwak's expression was extremely ugly. If you look at it alone, the strength of this spiritual pressure is almost better than that of the Soul King back then. How could such an existence exist? Unless the Soul King's spiritual pressure was also absorbed by that guy. In this case, who could possibly defeat that guy? Iwak was still hiding in the shadow world and thinking. He saw Uehara and Naraku crush the Crescent Moon Sky Strike with his bare hands, and then slowly raised his palm. At this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Iwak's heart. However, even though he was omniscient and omnipotent, he could not figure out where this crisis came from. He could only hurriedly summon members of his invisible empire to prepare for battle. Is that the last crescent moon sky strike? Uehara Naraku walked step by step to Kurosaki Ichigo's side, praised him softly, and suddenly raised his palm towards the sky. Perhaps no one in the entire Soul Society is better than you. As a respect for you, I will also use my strongest move. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression was a little weird. The power in his body has been exhausted. Even when his power was at its strongest, he couldn't stop Uehara Naraku's attack. So how could he stop Uehara Naraku's strongest move? Black hole. Uehara Naraku raised his palm, and the entire Soul King Palace seemed to enter the night in an instant, and then it was restored to light in an instant. This was his move to put the entire world of death into the black hole universe. Akaya Madara, Yakushi Kabuto and others already knew about this, and everyone felt a little relaxed, which also meant that their mission was over. However, Uehara Naraku's actions were not over yet. Annihilation. Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly fell on a shadow, and a jet black energy suddenly penetrated into the shadow world, completely annihilating the invisible empire hidden in it. The horror of this black hole annihilation is even better than Kurosaki Ichigo's last crescent moon sky attack. Every Shinigami and Rancor could not hide the horror on their faces, and even Aizen Sosuke, Urahara Kisuke, Yamamoto Shigekuni and others changed color. Although they didn't know the effect of this attack, it was obvious that Hawk in the shadow world should not be feeling well. Maybe he has been destroyed. This war can be declared over at this time. The Gotai 13 and Kurosaki Ichigo have been completely defeated, but they have seen the terrifying power of Uehara Naraku with their own eyes, and they are not too disappointed. And as the victor, Uehara Naraku does not seem to have the idea of executing prisoners and losers, and even ordered his subordinates to help treat the wounded. Sir Uehara Naraku, Yukitake Jushiro stood up while holding the wound on his chest, and asked in a deep voice, "What are you going to do with us, and the whereabouts of the Soul King?" The Soul King collapsed on his own when he saw me. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, "This world no longer needs the Soul King to maintain stability. If that guy wants to live an ordinary life, then let him go. As for how to deal with you, Kabuto, faced with such a thing," Uehara Naraku still chose to believe Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, stood up, and calmly began to announce the various regulations of their Akatsuki organization in other worlds. It's just that the world of death is relatively complicated. The Gotai 13 of Soul Society and the Rancor Corps of Hukamundo will form an alliance, each receiving their own dead souls and hollows, and they must not interfere with each other's actions, and must not arbitrarily destroy the stability of the real world, etc. Yakushi Kabuto is very familiar with it. What's more, there are Kamarujin and others to help. When Kabuto Yakushi finished handling everything and reported to Uehara Naraku, he looked at Uehara Naraku's absent-minded expression, and his heart finally tightened slightly. "Naraku-sama." Kabuto Yakushi knelt on one knee on the ground like a ninja, which was a move he had never made before, and Uehara Naraku couldn't help but be a little surprised. "What's wrong?" The relationship between them has always been casual. Kabuto Yakushi slowly raised his head. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but there was a layer of mist in his eyes. "Naraku-sama's power is getting stronger and stronger. This time, please allow me to stay here." In the past, Kabuto Yakushi could still feel the gap between them, and now Kabuto Yakushi felt the difference between him and Uehara Naraku. Although it was only a matter of time, but after being sucked into the black hole by Uehara Naraku in the world of death, Kabuto Yakushi found that he could no longer keep up with Uehara Naraku's pace. "Okay." Uehara Naraku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi, then at Satorashi Senjamaru, who was secretly observing Kabuto Yakushi, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. "I know, I wish you happiness." The next world, Marvel, mainly because Marvel is easy to write, the outline is easy to make, and the update volume can keep up. Chapter 699. The new employee fired by Tony Stark. Stark Industries building. Stark Industries has been very popular recently. A few months ago, at a press conference, Tony Stark, the boss of Stark Industries, announced to all the reporters present that he was Iron Man. At that moment, people's admiration and desire for superheroes were completely ignited. There are always many reporters hiding around Stark Building, hoping to meet Tony Stark and grab an exclusive interview with this billionaire. However, Tony Stark has never appeared in front of Stark Building in the past few days. He seems to like flying around in his iron suit, flying directly from his seaside holiday villa to the top of Stark Building. Today is no exception. A jet of flame suddenly appeared in the sky. Amid the amazed cheers of a group of people on the ground, the red iron suit drew an elegant arc in the air and landed directly on the top of Stark Building. Tony Stark stretched out his arms and took off his armor with the help of the machine. Pepper Potts, the female secretary standing by and waiting, hurried forward a few steps, walked towards Tony Stark, and reported the company's situation. Since Tony Stark cancelled the weapons department not long ago, the revenue structure of Stark Industries has changed. During the transition period, this large group has more and more things to do. Pepper, wait a minute. Tony Stark covered his chest and coughed lightly, waved his hand to signal Pepper to stop first. He stroked his chest, and pretended to be safe and sound. Jarvis, give me a drink first. Jarvis is an artificial intelligence created by Tony Stark, and in a sense, Jarvis knows Tony Stark's physical condition best. Since Tony Stark installed the energy block of the Iron Man suit on his chest, he has been facing the problem of palladium poisoning, which can only be alleviated by relying on chlorophyll. Yes, boss. Jarvis's mechanical voice was flat, as it agreed to Tony Stark's order. A mechanical arm appeared in front of Tony Stark with a glass of green vegetable juice. This is extracted from a certain plant. Just looking at its color, you can tell that this thing doesn't look like something that people should drink. It must be very unpalatable, and it's not just ordinary unpalatable. Even though Tony Stark had been relying on vegetable juice to relieve his symptoms of poisoning, his cheeks couldn't help but twitch when he saw it. Unfortunately, there is no cure for palladium poisoning. The only way to relieve it is to rely on the chlorophyll in vegetable juice. He has no other choice. Tony Stark reached out and grabbed the glass of vegetable juice, swallowed a few mouthfuls, and casually talked to Pepper next to him to divert his attention. Tony Stark mentioned the plan he had once envisioned. Well, Pepper, if everything goes well next week, everything here will be handed over to you. Because the palladium poisoning in his body is very deep, Tony Stark is not sure how long he can survive. Recently, he is planning to gradually transfer everything in Stark Industries to Pepper Potts. This woman is his closest person. Tony, don't. Pepper supported her forehead, her face a little discouraged. Obviously, this woman is not like others. She doesn't like Tony Stark's arrangement. She even thinks that her boss has become more arrogant after becoming Iron Man. Of course, it doesn't matter if it doesn't go well. Tony Stark looked at the helpless female secretary, and his mood finally improved a little. He chuckled. Anyway, no one can stop my decision. Unfortunately, Tony Stark's mood soon became bad, because when Tony Stark and Pepper walked to the glass platform, he leaned on the railing and looked down at the office area downstairs. He saw a black-haired young man holding a juice. It can be seen that the young man likes to drink juice. The black-haired young man seemed to notice that someone was watching him. He slowly turned his head and saw Tony Stark above him, and also saw the vegetable juice in Tony Stark's hand. Well, at this time, they should be the same kind. The young man smiled and raised the juice in his hand to signal, and then held the straw again and drank the juice happily. Tony Stark was in a bad mood. Seeing others happily drinking juice, he could only drink the bitter vegetable juice in his hand. That guy even raised his glass to him. Wasn't this really a provocation? Although Tony Stark knew that the young man didn't know, this subtle contrast still made Tony feel a little uncomfortable. Who is that guy? I don't know yet. Pepper Potts shook her head, looked down at the black-haired young man who was drinking juice, and frowned slightly. He should be a new employee during this period. He looks like an interesting guy. Let me check. Tony Stark took out his mobile phone, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. His finger slid slightly and took a picture of the black-haired young man. A moment later, the ID photo of the black-haired young man with squinting eyes and smiling appeared in front of Tony Stark. Just by looking at the image in the photo, no matter who it was, they would definitely think that the black-haired young man was a good person. Uehara, this is the name of the black-haired young man. What matches this photo is the pitiful amount of information about Uehara. Even his home address is the work apartment provided by Stark Industries for him. Most of the core employees of Stark Industries have brilliant resumes and degrees from quite famous colleges, but this black-haired young man named Uehara is quite ordinary, with no special features at all. He is probably the most ordinary passerby in society. Jarvis is a very smart artificial intelligence. In addition to retrieving Uehara's information, he also retrieved all the video recordings of Uehara in the past few days, all of which were videos of him at work. Most of the time, this man named Uehara was drinking juice and playing games, and he seemed to be out of tune with other employees of Stark Industries. There is no doubt, this is a slacker. This guy is not working seriously at all, and it seems that he is just slacking off at Stark Industries. How did this guy get into Stark Industries? It looks like our HR department made a little mistake. Tony Stark's expression was a little strange. He slowly turned his head to look at Pepper Potts, the little Pepper beside him, and couldn't help asking, how did this person who drinks juice and plays games every day during work pass the internship period? I don't know. Pepper Potts held her temple and felt a little headache. The HR department wouldn't send an insignificant employee's information to my office, and it seems that his job is also insignificant. Wait. We have to talk about a very serious issue. Tony Stark's fingers moved a few times on the virtual projection and directly hacked into the operating program of a computer, which was the work computer used by the employee named Uehara. The computer programs were all popular games on the market. Just a rough calculation of the memory shows that his work computer is full of games. In order to make room for the installation of a large game, it seems that this employee named Uehara also uninstalled several internal work software of Stark Industries. Let's discuss this serious issue. Tony Stark was bored and flipping through the games on the computer, and analyzed slowly. You told me that his job is irrelevant. But the problem we want to talk about is, look at this guy. Has he ever really worked? Let's take a look at how many games he has downloaded on his work computer. Well, all of them are Japanese and Chinese versions. Some of them are very difficult to operate, but this guy hasn't finished it yet. He doesn't look like a game master, and his game record is not as good as the ones I made in a few minutes. And these games with built-in virus plugins. Fortunately, the firewall we made ourselves is not bad. Don't say it. Pepper Potts couldn't stand Tony Stark's venomous tongue, and kept rubbing her temples. I said a long time ago that I can't be the president of Stark Industries. During this period of time, Tony Stark slowly let go and handed all the affairs of the company to her. As a result, it hasn't been long before such a mistake happened. Of course, it's just a small matter for a scumbag to get into the company. The question is, how did this person get into the company? Does this mean that after she took over the company, the HR and administration departments were perfunctory about her orders, and were unwilling to complete even the simplest recruitment seriously? Okay. Tony Stark was not used to women showing their weak side. He stretched out his fingers and rubbed the woman's forehead, and said with rare tenderness, Pepper, this is not your fault. Just fire that guy. It's just a small penalty. He should still be in the internship period. Pepper Potts was still rubbing her temples. Then just fire him. Tony Stark looked at Pepper Potts, who was worried about a small matter, patted her bangs, and chuckled. It just so happens that we can save the penalty for firing him, although it is not necessary for Stark Industries. Tony Stark was in a bad mood again, but after eliminating a slacker employee in Stark Industries, his good mood seemed to be back. When thinking of this, Tony Stark leaned on the glass railing, took another look at the black-haired young man who was still drinking juice, and couldn't help but want to have some bad taste. Stark Industries work area. Uehara drank his juice slowly. He just met Tony Stark, the main figure of this world, and it is just around the corner to get some Mark Iron Man suit collections in a while. Uehara is in a pretty good mood now. Just as Uehara returned to his workstation and planned to continue playing games and slacking off for the whole day, he saw a pop-up window on his computer screen. Mr. Uehara, you are fired, from your boss, Tony Stark. Seeing the dismissal notice on the pop-up window, Uehara's expression became a little unhappy, and he fell into depression. After a long time, Uehara's mood calmed down. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and calmly took a photo of the dismissal notice on the desktop. And Chapter 700, Nick Fury also wants to fire his employees. Life is always so unpredictable. I don't know when the sky was filled with dark clouds. As an employee who was fired from Stark Industries by Tony Stark himself, Uehara Naraku's treatment is naturally needless to say, and he was even criticized as a negative example. Faced with such a bad workplace, Uehara could only leave Stark Tower with his box. This was the most unfavorable start in all the worlds. Of course, Uehara was not homeless. Uehara thought for a moment, immediately took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number he hadn't contacted for a long time. "Hello, Director Fury, I am Level 7 Agent Uehara Naraku. There is something I need to report. I was just fired by Stark Industries. Tony Stark may suspect that I am an agent of SHIELD. Yes, Uehara Naraku is not only an employee of Stark Industries, but also a level 7 agent of SHIELD. This level is not particularly high, but it is definitely not low. This is mainly because Uehara has always had good fighting ability, and even in fighting, he can compete with Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton and others. SHIELD, one of the most important organizations in the entire Marvel Universe. After entering this world, Uehara Naraku infiltrated SHIELD through another organization hidden in SHIELD, and his promotion was very smooth. Now Uehara Naraku is in contact with Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, who arranged for him to go undercover in Stark Industries. Don't worry, he has no doubts. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone seemed a little helpless, because after Uehara Naraku was fired by Tony Stark, Nick Fury learned about this from another agent hidden in Stark Industries. To be honest, Uehara Naraku, this agent, really made Nick Fury speechless. A dignified 7th level agent spy was fired for slacking off and playing games during work. If one day in the future, Tony Stark knew that their SHIELD agents were all guys like Uehara Naraku, then would SHIELD still be trustworthy? And Uehara Naraku is really too lazy. If it weren't for his strong fighting ability, Nick Fury would have wanted to fire him from S.H.I.E.L.D. How on earth did such a person get recruited by his subordinates? After criticizing Uehara Naraku in his heart for a while, Nick Fury tried to comfort this hurt subordinate. Well, it's not your fault. Maybe in the future, we will add one more item in our agent training course, how to be an undercover in a large group. Although being too outstanding can easily arouse suspicion from others, but doing it too badly. When he said this, Nick Fury stopped talking abruptly and changed the subject to talk about another thing. But it's not a bad thing for you to be fired. At least Stark Industries will not doubt employees with strong working ability during this period. It just happened to allow another perfect and all-round S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Natasha Romanoff to give full play to her abilities. My mission is forced to end. Uehara Naraku stretched and sighed softly. Should I report back to the headquarters now or continue my vacation? Are you really not messing up on purpose because you have to take a vacation? Director, you should believe in my character. Then report back to the headquarters and be on standby at any time. Nick Fury hung up the phone directly. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's office. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is a bald black man. After hanging up the phone with Uehara Naraku, Nick Fury couldn't help scratching his scalp. Who hired this guy Uehara Naraku? That guy is too lazy and doesn't like to think. A charming woman standing in front of the desk frowned, thought for a while, and defended her colleague, but I have to admit that Uehara Naraku's fighting ability is quite terrifying. If it weren't for this, he would have been fired long ago. Nick Fury shook his head and sighed, looking at the woman in front of him. Agent Romanov, our next mission to contact Tony Stark can only rely on you. On the other side, Uehara Naraku put away his mobile phone helplessly. Since he entered this world, he has almost never been in a good mood, because the combat power of this world is far greater than those in the previous worlds. Fortunately, his combat power has not fallen too much. And because the black hole universe in his body has gathered many worlds, it has also received a lot of bonuses. And now his ability has almost reached the ceiling. Uehara Naraku world power, 1 billion life energy, 1 billion spirit energy, 1 billion soul energy, 1 billion. After collecting the Death God world, Uehara and Naraku finally received feedback from the Black Hole universe, or in other words, the Death God world supplemented the vacancies of the Black Hole universe. Therefore, Uehara and Naraku's power was also released a little. If you calculate carefully, Uehara and Naraku can destroy a planet by using more than 1/10 of his own energy. This is the result of personal testing. This power can roughly hold the Infinity Stones with bare hands. Uehara and Naraku slowly shook his head, feeling that the world was a little empty. In addition to this combat power that can explode stars, what else does he have in this world? And he seems to have a car. When Uehara and Naraku found his pickup truck in the parking space on the side of the road, he suddenly heard the cheers and exclamations of passers-by, and everyone around him looked up at the sky. In the sky, a red figure flew by. It was Tony Stark again. Uehara and Naraku glanced at his pickup truck, then at the Iron Man suit flying in the air. Why was that guy so happy after firing him? Really? Uehara and Naraku sat in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, slowly raised his finger, and murmured, "Don't go out casually on rainy days." The sky was overcast. Rain was falling. Tony Stark, driving the Iron Man suit in the sky, didn't care about the little rain at all. He fired a slacker employee as a prank today, and saw Pepper Potts' embarrassment and shyness in front of him, and he was in the happiest mood. Artificial intelligence Jarvis detected the weather outside and kept reminding Tony Stark, hoping that he could quickly descend his altitude. "Sir, the weather is very bad." "Jarvis, don't worry." Tony Stark glanced at the display screen in the Iron Man suit, couldn't help but smile, and explained casually, "This kind of weather is nothing." Crack! A bolt of lightning hit the Iron Man suit. It is impossible for a single bolt of lightning to cause any damage to the Iron Man suit, because Tony Stark had already considered this matter and added an electrostatic discharger in the device to absorb the surface armor capacitance at the tail of the Iron Man suit. Snap! The sound of a hailstone hitting the Iron Man suit was particularly loud. It is very dangerous for an object flying at high speed to even encounter a ping-pong ball, not to mention a fist-sized hailstone. The power of this hailstone is not light, so Tony Stark can't help but twist his body to remove this huge impact. The next moment, dense fist-sized hailstones fell down. Even if the Iron Man suit has excellent protection capabilities, it cannot stop the hailstones encountered at high speeds. Especially these huge hailstones are quite heavy under the acceleration of gravity. "Are you kidding?" Tony Stark's face froze slightly, and he hurriedly began to slow down the Iron Man suit, maintaining his balance in the sky. "Is the weather so bad today?" "The weather forecast shows sunny weather for 24 hours. Jarvis's mood remained unchanged. "Then they are really useless." Tony Stark's expression was slightly ugly. Unfortunately, the bad weather did not seem to let him go. Countless hail fell from the sky, causing the Iron Man suit to sway back and forth like a boat in the wind and rain, until two places where the flying jets were installed were directly damaged, and the whole person fell from the air. Tony Stark fell on a beach, and he had expected this situation long ago. The Iron Man suit could well protect him from most of the impact. Not so lucky. As the Iron Man suit was damaged and exhausted, Tony Stark could not contact his artificial intelligence Jarvis. He even took off the helmet of the Iron Man suit and several small hailstones hit his face. And the phone. Tony Stark, with a bruised face, took a deep breath, carefully took out his phone, and looked at the battery level of the phone with satisfaction. Fortunately, because he only used his phone to play a trick on the employee named Uehara today, the phone still had a lot of power. Tony Stark could easily contact Jarvis or Pepper to take him back. Unfortunately, a hailstone fell from the sky and hit his phone directly. This damn weather. The relief on Tony Stark's face disappeared without a trace. Now on this seemingly deserted beach, what else can he do? An hour later, Tony Stark finally walked to the side of a road and waited for the passing vehicles to stop. He was confident enough to convince any passing vehicle to give him a ride. Everyone knows that he is Iron Man. Everyone knows that he is a billionaire. Even at this embarrassing moment, Tony Stark still wears a luxurious watch on his wrist, which is enough to buy a sports car. However, there are no sports cars on this road. It was not until Tony Stark waited on the roadside for 2 or 3 hours, and was so sleepy that he was about to collapse, that he finally saw a pickup truck driving fast, with loud music playing in the car, and the driver of the pickup truck humming an unknown ditty slowly. It's just the beginning, just the beginning. At this moment, Tony Stark seemed to have seen a savior, and hurriedly waved his arms at the pickup truck, hoping that the pickup truck would stop in front of him. Fortunately, the owner of this pickup truck is kind-hearted. Not so fortunately, when Tony Stark saw the owner of the pickup truck, his expression became slightly stiff. This person seems to be the bastard he fired today. This world is so small. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.